Book 1, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 1, A.D. 14 through 15, Part 1. Rome, at the beginning, was ruled by kings. Freedom and the consulship were established by Lucius Brutus. Dictatorships were held for a temporary crisis. The power of the decemvirs did not last beyond 2 years, nor was the consular jurisdiction of the military tribunes of long duration. The despotisms of Cinna and Sulla were brief. The rules of Pompeius and of Crassus soon yielded before Caesar, the arms of Lepidus and Antonius before Augustus, who, when the world was wearied by civil strife, subjected it to empire under the title of prince. But the successes and reverses of the old Roman people have been recorded by famous historians, and fine intellects were not wanting to describe the times of Augustus, till growing sycophancy scared them away. The histories of Tiberius, Gaius, Claudius, and Nero, while they were in power, were falsified through terror, and after their death were written under the irritation of a recent hatred. Hence my purpose is to relate a few facts about Augustus, more particularly his last acts, then the reign of Tiberius, and all which follows, without either bitterness or partiality, from any motives to which I am far removed. When, after the destruction of Brutus and Cassius, there was no longer any army of the commonwealth, when Pompeius was crushed in Sicily, and when, with Lepidus pushed aside and Antonius slain, even the Julian faction had only Caesar left to lead it, then, dropping the title of triumvir, and giving out that he was a consul, and was satisfied with a tribune's authority for the protection of the people, Augustus won over the soldiers with gifts, the populace with cheap corn, and all men with the sweets of repose, and so grew greater by degrees, while he concentrated in himself the functions of the Senate, the magistrates, and the laws. He was wholly unopposed, for the boldest spirits had fallen in battle or in the proscription, while the remaining nobles, the readier they were to be slaves, were raised the higher by wealth and promotion, so that, aggrandized by revolution, they preferred the safety of the present to the dangerous past. Nor did the provinces dislike that condition of affairs, for they distrusted the government of the Senate and the people, because of the rivalries between the leading men and the rapacity of the officials, while the protection of the laws was unavailing, so they grew, as they were continually deranged by violence, intrigue, and finally by corruption. Augustus, meanwhile, as supports to his despotism, raised to the pontificate and curule aedileship Claudius Marcellus, his sister's son, while a mere stripling, and Marcus Agrippa, of humble birth, a good soldier, and one who shared his victory, to 2 consecutive consulships. And as Marcellus soon afterwards died, he also accepted him as son-in-law. Tiberius Nero and Claudius Drusus, his stepsons, he honored with imperial titles, although his own family was as yet undiminished, for he had admitted the children of Agrippa, Gaius, and Lucius into the house of the Caesars, and before they had laid aside the dress of boyhood, he had most fervently desired, with an outward show of reluctance, that they should be entitled princes of the youth, and be consuls elect. When Agrippa died, and Lucius Caesar, as he was on his way to our armies in Spain, and Gaius, while returning from Armenia, still suffering from a wound, were prematurely cut off by destiny, or by their stepmother Livia's treachery, Drusus, too, having long been dead, Nero remained alone of the stepsons, and in him everything tended to center. He was adopted as a son, as a colleague in empire, and as a partner in the tribunitian power, and paraded through all the armies, no longer through his mother's secret intrigues, but at her open suggestion. For she had gained such a hold on the aged Augustus, that he drove out as an exile into the island of Planasia his only grandson, Agrippa Postumus, who, though devoid of worthy qualities and having only the brute courage of physical strength, had not been convicted of any gross offense. And yet Augustus had appointed Germanicus, Drusus's offspring, to the command of 8 legions on the Rhine, and required Tiberius to adopt him, although Tiberius had a son, now a young man, in his house. But he did it that he might have several safeguards to rest on. He had no war at the time on his hands except against the Germans, which was rather to wipe out the disgrace of the loss of Quintilius Varus and his army than out of ambition to extend the empire, or for any adequate recompense. At home all was tranquil, and there were magistrates with the same titles. There was a younger generation, sprung up since the victory of Actium, and even many of the older men had been born during the civil wars. How few were left who had seen the Republic! Thus the state had been revolutionized, and there was not a vestige left of the old sound morality. Stripped of equality, all looked up to the commands of a sovereign without the least apprehension for the present, while Augustus was in the vigor of life, could maintain his own position, that of his house, and the general tranquillity. When in advanced old age, he was worn out by a sickly frame, and the end was near, and new prospects open. A few spoke in vain of the blessings of freedom, but most people dreaded and some longed for war. Popular gossip of the large majority fastened itself variously on their future masters. Agrippa was savage, and had been exasperated by insult, and neither from age nor experience in affairs was equal to so great a burden. Tiberius Nero was of mature years, and had established his fame in war, but he had the old arrogance inbred in the Claudian family, and many symptoms of a cruel temper, though they were repressed, and now and then broke out. He had also from the earliest infancy been reared in an imperial house. Consulships and triumphs had been heaped on him in his younger days, even in the years which, on the pretext of seclusion he spent in exile at Rhodes. He had no thoughts but of wrath, hypocrisy, and secret sensuality. There was his mother, too, with a woman caprice. They must, it seemed, be subject to a female, and to 2 striplings besides, who for a while would burden, and some day rend asunder the state. While these and like topics were discussed, the infirmities of Augustus increased, and some suspected guilt on his wife's part, for a rumor had gone abroad that a few months before he had sailed to Planitia on a visit to Agrippa with the knowledge of some chosen friends, and with one companion, Fabius Maximus, that many tears were shed on both sides, with expressions of affection, and that there was a hope of the young man being restored to the home of his grandfather. This, it was said, Maximus had divulged to his wife Marcia, and she again to Livia. All was known to Caesar, and when Maximus soon afterwards died, by a death some thought to be self-inflicted, there were heard at his funeral wailings from Marcia, in which she reproached herself for having been the cause of her husband's destruction. Whatever the fact was, Tiberius, as he was just entering Illyria, was summoned home by an urgent letter from his mother, and it had not been thoroughly ascertained whether at the city of Nola he found Augustus still breathing or quite lifeless. For Livia had surrounded the house and its approaches with a strict watch, and favorable bulletins were published from time to time, till, provision having been made for the demands of the crisis, one and the same report told men that Augustus was dead, and that Tiberius Nero was master of the state. The first crime of the new reign was the murder of Postumus Agrippa. Though he was surprised and unarmed, a centurion of the fittest resolution dispatched him with difficulty. Tiberius gave no explanation of the matter to the Senate. He pretended that there were directions from his father ordering the tribune in charge of the prisoner not to delay the slaughter of Agrippa, whenever he should have himself breathed his last. Beyond a doubt, Augustus had often complained of the young man's character, and had thus succeeded in obtaining the sanction of a decree of the state for his banishment. But he was never hard-hearted enough to destroy any of his kinsfolk, nor was it credible that death was to be the sentence of the grandson in order that the stepson might feel secure. It was more probable that Tiberius and Livia, the one from fear, the other from a stepmother's enmity, hurried on the destruction of a youth whom they suspected and hated. When the centurion reported, according to military custom, that he had executed the command, Tiberius replied that he had not given the command, and that the act must be justified to the Senate. As soon as Sallustius Crispus, who shared the secret, he had in fact sent the written order to the tribune, knew this, fearing that the charge would be shifted on himself, and that his peril would be the same whether he uttered fiction or truth, he advised Livia not to divulge the secrets of her house, or the counsels of her friends, or any services performed by the soldiers, nor to let Tiberius weaken the strength of imperial power by referring everything to the Senate. For the condition, he said, of holding empire is that an account cannot be balanced unless it be rendered to one person. Meanwhile, at Rome, people plunged into slavery. Consuls, senators, knights. The higher a man's rank, the more eager his hypocrisy, and his looks the more carefully studied, so as neither to betray joy at the decease of one emperor, nor sorrow at the rise of another, while he mingled delight and lamentations with his flattery. Sextus Pompeius and Sextus Apuleius, the consuls, were the first to swear allegiance to Tiberius Caesar, and in their presence the oath was taken by Seu Strabo and Gaius Turanius, respectively the commander of the praetorian cohorts and the superintendent of the corn supplies. Then the Senate, the soldiers, and the people did the same, for Tiberius would inaugurate everything with the consuls, as though the ancient constitution remained, and he hesitated about being emperor. Even the proclamation by which he summoned the senators to their chamber he issued merely with the title of tribune, which he had received under Augustus. The wording of the proclamation was brief, and in a very modest tone. He would, it said, provide for the honors due to his father, and not leave the lifeless body, and that it was the only public duty he now claimed. As soon, however, as Augustus was dead, he had given the watchword to the praetorian cohorts as commander-in-chief. He had the guard under arms, with all the other adjuncts of a court. Soldiers attended him to the forum. Soldiers went with him to the Senate house. He sent letters to the different armies, as though superior power was now his, and showed hesitation only when he spoke in the Senate. His chief motive was fear that Germanicus, who had at his disposal so many legions, such vast auxiliary forces of the allies, and such wonderful popularity, might prefer the possession to the expectation of empire. He looked also at public opinion, wishing to have the credit of having been called and elected by the Senate, rather than having crept into power through the intrigues of a wife and a dotard's adoption. It was subsequently understood that he assumed a wavering attitude, to test likewise the temper of the nobles, for he would twist a word or a look into a crime, and treasure it up in his memory. On the first day of the Senate he allowed nothing to be discussed but the funeral of Augustus, whose will, which was brought in by the Vestal Virgins, named as his heirs Tiberius and Livia. The latter was to be admitted into the Julian family with the name of Augusta. Next in expectation were the grand and great-grandchildren. In the third place he had named the chief men of the state, most of whom he hated, simply out of ostentation and to win credit with posterity. His legacies were not beyond the scale of a private citizen, except a bequest of 43,500,000 sesterces to the people and populace of Rome, of 1,000 to every praetorian soldier, and of 300 to every man in the legionary cohorts composed of Roman citizens. Next followed a deliberation about funeral honors. Of those, the most imposing were thought fitting. The procession was to be conducted through the Gate of Triumph, on the motion of Gallus Asinius. The titles of the laws passed. The names of the nations conquered by Augustus were to be borne in front, on that of Lucius Aruntius. Messala Valerius further proposed that the oath of allegiance to Tiberius should be yearly renewed, and when Tiberius asked him whether it was at his bidding that he had brought forward this motion, he replied that he had proposed it spontaneously, and that in whatever concerning the state he would use only his own discretion, even at the risk of offending. This was the only style of adulation which yet remained. The senators unanimously exclaimed that the body ought to be borne on their shoulders to the funeral pile. The emperor left the point to them with disdainful moderation. He then admonished the people by a proclamation not to indulge in that tumultuous enthusiasm which had distracted the funeral of the divine Julius, or express a wish that Augustus should be burnt in the Forum instead of in his appointed resting place on the Campus Martius. On the day of the funeral, soldiers stood round as a guard, amid much ridicule from those who had either themselves witnessed or had heard from their parents of the famous day when slavery was still something fresh, and freedom had been resought in vain, when the slaying of Caesar the dictator seemed to some the vilest, to others the most glorious of deeds. Now, they said, an aged sovereign, whose power has lasted long, who had provided his heirs with abundant means to coerce the state, requires, forsooth, the defense of soldiers, that his burial may be undisturbed. Then followed much talk about Augustus himself, and many expressed an idle wonder that the same day marked the beginning of his assumption of empire and the close of his life, and again that he had ended his days at Nola, in the same house and room as his father Octavius. People extolled too the number of his consulships, in which he equalled Valerius Corvus and Gaius Marius combined, the continuance for 37 years of the tribunician power, the title of imperator 21 times earned, and his other honors which had either frequently repeated or were wholly new. Sensible men, however, spoke variously of his life with praise and censure. Some said that dutiful feelings towards a father, and the necessities of the state, in which the laws had then no place, drove him into civil war, which can neither be planned nor conducted by any right principles. He had often yielded to Antonius, while he was taking vengeance on his father's murderers, often also to Lepidus. When the latter sank into feeble dotage, and the former had been ruined by his profligacy, the only remedy for his distracted country was a rule of a single man. Yet the state had been organized under the name neither of a kingdom nor a dictatorship, but under that of a prince. The ocean and remote rivers were the boundaries of the empire. The legions, provinces, fleets, all things were linked together. There was law for the citizens, there was respect shown to the allies. The capital had been embellished on a grand scale. Only in a few instances had he resorted to force, simply to secure general tranquillity. It was said, on the other hand, that filial duty and state necessity were merely assumed as a mask. It was really from a lust of sovereignty that he had excited the veterans by bribery, when a young man and a subject raised an army, tampered with the consul's legions, and feigned an attachment to the faction of Pompeius. Then, when by a decree of the Senate he usurped the high functions and authority of praetor, when Hirtius and Pansa were slain, whether they were destroyed by the enemy, or Pansa by poison infused into a wound, Hirtius by his own soldiers and Caesar's treacherous machinations, he at once possessed himself of both their armies, wrested the consulate from a reluctant senate, and turned against the state the arms which had been entrusted against Antonius. Citizens were proscribed, lands divided, without so much as the approval of those who executed these deeds. Even granting that the deaths of Cassius and of the Bruti were sacrifices to a hereditary enmity, though duty requires us to waive private feuds for the sake of the public welfare, still Pompeius had been deluded by the phantom of peace, and Lepidus by the mask of friendship. Subsequently, Antonius had been lured on by the treaties of Tarentum and Brundisium, and by his marriage with his sister, and had paid by his death the penalty of a treacherous alliance. No doubt there was peace after all this, but it was a peace stained with blood. There were the disasters of Lollius and Varus, the murders at Rome of the Varros, Ignatii, and Julii. The domestic life, too, of Augustus was not spared. Nero's wife had been taken from him, and there had been the farce of consulting the pontiffs whether, with a child conceived and not yet born, she could properly marry. There were the excesses of Quintus Tedius and Vedius Pollio. Last of all, there was Livia, terrible to the state as a mother, terrible to the house of the Caesars as a stepmother. No honor was left for the gods when Augustus chose to be himself worshipped with temples and statues, like those of the deities, and with flamens and priests. He had not even adopted Tiberius as his successor out of affection or any regard to the state, but, having thoroughly seen his arrogant and savage temper, he had sought glory for himself by a contrast of extreme wickedness. For, in fact, Augustus, a few years before, when he was a second time asking from the Senate the tribunician powers for Tiberius, though his speech was complimentary, had thrown out certain hints as to his manners, style, and habits of life, which he meant as reproaches, while he seemed to excuse. However, when his obsequies had been duly performed, a temple with a religious ritual was decreed him. After this, all prayers were addressed to Tiberius. He, on his part, urged various considerations: the greatness of the empire, his distrust of himself. Only, he said, the intellect of the divine Augustus was equal to such a burden. Called as he had been by him to share his anxieties, he had learnt by experience how exposed to fortune's caprices was the task of universal rule. Consequently, in a state which had the support of so many great men, they should not put everything on one man, as many, by uniting their efforts, would more easily discharge public functions. There was more grand sentiment than good faith in such words. Tiberius's language, even in matters which he did not care to conceal, either from nature or habit, was always hesitating and obscure, and now that he was struggling to hide his feelings completely, it was all the more involved in uncertainty and doubt. The senators, however, whose only fear was lest they might seem to understand him, burst into complaints, tears, and prayers. They raised their hands to the gods, to the statue of Augustus, to the knees of Tiberius, when he ordered a document to be produced and read. This contained a description of the resources of the state, of the number of citizens and allies under arms, of the fleets and subject kingdoms, provinces, taxes, direct and indirect, necessary expenses, and customary bounties. All these details Augustus had written with his own hand, and had added a counsel that the empire should be confined to its present limits, either from fear or out of jealousy. Meantime, while the Senate stooped to the most abject supplication, Tiberius happened to say that, although he was not equal to the whole burden of the state, yet he would undertake the charge of whatever part of it might be entrusted to him. Thereupon Asinius Gallus said, "I ask you, Caesar, which part of the state you wish to have entrusted to you?" Confounded by the sudden inquiry, he was silent for a few moments. Then, recovering his presence of mind, he replied that it would by no means become his modesty to choose or to avoid in a case where he would prefer to be wholly excused. Then Gallus again, who had inferred anger from his looks, said that the question had not been asked with the intention of dividing what could not be separated, but to convince him by his own admission that the body of the state was one, and must be directed by a single mind. He further spoke in praise of Augustus, and reminded Tiberius himself of his victories, and of his admirable deeds for many years as a civilian. Still, he did not thereby soften the emperor's resentment, for he had long been detested, from an impression that, as he had married Vipsania, the daughter of Marcus Agrippa, who had once been the wife of Tiberius, he aspired to be more than a citizen, and kept up the arrogant tone of his father, Asinius Pollio. Next, Lucius Arruntius, who differed but little from the speech of Gallus, gave like offense, though Tiberius had no old grudge against him, but simply mistrusted him, because he was rich and daring, had brilliant accomplishments, and corresponding popularity. For Augustus, when in his last conversations he was discussing who would refuse the highest place, though sufficiently capable, who would aspire to it without being equal to it, and who would unite both the ability and ambition, had described Marcus Lepidus as able but contemptuously indifferent, Gaius Asinius as ambitious and incapable, Lucius Arruntius as not unworthy of it, and, should the chance be given him, sure to make the venture. About the two first there is a general agreement, but instead of Arruntius some have mentioned Cnaeus Piso, and all these men, except Lepidus, were soon afterwards destroyed by various charges through the contrivance of Tiberius. Quintus Haterius, too, and Mamercus Scaurus ruffled his suspicious temper. Haterius by having said, How long, Caesar, will you suffer the state to be without a head? Scaurus, by the remark that there was a hope that the Senate's prayers would not be fruitless, seeing that he had not used his right as tribune to negative the motion of the consuls. Tiberius instantly broke out into invective against Hattorius. Scaurus, with whom he was far more deeply displeased, he passed over in silence. Wearied at last by the assembly's clamorous importunity and the urgent demands of individual senators, he gave way by degrees, not admitting that he undertook empire, but yet ceasing to refuse it, and to be entreated. It is known that Hattorius, after having entered the palace to ask pardon and thrown himself at the knees of Tiberius as he was walking, was almost killed by the soldiers, because Tiberius fell forward, accidentally or from being entangled by the suppliant's hands. Yet the peril of so great a man did not make him relent, till Hattorius went with entreaties to Augusta, and was saved by her very earnest intercessions. Great too was the Senate's sycophancy to Augusta. Some would have her styled parent, others mother of the country, and a majority proposed that to the name of Caesar should be added son of Julia. The emperor repeatedly asserted that there must be a limit to the honors paid to women, and that he would observe similar moderation in those bestowed on himself, but annoyed at the invidious proposal, and indeed regarding a woman's elevation as a slight to himself, he would not allow so much as a lictor to be assigned her, and forbade the erection of an altar in memory of her adoption, and any like distinction. But for Germanicus Caesar he asked proconsular powers, and envoys were dispatched to confer them on him, and also to express sympathy with his grief at the death of Augustus. The same request was not made for Drusus, because he was consul-elect and present at Rome. 12 candidates were named for the praetorship, the number which Augustus had handed down, and when the Senate urged Tiberius to increase it, he bound himself by an oath not to exceed it. It was then for the first time that the elections were transferred from the Campus Martius to the Senate, for up to that day, though the most important rested with the emperor's choice, some were settled by the partialities of the tribes. Nor did the people complain of having the right taken from them, except in mere idle talk, and the Senate being now released from the necessity of bribery and of degrading solicitations, gladly upheld the change, Tiberius confining himself to the recommendation of only 4 candidates, who were to be nominated without rejection or canvass. Meanwhile the tribunes of the people asked leave to exhibit at their own expense games to be named after Augustus, and added to the calendar as the Augustules. Money was, however, voted from the exchequer, and though the use of the triumphal robe in the circus was prescribed, it was not allowed them to ride in a chariot. Soon the annual celebration was transferred to the praetor, to whose lot fell the administration of justice between citizens and foreigners. This was the state of affairs at Rome, when a mutiny broke out in the legions of Pannonia, which could be traced to no fresh cause except the change of emperors, and the prospect it held out of license and tumult, and of profit from a civil war. In the summer camp 3 legions were quartered, under the command of Junius Blasus, who, on hearing of the death of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius, had allowed his men a rest from military duties, either for mourning or rejoicing. This was the beginning of demoralization among the troops, of quarreling, and of listening to the talk of every pestilent fellow; in short, of craving for luxury and idleness, and loathing discipline and toil. In the camp was one Percinius, who, having been a leader of one of the theatrical factions, then became a common soldier, had a saucy tongue, and had learnt from his applause of actors how to stir up a crowd. By working on ignorant minds, which doubted as to what would be the terms of military service after Augustus, this man gradually influenced them in conversations at night or at nightfall, and when the better men had dispersed, he gathered round him all the worst spirits. At last, when there were others ready to be abettors of a mutiny, he asked in the tone of a demagogue why, like slaves, they submitted to a few centurions and still fewer tribunes. When, he said, will you dare to demand relief, if you do not go with your prayers or arms to a new and yet tottering throne? We have blundered enough in our tameness for so many years, and having endured 30 or 40 campaigns, till we grow old, most of us with bodies maimed with wounds. Even dismissal is not the end of our service, but, quartered under a legion standard, we toil through the same hardships under another title. If a soldier survives so many risks, he is still dragged into remote regions, where, under the name of lands, he receives soaking swamps or mountainous wastes. Assuredly, military service itself is burdensome and unprofitable. 10 asses a day is the value set on life and limb. Out of this, clothing, arms, tents, as well as the mercy of centurions and exemptions from duty have to be purchased. But indeed of floggings and wounds, of hard winters, wearisome summers, of terrible war, or barren peace there is no end. Our only relief can come from military life being entered on under certain fixed conditions, from receiving each the pay of a denarius, and from the 16th year terminating our service. We must be retained no longer under a standard, but in the same camp a compensation in money must be paid us. Do the praetorian cohorts, which have just got their 2 denarii per man, and which after 16 years are returned to their homes, encounter more perils? We do not disparage the guards of the Capitol. Still, here, amid barbarous tribes, we have to face the enemy from our tents. End of Book 1, Part 1. Book 1, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 1, A.D. 14 and 15. Part 2. The throng applauded from various motives, some pointing with indignation to the marks of the lash, others to their gray locks, and most of them to their threadbare garments and naked limbs. At last, in their fury, they went so far as to propose to combine the 3 legions into one. Driven from their purpose by the jealousy with which everyone sought the chief honor for his own legion, they turned to other thoughts, and set up in one spot the 3 eagles, with the ensigns of the cohorts. At the same time they piled up turf and raised a mound, that they might have a more conspicuous meeting place. Amid the bustle, Blysus came up. He upbraided them, and held back man after man with the exclamation, "Better imbrue your hands in my blood. It would be less guilt to slay your commander than it is to be in revolt from the emperor. Either, living, I will uphold the loyalty of the legions, or, pierced to the heart, I will hasten on your repentance." None the less, however, was the mound piled up, and it was quite breast high when, at last overcome by his persistency, they gave up their purpose. Blysus, with the consummate tact of an orator, said, "It is not through mutiny and tumult that the desires of the army ought to be communicated to Caesar. Nor did our soldiers of old ever ask so novel a boon of ancient commanders, nor have you yourselves asked it of the divine Augustus. It is far from opportune that the emperor's cares, now in their first beginning, should be aggravated. If, however, you are bent upon attempting in peace what even after your victory in the civil wars you did not demand, why, contrary to the habit of obedience, contrary to the laws of discipline, do you meditate violence? Decide on sending envoys, and give them instructions in your presence." It was carried by acclamation that the son of Blysus, one of the tribunes, should undertake the mission, and demand for the soldiers release from service after 16 years. He was to have the rest of their message when the first part had been successful. After the young man's departure there was comparative quiet, but there was an arrogant tone among the soldiers, to whom the fact that their commander's son was pleading their common cause clearly showed that they had wrested by compulsion what they had failed to obtain by good behavior. Meanwhile the companies which previous to the mutiny had been sent to Nauportus to make roads and bridges and for other purposes, when they heard of the tumult in the camp, tore up the standards, and having plundered the neighbouring villages and Nauportus itself, which was like a town, assailed the centurions, who restrained them with jeers and insults, and last of all with blows. Their chief rage was against Aufidianus Rufus, the camp prefect, whom they dragged from a wagon loaded with baggage and drove on at the head of the column. Asking him in ridicule whether he liked to bear such huge burdens in such long marches. Rufus, who had long been a common soldier, then a centurion, and subsequently camp prefect, tried to revive the old severe discipline, inured as he was to work and toil, and all the sterner because he had endured. On the arrival of these troops the mutiny broke out afresh, and straggling from the camp they plundered the neighbourhood. Blaesus ordered a few who had conspicuously loaded themselves with spoil to be scourged and imprisoned as a terror to the rest, for, even as it then was, the commander was still obeyed by the centurions, and by all the best men among the soldiers. As the men were dragged off, they struggled violently, clasped the knees of the bystanders, called to their comrades by name, or to the company, cohort, or legion to whom they respectively belonged, exclaiming that they were all threatened with the same fate. At the same time they heaped abuse on the commander, they appealed to heaven and to the gods, and left nothing undone by which they might excite resentment and pity, alarm and rage. They all rushed to the spot, broke open the guardhouse, unbound the prisoners, and were in a moment fraternizing with deserters and men convicted on capital charges. Thence arose a more furious outbreak, with more leaders of the mutiny. Vubulenus, a common soldier, was hoisted in front of the general's tribunal on the shoulders of the bystanders, and addressed the excited throng, who eagerly awaited his intentions. "You have indeed," he said, "restored light and air to these innocent and most unhappy men; but who restores to my brother his life, or my brother to myself? Sent to you by the German army in our common cause, he was last night butchered by the gladiators, whom the general keeps and arms for the destruction of his soldiers. Answer, Blaesus, where have you flung aside the corpse? Even an enemy grudges not burial. When, with embraces and tears, I have sated my grief, order me also to be slain, provided that only when we have been destroyed, for no crime, but only because we have consulted the good of the legions, we may be buried by those men around me." He inflamed their excitement by weeping and smiting his breast and face with his hands. Then, hurling aside those who bore him on their shoulders, and impetuously flinging himself at the feet of one man after another, he roused such dismay and indignation that some of the soldiers put fetters on the gladiators who were among the number of Blaesus's slaves. Others did the like to the rest of his household, while a third party hurried out to look for the corpse. And had it not quickly been known that no corpse was found, that the slaves, when tortures were applied, denied the murder, and that the man never had a brother, they would have been on the point of destroying the general. As it was, they thrust out the tribunes and the camp prefect, they plundered the baggage of the fugitives, and they killed a centurion, Lucilius, to whom, with soldiers' humor, they have given the name "Bring another," because when he had broken one vine stick on a man's back, he would call in a loud voice for another and another. The rest sheltered themselves in concealment, and only one was detained, Clemens Julius, whom the soldiers considered a fit person to carry messages, from his ready wit. 2 legions, the 8th and the 15th, were actually drawing swords against each other, the former demanding the death of a centurion, whom they nicknamed Sulpicius, when the men of the 15th defended him, but the soldiers of the 9th interposed their entreaties, and when these were disregarded, their menaces. This intelligence had such an effect on Tiberius, close as he was, and most careful to hush up every very serious disaster, that he dispatched his son Drusus, with the leading men of the state, and with 2 praetorian cohorts, without any definite instructions, to take suitable measures. The cohorts were strengthened beyond their usual force with some picked troops. There was, in addition, a considerable part of the praetorian cavalry, and the flower of the German soldiery, which was then the emperor's guard. With them too was the commander of the praetorians, Aelius Sejanus, who had been associated with his own father, Strabo, had great influence with Tiberius, and was to advise and direct the young prince, and to hold out punishment or reward to the soldiers. When Drusus approached, the legions, as a mark of respect, met him, not as usual with glad looks or the glitter of military decorations, but in unsightly squalor, and faces which, though they simulated grief, rather expressed defiance. As soon as he entered the entrenchments, they secured the gates with sentries, and ordered bodies of armed men to be in readiness at certain points of the camp. The rest crowded round the general's tribunal in a dense mass. Drusus stood there, and with a gesture of his hand demanded silence. As often as they turned their eyes back on the throng, they broke into savage exclamations. Then, looking up to Drusus, they trembled. There was a confused hum, a fierce shouting, and a sudden lull. Urged by conflicting emotions, they felt panic, and they caused the like. At last, in an interval of the uproar, Drusus read his father's letter, in which it was fully stated that he had especial care for the brave legions with which he had endured a number of campaigns; that, as soon as his mind was recovered from his grief, he would lay their demands before the senators; that meanwhile he had sent his son to concede unhesitatingly what could be immediately granted, and that the rest must be reserved for the senate, which ought to have a voice in showing either favor or severity. The crowd replied that they had delivered their instructions to Clemens, one of the centurions which he was to convey to Rome. He began to speak of the soldiers' discharge after 16 years, of the rewards of completed service, of the daily pay being a denarius, and of the veterans not being detained under a standard. When Drusus pleaded in answer reference to the senate and to his father, he was interrupted by a tumultuous shout. Why had he come? Neither to increase the soldiers' pay, nor to alleviate their hardships, in a word, with no power better than their lot? Heaven knew that they were all allowed to scourge and execute. Tiberius used formerly in the name of Augustus to frustrate the wishes of the legions, and the same tricks are now revived by Drusus. Was it only sons who were to visit them? Certainly it was a new thing for the emperor to refer to the senate merely what concerned the soldiers' interests. Was then the same senate to be consulted whenever notice was given of an execution or of a battle? Were their rewards to be at the discretion of absolute rulers, their punishment to be without appeal? At last they deserted the general's tribunal, and to any praetorian soldier or friend of Caesar's who met them, they used those threatening gestures which are the cause of strife and the beginning of a conflict, with special rage against Cnaeus Lentulus, because they thought that he above all others, by his age and warlike renown, encouraged Drusus, and was the first to scorn such blots on military discipline. Soon after, as he was leaving with Drusus to betake himself in foresight of his danger to the winter camp, they surrounded him, and asked him again and again whither he was going. Was it to the emperor or to the senate? There also to oppose the interests of the legions. At the same time they menaced him savagely, and flung stones. And now, bleeding from a blow, and feeling destruction certain, he was rescued by the hurried arrival of the throng which had accompanied Drusus. That terrible night which threatened an explosion of crime was tranquillized by a mere accident. Suddenly in a clear sky the moon's radiance seemed to die away. This the soldiers in their ignorance of the cause regarded as an omen of their condition, comparing the failure of her light to their own efforts, and imagining that their attempts would end prosperously should her brightness and splendor be restored to the goddess. And so they raised a din with brazen instruments, and the combined notes of trumpets and horns, with joy or sorrow, as she brightened or grew dark. When the clouds arose and obstructed their sight, it was thought she was buried in the gloom, and that proneness to superstition, which steals over minds once thoroughly cowed, they lamented that this was a portent of never-ending hardship, and that heaven frowned on their deeds. Drusus, thinking that he ought to avail himself of this change in their temper, and turn what chance it offered to a wise account, ordered the tents to be visited. Clemens the centurion was summoned with all others who for their good qualities were liked by the common soldiers. These men made their way among the patrols, sentries and guards of the camp gates, suggesting hope or holding out threats. How long will you besiege the emperor's son? Was there to be no end of our strifes? Will Pernicius and Vibulenus give pay to the soldiers and land to those who have earned their discharge? In a word, are they, instead of the Neros and the Drusi, to control the empire of the Roman people? Why are we not rather first in our repentance, as we were last in the offense? Demands made in common are granted slowly. A separate favor you may deserve and receive at the same moment. With minds affected by these words, and growing mutually suspicious, they divided off the new troops from the old, and one legion from another, and then by degrees the instinct of obedience returned. They quitted the gates, and restored to their places the standards which, at the beginning of the mutiny, they had grouped into one spot. At daybreak Drusus called them to an assembly, and though not a practised speaker, yet with natural dignity upbraided them for their past and commended their present behavior. He was not, he said, to be conquered by terror or by threats. Were he to see them inclining to submission and hear the language of entreaty, he would write to his father that he might be merciful and receive the legion's petition. At their prayer Blaesus and Lucius Apronius, a Roman knight on Drusus's staff, with Justus Catonius, a first-rank centurion, were again sent to Tiberius. This ensued a conflict of opinion among them, some maintaining that it was best to await the envoy's return, and meanwhile humor the soldiers; others that stronger measures ought to be used, insomuch as the rabble knows no mean, and inspires fear, unless they are afraid, though when they have once been overawed, they can be safely despised. While superstition still swayed them, the general should apply terror by removing the leaders of the mutiny. Drusus's temper was inclined to harsh measures. He summoned Vibulenus and Percenius, and ordered them to be put to death. The common account is that they were buried in the general's tent, although according to some their bodies were flung outside the entrenchments for all to see. Search was then made for the chief mutineers. Some as they roamed outside the camp were cut down by the centurions, or by the soldiers of the praetorian cohorts. Some even the companies gave up in proof of their loyalty. The men's troubles were increased by an early winter with continuous storms so violent that they could not go beyond their tents, or meet together, or keep their standards in their places, from which they were perpetually torn by hurricane and rain. And there still lingered the dread of the divine wrath. Nor was it without meaning, they thought, that, hostile to an impious host, the stars grew dim and storms burst over them. Their only relief from misery was to quit an ill-omened and polluted camp, and having purged themselves of their guilt, to betake themselves again every one to his winter quarters. First the 8th, then the 15th legion returned. The 9th cried again and again that they ought to wait for the letter from Tiberius, but soon finding themselves isolated by the departures of the rest, they voluntarily forestalled their inevitable fate. Drusus, without awaiting the envoy's return, as for the present all was quiet, went back to Rome. About the same time, from the same causes, the legions of Germany rose in mutiny, with a fury proportioned to their greater numbers, in the confident hope that Germanicus Caesar would not be able to endure another supremacy, and offer himself to the legions, whose strength would carry everything before it. There were two armies on the bank of the Rhine. That named the upper army had Gaius Silius for general; the lower was under the charge of Aulus Caecina. The supreme direction rested with Germanicus, then busily employed in conducting the assessment of Gaul. The troops under the command of Silius, with minds yet in suspense, watched the issue of mutiny elsewhere; but the soldiers of the lower army fell into a frenzy, which had its beginning in the men of the 21st and 5th legions, and into which the 1st and 20th were also drawn. For they were all quartered in the same summer camp in the territory of the Ubii, enjoying ease or having only light duties. Accordingly, on hearing of the death of Augustus, a rabble of city slaves who had been enlisted under a recent levy at Rome, habituated to laxity and impatient of hardship, filled the ignorant minds of the other soldiers with notions that the time had come when the veteran might demand a timely discharge, the young more liberal pay, all an end of their miseries, and vengeance on the cruelty of the centurions. It was not one alone who spoke thus, as did Pertinius among the legions of Pannonia, nor was it in the ears of trembling soldiers who looked with apprehension to other and mightier armies, but there was sedition in many a face and voice. The Roman world, they said, was in their hand; their victories aggrandized the state; it was from them that emperors received their titles. Nor did their commander check them. Indeed, the blind rage of so many had robbed him of his resolution. In a sudden frenzy they rushed with drawn swords on the centurions, the immemorable object of the soldiers' resentment, and the first cause of savage fury. They threw them to the earth and beat them sorely, 60 to 1, so as to correspond with the number of centurions. Then, tearing them from the ground, mangled and some lifeless, they flung them outside the entrenchments or into the river Rhine. One Septimius, who fled to the tribunal and was grovelling at Caecinus' feet, was persistently demanded till he was given up to destruction. Cassius Chaerea, who won for himself a memory with posterity by the murder of Caius Caesar, being then a youth of high spirit, cleared a passage with his sword through the armed and opposing throng. Neither tribune nor camp prefect maintained authority any longer. Patrols, sentries, and whatever else the needs of the time required were distributed by the men themselves. To those who could guess the temper of soldiers with some penetration, the strongest symptom of a widespread and intractable commotion was the fact that, instead of being divided or instigated by a few persons, they were unanimous in their fury and equally unanimous in their composure, with so uniform a constancy that one would have thought them to be under command. Meantime Germanicus, while, as I have related, he was collecting the taxes of Gaul, received news of the death of Augustus. He was married to the granddaughter of Augustus, Agrippina, by whom he had several children, and though he was himself the son of Drusus, brother of Tiberius, and grandson of Augusta, he was troubled by the secret hatred of his uncle and grandmother, the motives for which were the more venomous because unjust. For the memory of Drusus was held in honor by the Roman people, and they believed that had he attained empire he would have restored freedom. Hence they regarded Germanicus with favor and with the same hope. He was indeed a young man of unaspiring temper and of wonderful kindliness, contrasting strongly with the proud and mysterious reserve that marked the conversation and the features of Tiberius. Then there were feminine jealousies, Livia feeling a stepmother's bitterness towards Agrippina, and Agrippina herself too being rather excitable. Only her purity and love of her husband gave a right direction to her otherwise imperious disposition. But the nearer Germanicus was to the highest hopes, the more laboriously did he exert himself for Tiberius, and he made the neighboring Sequani and all the Belgic states swear obedience to him. On hearing of the mutiny in the legions, he instantly went to the spot, and met them outside the camp, eyes fixed on the ground, and seemingly repentant. As soon as he entered the entrenchments, confused murmurs became audible. Some men, seizing his hand under pretence of kissing it, thrust his fingers into their mouths, that he might touch their toothless gums. Others showed him their limbs bowed with age. He ordered the throng which stood near him, as it seemed a promiscuous gathering, to separate itself into its military companies. They replied that they would hear better as they were. The standards were then to be advanced, so that at least the cohorts might be distinguished. The soldiers obeyed reluctantly. Then, beginning with a reverent mention of Augustus, he passed on to the victories and triumphs of Tiberius, dwelling with especial praise on his glorious achievements with those legions in Germany. Next he extolled the unity of Italy, the loyalty of Gaul, the entire absence of turbulence or strife. He was heard in silence or with but a slight murmur. As soon as he touched on the mutiny, and asked what had become of soldierly obedience, of the glory of ancient discipline, whether they had driven their tribunes and centurions, they all bared their bodies and taunted him with the scars of their wounds and the marks of the lash. And then with confused exclamations they spoke bitterly of the prices of exemptions, of their scanty pay, of the severity of their tasks, with special mention of the entrenchment, the fosse, the conveyance of fodder, building timber, firewood, and whatever else had to be procured from necessity or as a check on idleness in the camp. The fiercest clamor arose from the veteran soldiers, who, as they counted their 30 campaigns or more, implored him to relieve worn-out men, and not let them die under the same hardships, but to have an end of such harassing service, and repose without beggary. Some even claimed the legacy of the divine Augustus, with words of good omen for Germanicus, and, should he wish for empire, they showed themselves abundantly willing. Thereupon, as though he were contracting the pollution of guilt, he leapt impetuously from the tribunal. The men opposed his departure with their weapons, threatening him repeatedly if he would not go back. But Germanicus protested that he would die rather than cast off his loyalty, plucked his sword from his side, raised it aloft, and was plunging it into his breast, when those nearest him seized his hand and held it by force. The remotest and most densely crowded part of the throng, and what almost passes belief, some who came close up to him, urged him to strike the blow, and a soldier by the name Caligula offered him a drawn sword, saying that it was sharper than his own. Even in their fury this seemed to them a savage act and one of evil precedent, and there was a pause during which Caesar's friends hurried him into his tent. There they took counsel on how to heal matters, for news was also brought that the soldiers were preparing the dispatch of envoys who were to draw the upper army into their cause, that the capital of the Ubii was marked out for destruction, and that hands with the stain of plunder on them would soon be daring enough for the pillage of Gaul. The alarm was heightened by the knowledge that the enemy was aware of the Roman mutiny, and would certainly attack if the Rhine bank were undefended. Yet if the auxiliary troops and allies were to be armed against the retiring legions, civil war was in fact begun. Severity would be dangerous, profuse liberality would be scandalous. Whether all or nothing were conceded to the soldiery, the state was equally in jeopardy. Accordingly, having weighed their plans one against each other, they decided that a letter should be written in the prince's name to the effect that full discharge was granted to those who had served in 20 campaigns, and there was a conditional release for those who had served 16, and that they were to be retained under a standard with immunity from everything except actually keeping off the enemy, that the legacies which they had asked were to be paid and doubled. The soldiers perceived that this was all invented for the occasion, and instantly pressed their demands. The discharge from service was quickly arranged by the tribunes. Payment was put off till they reached their respective winter quarters. The men of the 5th and 21st legions refused to go till, in the summer camp where they stood, the money was made up out of the purses of Germanicus himself and his friends, and paid in full. The 1st and 20th legions were led back by their officer Caecina to the canton of the Ubii, marching in disgrace. Some sums of money which had been extorted from the general were carried among the eagles and standards. Germanicus went to the upper army, and the 2nd, 13th, and 16th legions, without any delay, accepted from him the oath of allegiance. The 14th hesitated a little, but their money and the discharge were offered even without their demanding it. End of Book 1, Part 2. Book 1, Part 3 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 1, A.D. 14 and 15, Part 3. Meanwhile, there was an outbreak among the Chauci, begun by some veterans of the mutinous legions on garrison duty. They were quelled for a time by the instant execution of 2 soldiers. Such was the order of Mennius, the camp prefect, more as a salutary warning than as a legal act. Then, when the commotion increased, he fled, and having been discovered, as his hiding place was now unsafe, he borrowed a resource from audacity. It was not, he told them, the camp prefect, it was Germanicus, their general, it was Tiberius, their emperor, whom they were insulting. At the same moment, overawing all resistance, he seized the standard, faced round towards the river bank, and exclaiming that whoever left the ranks he would hold as a deserter, he led them back into their winter quarters, disaffected indeed, but cowed. Meanwhile, envoys from the Senate had an interview with Germanicus, who had now returned, at the altar of the Ubii. 2 legions, the 1st and 20th, with veterans, discharged and serving under a standard, were there in winter quarters. In the bewilderment of terror and conscious guilt, they were penetrated by an apprehension that persons had come at the Senate's orders to cancel the concessions they had extorted by mutiny. And as it is the way with a mob to fix any charge, however groundless, on some particular person, they reproached Manatius Plancus, an ex-consul and the chief envoy, with being the author of the Senate's decree. At midnight they began to demand the imperial standard kept in Germanicus's quarters, and having rushed together to the entrance, burst the door, dragged Caesar from his bed, and forced him by menaces of death to give up the standard. Then, roaming through the camp streets, they met the envoys, who, on hearing of the tumult, were hastening to Germanicus. They loaded them with insults, and were on the point of murdering them, Plancus especially, whose high rank had deterred him from flight. In his peril he found safety only in the camp of the 1st legion. There, clasping the standards and the eagle, he sought to protect himself under their sanctity. And had not the eagle-bearer, Calpurnius, saved him from the worst violence, the blood of an envoy of the Roman people, an occurrence rare even among our foes, would, in a Roman camp, have stained the altars of the gods. At last, with the light of day, when the general and the soldiers and the whole affair were clearly recognized, Germanicus entered the camp, ordered Plancus to be conducted to him, and received him on the tribunal. He then upbraided them with their fatal infatuation, revived not so much by the anger of the soldiers as that of heaven, and explained the reasons of the envoys' arrivals. On the rights of ambassadors, on dreadful and undeserved peril of Plancus, and also on the disgrace into which the legion had brought itself, he dwelt with the eloquence of pity, and while the throng was confounded rather than appeased, he dismissed the envoys with an escort of auxiliary cavalry. Amid the alarm, all condemned Germanicus for not going to the upper army, where he might find obedience and help against the rebels. Enough, and more than enough blunders, they said, had been made by granting discharges and money, indeed by conciliatory measures. Even if Germanicus held his own life cheap, why should he keep a little son and a pregnant wife among madmen who outraged every human right? Let these at least be restored safely to their grandsire and to the state. When his wife spurned the notion, protesting that she was a descendant of the divine Augustus, and could face peril with no degenerate spirit, he at last embraced her and the son of their love with many tears, and after long delay compelled her to depart. Slowly moved among a pitiable procession of women, a general's fugitive wife with a little son in her bosom, her friends' wives weeping round her, as with her they were dragging themselves from the camp, not less sorrowful were those who remained. There was no appearance of the triumphant general about Germanicus, and he seemed to be in a conquered city rather than in his own camp, while groans and wailings attracted the ears and looks even of the soldiers. They came out of their tents asking, what was that mournful sound? What meant the sad sight? Here were ladies of rank, not a centurion to escort them, not a soldier, no sign of a prince's wife, none of the usual retinue. Could they be going to the Treveri to be subjects of the foreigner? Then they felt shame and pity, and remembered his father Agrippa, her grandfather Augustus, her father-in-law Drusus, her own glory as a mother of children, her noble purity. And there was her little child, too, born in the camp, brought up amid the tents of the legions, whom they used to call in soldiers' fashion Caligula, because he often wore the shoes so called to win the men's goodwill. But nothing moved them so much as jealousy towards the Treveri. They entreated, stopped the way, that Agrippina might return and remain, some running to meet her, while most went back to Germanicus. He, with a grief and anger that were yet fresh, began to address the throng around him. "Neither wife nor son are dearer to me than my father and the state. But he will surely have the protection of his own majesty, the empire of Rome, that of our other armies. My wife and children, whom, were it a question of your glory, I would willingly expose to destruction, I now remove to a distance from your fury, so that whatever wickedness is thereby threatened may be expiated by my blood only, and that you may not be made more guilty by the slaughter of a grandson of Augustus, by the murder of a daughter-in-law of Tiberius. For what have you not dared? What have you not profaned during these days? What name shall I give to this gathering? Am I to call you soldiers, you who have beset with entrenchments and arms your general's son? Or citizens, when you have trampled under foot the authority of the Senate, even the rights of public enemies, the sacred character of ambassador, the laws of nations have been violated by you. The divine Julius once quelled an army's mutiny with a single word, by calling those who were renouncing their military obedience citizens. The divine Augustus cowed the legions who had fought at Actium with one look of his face. Though I am not yet what they were, still, descended as I am from them, it would be a strange and unworthy thing should I be spurned by the soldiery of Spain or Syria. First and 20th legions, you, who received your standards from Tiberius, you, men of the 20th, who have shared with me so many battles, and have been enriched with so many rewards, is not this a fine gratitude with which you are repaying your general? Are these the tidings which I shall have to carry to my father when he hears only joyful intelligence from our other provinces, that his own recruits, his own veterans, are not satisfied with discharge or pay, that here only centurions are murdered, tribunes are driven away, envoys imprisoned, camps and rivers stained with blood, while I am myself dragging on a precarious existence amid those who hate me? Why, on the first day of our meeting, why did you, my friends, wrest from me in your blindness the steel with which I was preparing to plunge into my breast? Better and more loving was the act of the man who offered me the sword. At any rate, I should have perished before I was yet conscious of the disgraces of my army, while you would have chosen a general, who, though he might allow my death to pass unpunished, would avenge the death of Varus and his 3 legions. Never indeed may heaven suffer the Belgae, although they proffer their aid, to have the glory and honor of having rescued the name of Rome and quelled the tribes of Germany. It is thy spirit, divine Augustus, now received into heaven, thine image, Father Drusus, and the remembrance of thee, which, with these same soldiers who are now stimulated by shame and ambition, should wipe out this blot and turn the wrath of civil strife to the destruction of the foe. You too, in whose faces and in whose hearts I perceive a change, if only you restore to the Senate their envoys, to the emperor his due allegiance, to myself, my wife and son, do you stand aloof from pollution and separate the mutinous from among you. This will be a pledge of your repentance, a guarantee of your loyalty. Thereupon, as suppliants, confessing that his reproaches were true, they implored him to punish the guilty, pardon those who had erred, and lead them against the enemy. And he was to recall his wife, to let the nursling of the legions return, and not be handed over as a hostage to the Gauls. As to Agrippina's return, he made the excuse of her approaching confinement and of winter. His son, he said, would come, and the rest they might settle themselves. Away they hurried hither and thither, altered men, and dragged the chief mutineers in chains to Caius Caetronius, commander of the 1st legion, who tried and punished them one by one in the following fashion. In front of the throng stood the legions with drawn swords. Each accused man was on a raised platform, and was pointed out by a tribune. If they shouted out that he was guilty, he was thrown headlong and cut to pieces. The soldiers gloated over the bloodshed, as though it gave them absolution. Nor did Caesar check them, seeing that without any order from himself the same men were responsible for all the cruelty and all the odium of the deed. The example was followed by the veterans, who were soon afterwards sent into Rhaetia, nominally to defend the province against a threatened invasion of the Suevi, but really that they might tear themselves from a camp stamped with the horror of a dreadful remedy no less than with the memory of guilt. Then the general revised the list of centurions. Each at his summons stated his name, his rank, his birthplace, the number of his campaigns, what brave deeds he had done in battle, his military rewards, if any. If the tribunes and the legion commended his energy and good behaviour, he retained his rank. Where they unanimously charged him with rapacity or cruelty, he was dismissed the service. Quiet being thus restored for the present, a no less formidable difficulty remained with the turbulence of the 5th and 21st legions, who were in winter quarters 60 miles away at Old Camp, as the place was called. These, in fact, had been the first to begin the mutiny, and the most atrocious deeds had been committed at their hands. Unawed by the punishment of their comrades, and unmoved by their contrition, they still retained their resentment. Caesar accordingly proposed to send an armed fleet with some of our allies down the Rhine, resolved to make war on them should they reject his authority. At Rome, meanwhile, when the result of affairs in Illyrium was not yet known, and men had heard of the commotion among the German legions, the citizens in alarm reproached Tiberius for the hypocritical irresolution with which he was befooling the Senate and the people, feeble and disarmed as they were, while the soldiery were all the time in revolt, and could not be quelled by the yet imperfectly matured authority of 2 striplings. He ought to have gone himself and confronted with his imperial majesty those who would have soon yielded, when they once saw a sovereign of long experience, who was the supreme dispenser of rigor or of bounty. Could Augustus, with the feebleness of age on him, so often visit Germany? And is Tiberius, in the vigor of life, to sit in the Senate and criticize its members' words? He had taken good care that there should be slavery at Rome. He should now apply some soothing medicine to the spirit of the soldiers, that they might be willing to endure peace. Notwithstanding these remonstrances, it was the inflexible purpose of Tiberius not to quit the headquarters of empire, or to imperil himself and the state. Indeed, many conflicting thoughts troubled him. The army in Germany was the stronger, that in Pannonia the nearer. The first was supported by all the strength of Gaul, the latter menaced Italy. Which was he to prefer, without the fear that those whom he slighted would be infuriated by the affront? But his sons might alike visit both, and not compromise the imperial dignity, which inspired the greatest awe at a distance. There was also an excuse for mere youths, referring some matters to their father, with the possibility that he could conciliate or crush those who resisted Germanicus or Drusus. What resource remained, if they despised the emperor? However, as if on the eve of departure, he selected his attendants, provided his camp equipage, and prepared a fleet. Then winter and matters of business were the various pretexts with which he amused, first sensible men, then the populace, last and longest of all, the provinces. Germanicus, meantime, though he had concentrated his army and prepared vengeance against the mutineers, thought that he ought still to allow them an interval, in case they might, with the late warning before them, regard their safety. He sent a dispatch to Caecina, saying that he was on the way with a strong force, and that, unless they forestalled his arrival by the execution of the guilty, he would resort to an indiscriminate massacre. Caecina read the letter confidentially to the eagle and standard bearers, and to all in the camp who were least tainted by disloyalty, and urged them to save the whole army from disgrace and themselves from destruction. In peace, he said, the merits of a man's cause are carefully weighed. When war bursts on us, innocent and guilty alike perish. Upon this they sounded those whom they thought best for their purpose, and when they saw that a majority of their legions remained loyal, at the commander's suggestion they fixed a time for falling with the sword on the vilest and foremost of the mutineers. Then, at a mutually given signal, they rushed into the tents, and butchered the unsuspecting men, none but those in the secret knowing what was the beginning or what may be the end of the slaughter. The scene was a contrast to all civil wars which have ever occurred. It was not in battle, It was not from opposing camps. It was from those same dwellings where day saw them at their common meals, night resting from labor, that they divided themselves into two factions, and showered on each other their missiles. Uproar, wounds, bloodshed were everywhere visible. The cause was a mystery. All else was at the disposal of chance. Even some loyal men were slain, for, on its being once understood who were the objects of fury, some of the worst mutineers too had seized on weapons. Neither commander nor tribune was present to control them. The men were allowed license and vengeance to their hearts' content. Soon afterwards Germanicus entered the camp, exclaiming with a flood of tears that this was destruction rather than remedy, ordered the bodies to be burnt. Even then their savage spirit was seized with desire to march against the enemy, as an atonement for their frenzy, and it was felt that the shades of their fellow soldiers could be appeased only by exposing such impious breasts to honorable scars. Caesar followed up the enthusiasm of the men, and having bridged over the Rhine, he sent across it 12,000 from the legions, with 26 allied cohorts, and 8 squadrons of cavalry, whose discipline had been without a stain during the mutiny. There was exultation among the Germans, not far off, as long as we were detained by the public mourning for the loss of Augustus, and then by our dissensions. But the Roman general, in a forced march, cut through the Caesian forest and the barrier which had been begun by Tiberius, and pitched his camp on this barrier, his front and rear being defended by entrenchments, his flanks by timber barricades. He then penetrated some forest passes but little known, and, as there were 2 routes, he deliberated whether he should pursue the short and ordinary route, or that which was more difficult unexplored, and consequently unguarded by the enemy. He chose the longer way, and hurried on every remaining preparation, for his scouts had brought word that among the Germans it was a night of festivity, with games, and one of their grand banquets. Caecina had orders to advance with some light cohorts, and to clear away any obstructions from the woods. The legions followed at a moderate interval. They were helped by a night of bright starlight, reached the villages of the Marsi, and threw their pickets round the enemy, who even then were stretched on beds or at their tables, without the least fear or any sentries before their camp. So complete was their carelessness and disorder, and of war indeed there was no apprehension. Peace it certainly was not, merely the languid and heedless ease of half-intoxicated people. Caesar, to spread devastation widely, divided his eager legions into 4 columns, and ravaged a space of 50 miles with fire and sword. Neither sex nor age moved his compassion. Everything, sacred or profane, the temple too of Typhana, as they called it, the special resort of all those tribes, was leveled to the ground. There was not a wound among our soldiers who cut down a half-asleep or unarmed or a straggling foe. The Bructeri, Tubantes, and Usipetes were roused by this slaughter, and they beset the forest passes through which our army had to return. The general knew this, and he marched, prepared both to advance and to fight. Part of the cavalry and some of the auxiliary cohorts led the van. Then came the 1st legion, and with the baggage in the center, the men of the 21st closed up the left, those of the 5th the right flank. The 20th legion secured the rear, and next were the rest of the allies. Meanwhile the enemy moved not till the army began to defile in column through the woods, then made some slight skirmishing attacks on its flanks and van, and with his whole force charged the rear. The light cohorts were thrown into confusion by the dense masses of the Germans, when Caesar rode up to the men of the 20th legion, and in a loud voice exclaimed that this was the time for wiping out the mutiny. "Advance," he said, "and hasten to turn your guilt into glory." This fired their courage, and at a single dash they broke through the enemy, and drove him back with great slaughter into the open country. At the same moment the troops of the van emerged from the woods and entrenched a camp. After this their march was uninterrupted, and the soldiery, with the confidence of recent successes and forgetful of the past, were placed in winter quarters. The news was a source of joy and also of anxiety to Tiberius. He rejoiced that the mutiny was crushed, but the fact that Germanicus had won the soldiers' favor by lavishing money and promptly granting the discharge, as well as his fame as a soldier, annoyed him. Still he brought his achievements under the notice of the Senate, and spoke much of his greatness in language elaborated for effect, more so than can be believed to come from his inmost heart. He bestowed a briefer praise on Drusus, and on the termination of the disturbance in Illyricum, but he was more earnest and his speech more hearty; and he confirmed, too, in the armies of Pannonia all the concessions of Germanicus. That same year Julia ended her days. For her profligacy she had formerly been confined by her father Augustus in the island of Pandatria, and then in the town of the Regni, on the shores of the Straits of Sicily. She had been the wife of Tiberius, while Gaius and Lucius Caesar were in their glory, and had disdained him as an unequal match. This was Tiberius's special reason for retiring to Rhodes. When he obtained the empire, he left her in banishment and disgrace, deprived of all hope after the murder of Postumus Agrippa, and let her perish by a lingering death of destitution, with the idea that an obscurity would hang over her head from the length of her exile. He had a like motive for cruel vengeance on Sempronius Gracchus, a man of noble family, of shrewd understanding, and of perverse eloquence, who had seduced this same Julia when she was the wife of Marcus Agrippa. And this was not the end of the intrigue. When she had been handed over to Tiberius, her persistent paramour inflamed her with disobedience and hatred towards her husband, and a letter which Julia wrote to her father Augustus, inveighed against Tiberius, was supposed to be the composition of Gracchus. He was accordingly banished to Corcina, where he endured an exile of 14 years. Then the soldiers who were sent to slay him found him on a promontory, expecting no good. On their arrival he begged a brief interval, in which to give by letter his last instructions to his wife Aliaria, and then offered his neck to the executioners, dying with a courage not unworthy of the Sempronian name, which his degenerate life had dishonored. Some have related that these soldiers were not sent from Rome, but from Lucius Asprenas, proconsul of Africa, on the authority of Tiberius, who had vainly hoped that the infamy of the murder might be shifted on Asprenas. The same year witnessed the establishment of religious ceremonies in a new priesthood, of the brotherhood of the Augustules, just as in former days Titus Tatius, to retain the rights of the Sabines, had instituted the Titian brotherhood. 21 were chosen by lot from the chief men of the state. Tiberius, Drusus, Claudius, and Germanicus were added to their number. The Augustal games, which were then inaugurated, were disturbed by quarrels arising out of rivalry between the actors. Augustus had shown indulgence to the entertainment by way of humoring Maecenas' extravagant passion for Bathyllus, nor did he himself dislike such amusements, and he thought it citizenlike to mingle in the pleasures of the populace. Very different was the tendency of Tiberius's character, but a people of so many years indulgently treated, he did not yet venture to put under harsher control. In the consulship of Drusus Caesar and Gaius Norbanus, Germanicus had a triumph decreed him, though war still lasted, and though it was for the summer campaign that he was most vigorously preparing, he anticipated it by a sudden inroad of the Chatti in the beginning of spring. There had, in fact, sprung up a hope of the enemy being divided between Arminius and Segestes, famous respectively for treachery and loyalty towards us. Arminius was the disturber of Germany. Segestes often revealed the fact that a rebellion was being organized, more especially at that last banquet, after which they rushed to arms, and he urged Varus to arrest himself and Arminius and all the other chiefs, assuring him that the people would attempt nothing if the leading men were removed, and that he would then have an opportunity of sifting accusations and distinguishing the innocent. But Varus fell by fate and by the sword of Arminius, with whom Segestes, though dragged into war by the unanimous voice of the nation, continued to be at feud, his resentment being heightened by personal motives, as Arminius had married his daughter, who was betrothed to another. With his son-in-law detested, and fathers-in-law also in enmity, what are the bounds of love between united hearts became with bitter foes incentives to fury. Germanicus accordingly gave Caecina 4 legions, 5,000 auxiliaries, with some hastily raised levies from the Germans dwelling on the left bank of the Rhine. He was himself at the head of an equal number of legions and twice as many allies. Having established a fort on the site of his father's entrenchments on Mount Taunus, he hurried his troops in quick marching order against the Chatti, leaving Lucius Apronius to direct works connected with roads and bridges. With a dry season and comparatively shallow streams, a rare occurrence in that climate, he had accomplished without obstruction rapid march, and he feared for his return heavy rains and swollen rivers. But so suddenly did he come on the Chatti that all the helpless from age or sex were at once captured or slaughtered. Their able-bodied men had swum across the river Adrana, and were trying to keep back the Romans as they were commencing a bridge. Subsequently they were driven back by missiles and arrows, and having in vain attempted for peace, some took refuge with Germanicus, while the rest, leaving their cantons and villages, dispersed themselves in their forest. After burning Matium, the capital of the tribe, and ravaging the open country, Germanicus marched back towards the Rhine, the enemy not daring to harass the rear of the retiring army, which was his usual practice whenever he fell back by way of stratagem, rather than from panic. It had been the intention of the Cherusci to help the Chatti, but Caecina thoroughly cowed them, carrying his arms everywhere, and the Marsi who ventured to engage him he repulsed in a successful battle. Not long after, envoys came from Segestes, imploring aid against the violence of his fellow countrymen, by whom he was hemmed in, and with whom Arminius had greater influence, because he counselled war. For with barbarians the more eager a man's daring, the more does he inspire confidence, and the more highly is he esteemed in times of revolution. With the envoys Segestes had associated his son, by name Sigemundus, but the youth hung back from a conscience of guilt, for in the year of the revolt of Germany he had been appointed a priest at the altar of the Ubii, and had rent the sacred garlands and fled to the rebels. Induced, however, to hope for mercy from Rome, he brought his father's message. He was graciously received and sent with an escort to the Gallic bank of the Rhine. It was now worth while for Germanicus to march back his army. A battle was fought against the besiegers, and Segestes was rescued with a numerous band of kinsfolk and dependents. In the number were some women of rank, among them the wife of Arminius, who was also the daughter of Segestes, but who exhibited the spirit of her husband rather than of her father, subdued neither to tears nor to the tones of a suppliant, her hands tightly clasped within her bosom, and eyes which dwelt on her hope of offspring. The spoils also taken in the defeat of Varus were brought in, having been given as plunder to many of those who were then being surrendered. Segestes too was there in person, a stately figure, fearless in the remembrance of having been a faithful ally. His speech was to this effect: "This is not my first day of steadfast loyalty towards the Roman people. From the time that the divine Augustus gave me the citizenship, I have chosen my friends and foes with an eye to your advantage, not from hatred of my fatherland, for traitors are detested even by those whom they prefer, but because I held that Romans and Germans have the same interests, and that peace is better than war. And therefore I denounced to Varus, who then commanded your army, Arminius, the ravisher of my daughter, the violator of your treaty. I was put off by that dilatory general, and as I found but little protection in the laws, I urged him to arrest myself, Arminius, and his accomplices. That night is my witness. Would that it had been my last. What followed may be deplored rather than defended. However, I threw Arminius into chains, and I endured to have them put on myself by his partisans, and as soon as given opportunity, I showed my preference for the old over the new, for peace over commotion, not to get a reward, but that I might clear myself from treachery, and be at the same time a fit mediator for the German people, should they choose repentance rather than ruin. For the youth and error of my son I entreat forgiveness. As for my daughter, I admit that it is by compulsion that she has been brought here. It will be for you to consider which fact weighs most with you, that she is with child by Arminius, or that she owes her being to me." Caesar, in a gracious reply, promised safety to his children and kinsfolk, and a home for himself in the old province. He then led back the army, and received on the proposal of Tiberius the title of Imperator. The wife of Arminius gave birth to a male child. The boy, who was brought up at Ravenna, soon afterwards suffered an insult, which at the proper time I shall relate. The report of the surrender and kind reception of Segestes, when generally known, was heard with hope or grief according as men shrank from war or desired it. Arminius, with his naturally furious temper, was driven to frenzy by the seizure of his wife and the foredooming to slavery of his wife's unborn child. He flew hither and thither among the Cherusci, demanding "war against Segestes, war against Caesar," and he refrained not from taunts. "Noble the father," he would say, "mighty the general, brave the army which, with such strength, has carried off one weak woman. Before me 3 legions, 3 commanders have fallen, not by treachery, not against pregnant women, but openly against armed men do I wage war. There are still to be seen in the groves of Germany the Roman standards which I hung up to our country's gods. Let Segestes dwell on the conquered bank, let him restore to his son his priestly office. One thing there is which Germans will never thoroughly excuse, their having seen between the Elbe and the Rhine the Roman rods, axes, and toga. Other nations, in their ignorance of Roman rule, have no experience of punishments, know nothing of tributes, and as we have shaken them off, as the great Augustus, ranked among deities, and his chosen heir Tiberius, departed from us, baffled, let us not quail before an inexperienced stripling, before a mutinous army. If you prefer your fatherland, your ancestors, your ancient life, to tyrants and to new colonies, follow as your leader Arminius to glory and to freedom, rather than Segestes to ignominious servitude." This language roused not only the Cherusci, but the neighboring tribes, and drew to their side Inguiomerus, the uncle of Arminius, who had long been respected by the Romans. This increased Caesar's alarm. That the war might not burst in all its fury at one point, he sent Caecina through the Bructeri to the river Amisia with 40 Roman cohorts to distract the enemy, while the cavalry was led by its commander Pedo through the territories of the Frisii. Germanicus himself put 4 legions on shipboard and conveyed them through the lakes, and the infantry, cavalry, and fleets met simultaneously at the river already mentioned. The Chauci, on promising aid, were associated with us in military fellowship. Lucius Stertinius was dispatched by Germanicus with a flying column, and routed the Bructeri as they were burning their possessions, and, amid the carnage and plunder, found the eagle of the 19th legion, which had been lost with Varus. The troops were then marched to the furthest frontier of the Bructeri, and all the country between the rivers Amisia and Lupia was ravaged, not far from the forest of Taetoburgium, where the remains of Varus and his legions were said to lie unburied. Germanicus, upon this, was seized with an eager longing to pay the last honor to those soldiers and their general, while the whole army present was moved to compassion by the thought of their kinsfolk and friends, and indeed of the calamities of wars and the lot of mankind. Having sent on Caecina in advance to reconnoitre the obscure forest passes, and to raise bridges and causeways over watery swamps and treacherous plains, they visited the mournful scenes, with their horrible sights and associations. Varus's first camp, with its wide circumference, and the measurements of its central space clearly indicated the handiwork of 3 legions. Further on, the partially fallen rampart and the shallow fosse suggested the inference that it was a shattered remnant of the army which had there taken up a position. In the center of the field were the whitening bones of man, as they had fled, or stood their ground, strewn everywhere or piled in heaps. Near lay fragments of weapons and limbs of horses, and also human heads, prominently nailed to trunks of trees. In the adjacent groves were the barbarous altars, on which they had immolated tribunes and first-rank centurions. Some survivors of the disaster, who had escaped from the battle or from captivity, described how this was the spot where the officers fell, how yonder the eagles were captured, where Varus was pierced by his first wound, where too by the stroke of his own ill-starred hand he found for himself death. They pointed out too the raised ground from which Arminius had harangued his army, the number of gibbets for the captives, the pits for the living, and how, in his exultation, he insulted the standards and eagles. End of Book 1, Part 3. Book 1, Part 4 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 1. A.D. 14 and 15, Part 4. And so the Roman army, now on the spot, 6 years after the disaster, in grief and anger, began to bury the bones of the 3 legions, not a soldier knowing whether he was interring the relics of a relative or a stranger, but looking on all as kinsfolk and of their own blood, while their wrath rose higher than ever against the foe. In raising the barrow, Caesar laid the first sod, rendering thus a most welcome honor to the dead, and sharing also in the sorrow of those present. This Tiberius did not approve, either interpreting unfavorably every act of Germanicus, or because he thought that the spectacle of the slain and unburied made the army slow to fight and more afraid of the enemy, and that a general invested with the augurate and its very ancient ceremonies ought not to have polluted himself with funeral rites. Germanicus, however, pursued Arminius as he fell back into trackless wilds, and as soon as he had the opportunity, ordered his cavalry to sally forth and scour the plains occupied by the enemy. Arminius, having bidden his men to concentrate themselves and keep close to the woods, suddenly wheeled round, and soon gave those whom he had concealed in the forest passes the signal to rush to the attack. Thereupon our cavalry was thrown into disorder by this new force, and some cohorts in reserve were sent, which, broken by the shock of flying troops, increased the panic. They were being pushed into a swamp, well known to the victorious assailants, perilous to men unacquainted with it, when Caesar led forth his legions in battle array. This struck terror into the enemy, and gave confidence to our men, and they separated without advantage to either. Soon afterwards Germanicus led back his army to the Amisia, taking his legions by the fleet as he had brought them up. Part of the cavalry was ordered to make for the Rhine along the sea-coast. Caecina, who commanded a division of his own, was advised, though he was returning by a route which he knew, to pass long bridges with all possible speed. This was a narrow road amid vast swamps, which had formerly been constructed by Lucius Domitius. On each side were quagmires of thick, clinging mud, or perilous with streams. Around were woods of a gradual slope, which Arminius now completely occupied, as soon as by a short route and quick march he had outstripped troops heavily laden with baggage and arms. As Caecina was in doubt how he could possibly replace bridges which were ruinous with age, and at the same time hold back the enemy, he resolved to encamp on the spot, that some might begin the repair and others the attack. The barbarians attempted to break through the outposts, and throw themselves on the engineering parties, which they harassed, pacing round them and continually charging them. There was a confused din from the men at work and the combatants. Everything alike was unfavorable to the Romans, the place with its deep swamps, insecure to the foot and slippery as one advanced, limbs burdened with coats of mail, and the impossibility of aiming their javelins amid the water. The Cherusci, on the other hand, were familiar with fighting in fens. They had huge frames, and lances long enough to inflict wounds even at a distance. Night at last released the legions, which were now wavering from a disastrous engagement. The Germans, whom success rendered unwearied, without even then taking any rest, turned all the streams which rose from the slopes of the surrounding hills into the lands beneath. The ground being thus flooded, and the completed portion of our works submerged, the soldiers' labor was doubled. This was Caecina's 40th campaign as a subordinate or a commander, and, with such experience of success and peril, he was perfectly fearless. As he thought over future possibilities, he could devise no plan but to keep the enemy within the woods till the wounded and the more encumbered troops were in advance. For between the hills and the swamps there stretched a plain which would admit of an extended line. The legions had their assigned places, the 5th on the right wing, the 21st on the left, the men of the 1st to lead the van, and the 20th to repel pursuers. It was a restless night for different reasons. The barbarians in their festivity, filling the valleys under the hills and the echoing glens with merry song or savage shouts, while in the Roman camp were flickering fires, broken exclamations, and the men lay scattered along the entrenchments, or wandering from tent to tent, wakeful rather than watchful. A ghastly dream appalled the general. He seemed to see Quintilius Varus, covered with blood, rising out of the swamps, and to hear him, as it were, calling to him, but he did not, as he imagined, obey the call. He even repelled his hand, as he stretched it over to him. At daybreak the legions, posted on the wings, from panic or perversity, deserted their position, and hastily occupied a plain beyond the morass. Yet Arminius, though free to attack, did not, at the moment, rush out on them. But when the baggage was clogged in the mud and in the fosses, the soldiers around it in disorder, the array of the standards in confusion, everyone in selfish haste and all ears deaf to the word of command, he ordered the Germans to charge, exclaiming again and again, "Behold a Varus, and legions once more entangled in Varus's fate." As he spoke he cut through the columns with some picked men, inflicting wounds chiefly on the horses. Staggering in their blood on the slippery marsh, they took off their riders, driving hither and thither all in their way, and trampling on the fallen. The struggle was hottest round the eagles, which could neither be carried in the face of the storm of missiles, nor planted in the miry soil. Caecina, while he was keeping up the battle, fell from his horse, which was pierced under him, and was being hemmed in, when the first legion threw itself in the way. The greed of the foe helped him, for they left the slaughter to secure the spoil, and the legions, towards evening, struggled on to an open and firm ground. Nor did this end their miseries. Entrenchments had to be thrown up, materials sought for earthworks, while the army had lost to a great extent their implements for digging earth and cutting turf. There were no tents for the rank and file, no comforts for the wounded. As they shared their food, soiled by mire or blood, they bewailed the darkness with its awful omen, and the one day which yet remained to so many thousand men. It chanced that a horse, which had broken its halter and wandered wildly in fright at the uproar, overthrew some men against whom it dashed. Thence arose such a panic, from the belief that the Germans had burst into the camp, that all rushed to the gates. Of these the Decuman gate was the point chiefly sought, as it was furthest from the enemy, and safer for flight. Caecina, having ascertained that the alarm was groundless, yet being unable to stop or stay the soldiers by authority or entreaties or even by force, threw himself to the ground in the gateway, and at last, by an appeal to their pity, as they would have had to pass over the body of their commander, closed the way. At the same moment the tribunes and the centurions convinced them that it was a false alarm. Having then assembled them at his headquarters and ordered them to hear his words in silence, he reminded them of the urgency of the crisis. Their safety, he said, lay in their arms, which they must, however, use with discretion. They must remain within the entrenchments till the enemy approached closer in the hope of storming them. Then there must be a general sortie. By that sortie the Rhine must be reached. Whereas if they fled, more forest, deeper swamps, and a savage foe awaited them. But if they were victorious, glory and renown would be theirs. He dwelt on all that was dear to them at home, all that testified to their honor in the camp, without any allusion to disaster. Next he handed over the horses, beginning with his own, of the officers and tribunes to the bravest fighters in the army, quite impartially, that these first and then the infantry might charge the enemy. There was as much restlessness in the German host with its hopes, its eager longings, and the conflicting opinions of its chiefs. Arminius advised that they should allow the Romans to quit their position, and when they had quitted it, again surprise them in swampy and intricate ground. Guiomerus, with fiercer counsels, heartily welcomed barbarians, was for beleaguering the entrenchments in armed array, as to storm them would, he said, be easy, and there would be more prisoners, and the booty unspoilt. So at daybreak they trampled in the fosses, flung hurdles into them, seized the upper part of the breastwork where the troops were thinly distributed, and seemingly paralyzed by fear. When they were fairly within the fortifications, the signal was given to the cohorts, the horns and trumpets sounded. Instantly, with a shout and a sudden rush, our men threw themselves on the German rear, with taunts, that here were no woods or swamps, but that they were on equal ground, with equal chances. The sound of trumpets, the gleam of arms, which are so unexpected, burst with all the greater effect on the enemy, thinking only, as they were, of the easy destruction of a few half-armed men, and they were struck down as unprepared for a reverse as they had been elated by success. Arminius and Guiomerus fled from the battle, the first unhurt, the other severely wounded. Their followers were slaughtered as long as our fury and the light of day lasted. It was not till night that the legions returned, and though more wounds and the same want of provisions distressed them, yet they found strength, healing, sustenance, everything, indeed, in their victory. Meanwhile a rumor had spread that our army was cut off, and that a furious German host was marching on Gaul. And had not Agrippina prevented the bridge over the Rhine from being destroyed, some in their cowardice would have dared that base act. A woman of heroic spirit, she assumed during those days the duties of a general, and distributed clothes or medicine among the soldiers as they were destitute or wounded. According to Caius Plinius, the historian of the German wars, she stood at the extremity of the bridge, and bestowed praise and thanks on the returning legions. This made a deep impression on the mind of Tiberius. Such zeal, he thought, could not be guiltless. It was not against a foreign foe that she was thus courting the soldiers. Generals had nothing left them when a woman went among the companies, attended the standards, ventured on bribery, as though it showed but slight ambition to parade her son in a common soldier's uniform, and wish him to be called Caesar Caligula. Agrippina had now more power with the armies than officers, than generals. A woman had quelled a mutiny which the sovereign's name could not check. All this was inflamed and aggravated by Sejanus, who, with his thorough comprehension of the character of Tiberius, sowed for a distant future hatreds which the emperor might treasure up, and might exhibit when fully matured. Of the legions which he conveyed by ship, Germanicus gave the 2nd and 14th to Publius Vitellius, to be marched by land, so that the fleet might sail more easily over a sea full of shoals, or take the ground more lightly at the ebb tide. Vitellius at first pursued his route without interruption, having a dry shore, or the waves coming in gently. After a while, through the force of the north wind and the equinoctial season, when the sea swells to its highest, his army was driven and tossed hither and thither. The country too was flooded; sea, shore, fields presented one aspect, nor could the treacherous quicksands be distinguished from solid ground, or shallows from deep water. Men were swept away by the waves, or sucked under by eddies. Beasts of burden, baggage, lifeless bodies floated about and blocked their way. The companies were mingled in confusion, now with the breast, now with the head only above water, sometimes losing their footing and parted from their comrades or drowned. The voice of mutual encouragement availed not against the adverse forces of the waves. There was nothing to distinguish the brave from the coward, the prudent from the careless, forethought from chance. The same strong power swept everything before it. At last Vitellius struggled out to higher ground and led his men up to it. There they passed the night, without necessary food, without fire, many of them with bare or bruised limbs, in a plight as pitiable as that of men besieged by an army. For such at least have the opportunity of a glorious death, while here was destruction without honor. Daylight restored land to their sight, and they pushed their way to the river Visurgis, where Caesar had arrived with the fleet. The legions then embarked, while a rumor was flying about that they were drowned. Nor was there a belief in their safety till they saw Caesar and the army returned. By this time Stertinius, who had been dispatched to receive the surrender of Segimerus, brother of Segestes, had conducted the chief, together with his son, to the canton of the Ubii. Both were pardoned, Segimerus readily, the son with some hesitation, because it was said that he had insulted the corpse of Quintilius Varus. Meanwhile Gaul, Spain, and Italy vied in repairing the losses of the army, offering whatever they had at hand, arms, horses, gold. Germanicus, having praised their zeal, took only for the war their arms and horses, and relieved the soldiers out of his own purse. And that he might also soften the remembrance of the disaster by kindness, he went round to the wounded, applauded the feats of soldier after soldier, examined their wounds, raised the hopes of one, the ambition of another, and the spirits of all by his encouragement and interest, thus strengthened their ardor for himself and for battle. That year triumphal honors were decreed to Aulus Caecina, Lucius Apronius, and Gaius Silius for their achievements under Germanicus. The title of "Father of his Country," which the people had so often thrust on him, Tiberius refused, nor would he allow obedience to be sworn to his enactments, though the Senate voted it, for he said repeatedly that all human beings were uncertain, and the more he had obtained, the more precarious was his position. But he did not thereby create a belief in his patriotism, for he had revived the law of treason, the name of which indeed was known in ancient times, though other matters came under its jurisdiction, such as the betrayal of an army, or seditious stirring up of the people, or in short any corrupt act by which a man had impaired the majesty of the people of Rome. Deeds only were liable to accusation, words went unpunished. It was Augustus who first, under color of this law, applied legal inquiry to libellous writings, provoked as he had been by the licentious freedom with which Cassius Severus had defamed men and women of distinction in his insulting satires. Soon afterwards Tiberius, when consulted by Pompeius Macer, the praetor, as to whether prosecutions for treason should be revived, replied that the laws must be enforced. He too had been exasperated by the publication of verses of uncertain authorship, pointed at his cruelty, his arrogance, and his dissensions with his mother. It will not be uninteresting if I relate in the cases of Philanius and Rubrius, Roman knights of moderate fortune, the first experiments at such accusations in order to explain the origin of a most terrible scourge, how by Tiberius's cunning it crept in among us, how subsequently it was checked, finally how it burst into flame and consumed everything. Against Philanius it was alleged by his accuser that he had admitted, among the votaries of Augustus, who in every great house were associated into a kind of brotherhood, one Cassius, a buffoon of infamous life, and that he had also in selling his gardens included in the sale a statue of Augustus. Against Rubrius the charge was that he had violated by perjury the divinity of Augustus. When this was known to Tiberius, he wrote to the consuls that his father had not had a place in heaven decreed to him, that the honor might be turned to the destruction of the citizens. Cassius the actor, with men of the same profession, used to take part in the games which had been consecrated by his mother to the memory of Augustus. Nor was it contrary to the religion of the state for the emperor's image, like those of other deities, to be added to the sale of gardens and houses. As to the oath, the thing ought to be considered as if the man had deceived Jupiter. Wrong done to the gods were the gods' concerns. Not long afterwards, Granius Marcellus, proconsul of Bithynia, was accused of treason by his quaestor, Caepio Crispinus. and the charge was supported by Romanus Hispo. Crispinus then entered on a line of life afterwards rendered notorious by the miseries of the age and men's shamelessness. Needy, obscure, and restless, he wormed himself by stealthy informations into the confidence of a vindictive prince, and soon imperiled all the most distinguished citizens, and having thus gained influence with one, hatred from all besides, he left an example, in following which beggars became wealthy, the insignificant formidable, and brought ruin first on others, finally on themselves. He alleged against Marcellus that he had made some disrespectful remarks about Tiberius, a charge not to be evaded, insomuch as the accuser selected the worst features of the emperor's character and grounded his case on them. The things were true, and so were believed to have been said. Hispo added that Marcellus had placed his own statue above those of the Caesars, and had set a bust of Tiberius on another statue from which he had struck off the head of Augustus. At this the emperor's wrath blazed forth, and breaking through his habitual silence, he exclaimed that in such a case he would himself too give his vote openly on oath, and that the rest might be under the same obligation. There lingered even then a few signs of expiring freedom, and so Cnaeus Piso asked, "In what order will you vote, Caesar? If first, I shall know what to follow; if last, I fear that I may differ from you unwillingly." Tiberius was deeply moved, and repenting of the outburst, all the more because of its thoughtlessness, he quietly allowed the accused to be acquitted of the charges of treason. As for the question of extortion, it was referred to a special commission. Not satisfied with judicial proceedings in the Senate, the emperor would sit at one end of the praetor's tribunal, but so as not to displace him from the official seat. Many decisions were given in his presence, in opposition to improper influence and the solicitations of great men. This, though it promoted justice, ruined freedom. Caius Aurelius, for example, a senator, complained that the foundations of his house had been weakened by the pressure of a public road and aqueduct, and he appealed to the Senate for assistance. He was opposed by the praetors of the treasury, but the emperor helped him and paid him the value of his house, for he liked to spend money on a good purpose, a virtue which he long retained when he had cast off all others. To Propertius Celer, an ex-praetor, who sought because of his indigence to be excused from his rank as a senator, he gave 1,000,000 sesterces, having ascertained that he had inherited poverty. He bade others, who attempted the same, prove their case to the Senate. As for the love of strictness, he was harsh even when he acted on right grounds. Consequently, every one else preferred silence and poverty to confession and relief. In the same year the Tiber, swollen by continuous rains, flooded the level portions of the city. Its subsidence was followed by a destruction of buildings and of life. Thereupon Asinius Gallus proposed to consult the Sibylline books. Tiberius refused, veiling in obscurity the divine as well as the human. However, the devising of means to confine the river was entrusted to Attius Capito and Lucius Arruntius. Achaia and Macedonia, on complaining of their burdens, were, it was decided, to be relieved for a time from proconsular government, and to be transferred to the emperor. Drusus provided over a show of gladiators, which he gave in his own name and in that of his brother Germanicus, for he gloated intensely over bloodshed, however cheap its victims. This was alarming to the populace, and his father had, it was said, rebuked him. Why Tiberius kept away from the spectacle was variously explained. According to some, it was his loathing of a crowd; according to others, his gloomy temper, and a fear of contrast with the gracious presence of Augustus. I cannot believe that he deliberately gave his son the opportunity of displaying his ferocity and provoking the people's disgust, though even this was said. Meanwhile, the unruly tone of the theatre, which first showed itself in the preceding year, broke out with worse violence, and some soldiers and a centurion, besides others of the populace, were killed, and the tribune of the praetorian cohort was wounded, while they were trying to stop insults to the magistrates and the strife of the mob. This disturbance was the subject of a debate in the Senate, and opinions were expressed in favor of the praetors having authority to scourge actors. Hatarius Agrippa, tribune of the people, interposed his veto, and was sharply censured in a speech from Asinius Gallus, without a word from Tiberius, who liked to allow the Senate such shows of freedom. Still the interposition was successful, because Augustus had once pronounced that actors were exempt from the scourge, and it was not lawful for Tiberius to infringe his decisions. Many enactments were passed to fix the amount of their pay and to check the disorderly behavior of their partisans. Of these the chief were that no senator should enter the house of a pantomime player, that Roman knights should not crowd round them in the public streets, and that they should exhibit themselves only in the theatre, and that praetors should be empowered to punish with banishment any riotous conduct in the spectators. A request from the Spaniards that they might erect a temple to Augustus in the colony of Tarraco was granted, and a precedent thus given for all the provinces. When the people of Rome asked for a remission of the 1% tax on all saleable commodities, Tiberius declared by edict that the military exchequer depended on that branch of revenue, and, further, that the state was unequal to the burden, unless the 20th year of service was to be that of a veteran's discharge. Thus the ill-advised results of the late mutiny, by which the limit of 16 campaigns had been extorted, were cancelled for the future. A question was then raised in the Senate by Arruntius and Aetius, whether, in order to restrain the inundations of the Tiber, the rivers and lakes which swell its waters should be diverted from their courses. A hearing was given to embassies from the municipal towns and colonies, and the people of Florentia begged that the Clanis might not be turned out of its channel and made to flow into the Arnus, as that would bring ruin on themselves. Similar arguments were used by the inhabitants of Interamna. The most fruitful plains of Italy, they said, would be destroyed if the river Nar, for this was the plan proposed, were to be divided into several streams and overflow the country. Nor did the people of Reate remain silent. They remonstrated against the closing up of the Veline Lake, which empties itself into the Nar, as it would burst in a flood on the entire neighborhood. Nature had admirably provided for human interests in having assigned to the rivers their mouths, their channels, and their limits, as well as their sources. Regard, too, must be paid to the different religions of the allies, who had dedicated sacred rites, groves, and altars to the rivers of their country. Tiber himself would be altogether unwilling to be deprived of his neighboring streams and to flow with less glory. Either the entreaties of the colonies, or the difficulty of the work, or superstitious motives prevailed, and they yielded to Piso's opinion, who declared himself against any change. Pupius Sabinus was continued in his government of the province of Moesia, with the addition of Achaia and Macedonia. It was part of Tiberius's character to prolong indefinitely military commands, and to keep many men to the end of their life with the same armies and in the same administrations. Various motives have been assigned for this. Some say that, out of aversion to any fresh anxiety, he retained what he had once approved as a permanent arrangement. Others that he grudged to see many enjoying promotion. Some again think that though he had an acute intellect, his judgment was irresolute, for he did not seek our eminent merit, yet he detested vice. From the best men he apprehended danger to himself, from the worst, disgrace to the state. He went so far at last in this irresolution, that he appointed to the provinces men whom he did not mean to allow to leave Rome. End of Book 1, Part 4.
Book 2, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Bodrib. Book 2. A.D. 16-19, Part 1. In the consulship of Sestinus Statilius Tarsus and Lucius Libo, there was a commotion in the kingdoms and Roman provinces of the East. It had its origin among the Parthians, who disdained as a foreigner a king whom they had sought and received from Rome, though he was of the family of the Arsacids. This was Vonones, who had been given as a hostage to Augustus by Phraates. For although he had driven before him armies and generals from Rome, Phraates had shown to Augustus every token of reverence, and had sent him some of his children, to cement the friendship, not so much from dread of us, as from distrust of the loyalty of his countrymen. After the death of Phraates and the succeeding kings and the bloodshed of civil wars, there came to Rome envoys from the chief men of Parthia, in quest of Vonones, his eldest son. Caesar thought this a great honor to himself, and loaded Vonones with wealth. The barbarians too welcomed him with rejoicing, as is usual with new rulers. Soon they felt shame at Parthians having become degenerate, at their having sought a king from another world, one too infected with the training of the enemy, at the throne of the Arsacids now being possessed and given away among the provinces of Rome. Where, they asked, was the glory of the men who slew Crassus, who drove out Antonius, if Caesar's drudge, after an endurance of so many years' slavery, were to rule over the Parthians? Vonones himself too further provoked their disdain, by his contrast with their ancestral manners, by his rare indulgence in the chase, by his feeble interest in horses, and by the litter in which he was carried whenever he made a progress through their cities, and by his contemptuous dislike of their national festivities. They also ridiculed his Greek attendance and his keeping under seal the commonest household articles. But he was easy of approach, his courtesy was open to all, and he had thus virtues with which the Parthians were unfamiliar, and vices new to them. And as his ways were quite alien from theirs, they hated alike what was bad and what was good in him. Accordingly they summoned Artabanus, an Arsacid by blood, who had grown to manhood among the Dahae, and who, though routed in the first encounter, rallied his forces and possessed himself of the kingdom. The conquered Vonones found a refuge in Armenia, then a free country, and exposed to the power of Parthia and Rome, without being trusted by either, in consequence of the crime of Antonius, who, under the guise of friendship, had inveigled Artavasdes, king of the Armenians, then loaded him with chains, and finally murdered him. His son, Artaxius, our bitter foe because of his father's memory, found defense for himself and his kingdom in the might of the Arsacids. When he was slain by the treachery of kinsmen, Caesar gave Tigranes to the Armenians, and he was put in possession of the kingdom under the escort of Tiberius Nero. But neither Tigranes nor his children reigned long, though in foreign fashion they were united in marriage and in royal power. Next, at the bidding of Augustus, Artavasdes was set on the throne, nor was he deposed without disaster to ourselves. Caius Caesar was then appointed to restore order in Armenia. He put over the Armenians Ariobarzanes, a Mede by birth, whom they willingly accepted because of his singularly handsome person and noble spirit. On the death of Ariobarzanes through a fatal accident, they would not endure his son, having tried the government of a woman named Erato, and having soon afterwards driven her far from them, bewildered and disorganized, rather indeed without a ruler than enjoying freedom. They received for their king the fugitive Vonones. When, however, Artabanus began to threaten, and but feeble support could be given by the Armenians, or war with Parthia would have to be undertaken, if Vonones was to be upheld by our arms, the governor of Syria, Creticus Silanus, sent for him and kept him under surveillance, letting him retain his royal pomp and title. How Vonones mediated an escape from this mockery, I will relate in the proper place. Meanwhile the commotion in the east was rather pleasing to Tiberius, as it was a pretext for withdrawing Germanicus from the legions which knew him well, and placing him over new provinces where he would be exposed to both treachery and to disasters. Germanicus, however, in proportion to the strength of the soldiers' attachment and to his uncle's dislike, was eager to hasten his victory, and he pondered on plans of battle, and on the reverses or successes which during more than 3 years of war had fallen to his lot. The Germans, he knew, were beaten in the field and on fair ground. They were helped by woods, swamps, short summers, and early winters. His own troops were affected not so much by wounds as by long marches and damage to their arms. Gaul had been exhausted by supplying horses. A long baggage train presented facilities for ambuscades, and was embarrassing to its defenders. But by embarking on the sea, invasion would be easy for them, and a surprise to the enemy, while a campaign too would be more quickly begun. The legions and supplies would be brought up simultaneously, and the cavalry with their horses would arrive, in good condition, by the river mouths and channels, at the heart of Germany. To this accordingly he gave his mind, and sent Publius Vitalis and Caius Antius to collect the taxes of Gaul. Silius, Antius, and Caecina had the charge of building a fleet. It seemed that 1,000 vessels were required, and they were speedily constructed, some of a small draught with a narrow stem and stern and a broad center, that they might bear the waves more easily, some flat-bottomed, that they might ground without being injured, several furnished with a rudder at each end, so that by a sudden shifting of the oars they might be run into shore either way. Many were covered in with decks on which engines for missiles might be conveyed, and were also fit for the carrying of horses or supplies, and being equipped with sails as well as rapidly moved by oars, they assumed, through the enthusiasm of our soldiers, an imposing and formidable aspect. The island of the Batavi was the appointed rendezvous, because of its easy landing places, and its convenience for receiving the army and carrying the war across the river. For the Rhine, after flowing continuously in a single channel, or encircling merely insignificant islands, divides itself, so to say, where the Batavian territory begins, into 2 rivers, retaining its name and the rapidity of its course in the stream which washes Germany, till it mingles with the ocean. On the Gallic bank, its flow is broader and gentler. It is called by an altered name, the Vahal, by the inhabitants of its shore. Soon that name too is changed for the Mosa River, through whose vast mouth it empties itself into the same ocean. Caesar, however, while the vessels were coming up, ordered Silius, his lieutenant general, to make an inroad on the Chatae with a flying column. He himself, on hearing that a fort on the river Lupia was being besieged, led 6 legions to the spot. Silius, owing to sudden rains, did nothing but carry off a small booty, and the wife and daughter of Arpus, the chief of the Chatae, and Caesar had no opportunity of fighting given him by the besiegers, who dispersed on the rumor of his advance. They had, however, destroyed the barrow lately raised in memory of Varius's legions, and the old altar of Drusus. The prince restored the altar, and himself with his legions celebrated funeral games in his father's honor. To raise a new barrow was not thought necessary. All the country between the Fortaliso and the Rhine was thoroughly secured by new barriers and earthworks. By this time the fleet had arrived, and Caesar, having sent on his supplies and assigned vessels for the legions and the allied troops, entered Drusius's fosse, as it was called. He prayed Drusius's father to lend him, now that he was venturing on the same enterprise, the willing and favorable aid of the example, and willing and favorable aid of the example in memory of his consuls and achievements. And he arrived after a prosperous voyage through the lakes and the ocean as far as the river Amisia. His fleet remained there on the left bank of the stream, and it was a blunder that he did not have it brought up the river. He disembarked the troops which were to be marched to the country on the right, and thus several days were wasted in the construction of bridges. The cavalry and the legions fearlessly crossed the first estuaries in which the tide had not yet risen. The rear of the auxiliaries, and the Batavi among the number, plunging recklessly into the water and displaying their skill in swimming, fell into disorder, and some were drowned. While Caesar was measuring out his camp, he was told of a revolt of the Angrivari in his rear. He at once dispatched Tertinius with some cavalry and a light armed force, who punished their perfidy with fire and sword. The waters of the Visurgis flowed between the Romans and the Cherusei. On its bank stood Arminius with the other chiefs. He asked whether Caesar had arrived, and on the reply that he was present, he begged leave to have an interview with his brother. That brother, surnamed Flavius, was with our army, a man famous for his loyalty, and for having lost an eye by a wound, a few years ago, when Tiberius was in command. The permission was then given, and he stepped forth and was saluted by Arminius, who had removed his guards to a distance and required that the bowmen ranged on our bank should retire. When they had gone away, Arminius asked his brother whence came the scar which disfigured his face, and, on being told the particular place in battle, he inquired what reward he had received. Flavius spoke of increased pay, of a neck chain, a crown, and other military gifts, while Arminius jeered at such paltry recompense for slavery. Then began a controversy. The one spoke of the greatness of Rome, the resources of Caesar, the dreadful punishment in store for the vanquished, the ready mercy for him who surrenders, and the fact that neither Arminius's wife nor his son were treated as enemies. The other of the claims of fatherland, of ancestral freedom, of the gods of the homes of Germany, of the mother who shared his prayers, that Flavius might not choose to be the deserter and betrayer rather than the ruler of his kinfolk and relatives. and indeed of his own people. By degrees they fell into bitter words, and even the river between them would not have hindered them from joining combat, had not Stertinius hurried up and put his hand on Flavius, who in the full tide of his fury was demanding his weapons and his charger. Arminius was seen facing him, full of menaces and challenging him to conflict. Much of what he said was in Roman speech, for he had served in our camp as leader of his fellow countrymen. Next day the German army took up its position on the other side of the Visurgis. Caesar, thinking that without bridges and troops to guard them, it would not be good generalship to expose the legions to danger, sent the cavalry across the river by the fords. It was commanded by Stertinius and Aemilius, one of the first-rank centurions, who had attacked at widely different points so as to distract the enemy. Chariovalda, the Batavian chief, dashed into the charge where the stream is most rapid. The Cherusei, by a pretended flight, drew him into a plain surrounded by forest passes. Then, bursting on him in a sudden attack from all points, they thrust aside all who resisted, pressed fiercely on their retreat, driving them before them. When they rallied in a compact array, some by close fighting, others by missiles from a distance, Chariovalda, after long sustaining the enemy's fury, cheered on his men to break by a dense formation the onset of their bands, while he himself, plunged into the thickest of the battle, fell amid a shower of darts with his horse pierced under him, and round him many noble chiefs. The rest were rescued from the peril by their own strength, or by the cavalry which came up with Stertinius and Aemilius. Caesar, on crossing the Visurgis, learnt by the information of a deserter that Arminius had chosen a battlefield, that other tribes too had assembled in a forest sacred to Hercules, and would venture on a night attack on his camp. He put faith in this intelligence, and besides, several watchfires were seen. Scouts also, who had crept close up to the enemy, reported that they had heard the neighing of horses and the hum of a huge and tumultuous host. And so, as the decisive crisis drew near, that he ought thoroughly to sound the temper of his soldiers, he considered with himself how this was to be accomplished with a genuine result. Tribunes and centurions, he knew, oftener reported what was welcome than what was true. Freedmen had slavish spirits, friends a love of flattery. If an assembly were called, there too the lead of a few was followed by the shout of the many. He must probe their innermost thoughts, when they were uttering their hopes and fears at the military mess, among themselves and unwatched. At nightfall, leaving his tent of augury by a secret exit unknown to the sentries, with one companion, his shoulders covered with a wild beast skin, he visited the camp streets, stood by the tents, and enjoyed the men's talk about himself. As one extolled his noble rank, another his handsome person, nearly all of them his endurance, his gracious manner, and the evenness of his temper, whether he was jesting or was serious, while they acknowledged that they ought to repay him with their gratitude in battle, and at the same time sacrifice to a glorious vengeance the perfidious violators of peace. Meanwhile, one of the enemy, acquainted with the Roman tongue, spurred his horse up to the entrenchments, and in a loud voice promised in the name of Arminius to all deserters wives and lands, with daily pay of 100 sesterces as long as the war lasted. The insult fired the wrath of the legions. Let daylight come, they said, let battle be given. The soldiers will possess themselves of the lands of the Germans, and will carry off their wives. We hail the omen. We mean the women and the riches of the enemy to be our spoil. About midday there was a skirmishing attack upon our camp, without any discharge of missiles, when they saw the cohorts in close array before the lines and no sign of carelessness. The same night brought with it a cheering dream to Germanicus. He saw himself engaged in sacrifice, and his robe being sprinkled with the sacred blood. Another more beautiful was given him by the hands of his grandmother Augusta. Encouraged by the omen, and finding the auspices favorable, he called an assembly, and explained the precautions which wisdom suggested as suitable for the impending battle. It is not, he said, plains only which are good for the fighting of Roman soldiers, but woods and forest passes if science be used. For the huge shields and unwieldy lances of the barbarians cannot, amid trunks of trees and brushwood that springs from the ground, be so well managed as are javelins and swords and close-fitting armor. Shower your blows thickly, strike at the face with your sword's points. The German has neither cuirass nor helmet. Even his shield is not strengthened with leather or steel, but is of osiers woven together, or of thin and painted board. If their first line is armed with spears, the rest have only weapons hardened by fire or very short. Again, though their frames are terrible to the eye, and formidable in a brief onset,
They have no capacity of enduring wounds. Without any shame at the disgrace, without any regard to their leaders, they quit the field and flee. They quail under disaster, just as in success they forget alike divine and human laws.
If in your weariness of land and sea you desire an end of service, this battle prepares the way to it. The Elbe is now nearer than the Rhine, and there is no war beyond, provided only you enable me, keeping close as I do to my father's and uncle's footsteps, to stand a conqueror on the same spot. The general's speech was followed by enthusiasm in the soldiers, and the signal for battle was given. Nor were Arminius and the other German chiefs slow to call their respective clansmen to witness that these Romans were the most cowardly fugitives out of Varius's army, men who rather than endure war had taken to mutiny. Half of them have their backs covered with wounds, half are once again exposing limbs battered by waves and storms to a foe full of fury, and to hostile deities, with no hope of advantage. They have, in fact, had recourse to a fleet and to a trackless ocean, that their coming might be unopposed, their flight unpursued. But when once they have joined conflict with us, the help of winds or oars will be unavailing to the vanquished. Remember only their greed, their cruelty, their pride. Is anything left for us but to retain our freedom, or to die before we are enslaved? When they were thus roused and were demanding battle, their chiefs led them down to a plain named Idistavisus. It winds between the Visurgis and a hill range, its breadth varying as the river banks recede or the spurs of the hills project on it. In their rear rose a forest, with the branches rising to a great height, while there were clear spaces between the trunks. The barbarian army occupied the plain and the outskirts of the wood. The Cherusei were posted by themselves on the high ground, so as to rush down on the Romans during the battle. Our army advanced in the following order. The auxiliary Gauls and Germans were in the van, then the foot archers after them, 4 legions and Caesar himself with 2 Praetorian cohorts, and some picked cavalry. Next came as many other legions, and light-armed troops with horse bowmen, and the remaining cohorts of the allies. The men were quite ready and prepared to form in line of battle according to their marching order. Caesar, as soon as he saw the Cherusian bands, which in their impetuous spirit had rushed to the attack, ordered the finest of his cavalry to charge them in flank, Stertinius with the other squadrons to make a detour and fall on their rear, promising himself to come up in good time. Meanwhile there was a most encouraging augury. 8 eagles, seen to fly towards the woods and enter them, caught the general's eye. "Go," he exclaimed, "follow the Roman birds, the true deities of our legions." At the same moment the infantry charged, and the cavalry, which had been sent on in advance, dashed on the rear and the flanks, and, strange to relate, 2 columns of the enemy fled in opposite directions, that which had occupied the wood rushing into the open, those who had been drawn up on the plain into the wood. The Cherusei, who were between them, were dislodged from the hills, while Arminius, conspicuous among them by gesture, voice, and a wound he had received, kept up the fight. He had thrown himself on our archers, and was on the point of breaking through them, when the cohorts of the Reti, Vendelici, and Gauls faced his attack. By a strong bodily effort, however, and a furious rush of his horse, he made his way through them, having smeared his face with his blood that he might not be known. Some have said that he was recognized by the Chauci serving among the Roman auxiliaries, who let him go. And Geomerus owed his escape to similar courage or treachery. The rest were cut down in every direction. Many, in attempting to swim across the Visurgis, were overwhelmed under a storm of missiles, or by the force of the current. Lastly, by the rush of fugitives and the falling in of the banks. Some, in their ignominious flight, climbed the tops of trees, and as they were hiding themselves in the boughs, archers were brought up and they were shot for sport. Others were dashed to the ground by the felling of the trees. It was a great victory, and without bloodshed to us. From 9 in the morning to nightfall the enemy were slaughtered, and 10 miles were covered with arms and dead bodies, while there were found amid the plunder the chains which the Germans had brought with them for the Romans, as though the issue were certain. The soldiers on the battlefield hailed Tiberius as Imperator, and raised a mound on which arms were piled in the style of a trophy, with the names of the conquered tribes inscribed beneath them. That sight caused keener grief and rage among the Germans than their wounds, their mourning, and their losses. Those who but now were preparing to quit their settlements and to retreat to the further side of the Elbe, longed for battle and flew to arms. Common people and chiefs, young and old, rushed on the Roman army, and spread disorder.
At last they chose a spot closed in by a river and by forest, within which was a narrow swampy plain. The woods, too, were surrounded by a bottomless morass. Only on one side of it the Angrivari had raised a broad earthwork, as a boundary between themselves and the Cherusei. Here their infantry was ranged. Their cavalry they concealed in neighboring woods, so as to be on the legion's rear, as soon as they entered the forest. End of Book 2, Part 1. This recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Book 2, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 2, AD 16–19, Part 2. All this was known to Caesar. He was acquainted with their plans, their positions, with what met the eye and what was hidden, and he prepared to turn the enemy's stratagems to their own destruction. To Caius Tubero, his chief officer, he assigned the cavalry and the plain. His infantry he drew up so that part might advance on level ground into the forest, and part clamber up the earthwork which confronted them. He charged himself with what was the specially difficult operation, leaving the rest to his officers. Those who had the level ground easily forced a passage. Those who had to assault the earthwork encountered heavy blows from above, as if they were scaling a wall. The general saw how unequal this close fighting was, and having withdrawn his legions to a little distance, ordered the slingers and artillerymen to discharge a volley of missiles and scatter the enemy. Spears were hurled from the engines, and the more conspicuous were the defenders of the position, the more the wounds with which they were driven from it. Caesar, with some Praetorian cohorts, was the first, after the storming of the ramparts, to dash into the woods. There they fought at close quarters. A morass was in the enemy's rear, and the Romans were hemmed in by the river or by the hills. Both were in a desperate plight from their position. Valour was their only hope, victory their only safety. The Germans were equally brave, but they were beaten by the nature of the fighting and of the weapons, for their vast host in so confined a space could neither thrust out nor recover their immense lances, or avail themselves of their nimble movements and lithe frames, forced as they were to a close engagement. Our soldiers, on the other hand, with their shields pressed to their breasts, and their hands grasping their sword hilts, struck at the huge limbs and exposed faces of the barbarians, cutting a passage through the slaughtered enemy, for Arminius was now less active, either from incessant perils, or because he was partially disabled by his recent wound. As for Ingiomerus, who flew hither and thither over the battlefield, it was fortune rather than courage which forsook him. Germanicus, too, that he might be the better known, took his helmet off his head, and begged his men to follow up the slaughter, as they wanted not prisoners, and the utter destruction of the nation would be the only conclusion of the war. And now, late in the day, he withdrew one of his legions from the field to entrench a camp, while the rest till nightfall glutted themselves with the enemy's blood. Our cavalry fought with indecisive success. Having publicly praised his victorious troops, Caesar raised a pile of arms with the proud inscription, "The army of Tiberius Caesar, after thoroughly conquering the tribes between the Rhine and the Elbe, has dedicated this monument to Mars, Jupiter, and Augustus." he added nothing about himself, fearing jealousy, or thinking that the consciousness of the achievement was enough. Next he charged Statinius with making war on the Angriverii, but they hastened to surrender, and as suppliants, by refusing nothing, they obtained a full pardon. When, however, summer was at its height, some of the legions were sent back overland into winter quarters, but most of them Caesar put on board the fleet and brought down the river Amisia to the ocean. At first the calm waters merely sounded with the oars of 1,000 vessels, or were ruffled by the sailing ships. Soon a hailstorm bursting from a black mass of clouds, while the waves rolled hither and thither under tempestuous gales from every quarter, rendered clear sight impossible and the steering difficult, while our soldiers, terror-stricken and without any experience of disasters on the sea, by embarrassing the sailors or giving them clumsy aid, neutralized the services of the skilled crews. After a while wind and wave shifted wholly to the south, and from the hilly lands and deep rivers of Germany came, with a huge line of rolling clouds, a strong blast, all the more frightful from the frozen north, which was so near to them, and instantly caught and drove the ships hither and thither into the open ocean, or on islands with steep cliffs, or which hidden shoals made perilous. These they just escaped with difficulty, and when the tide changed, and bore them the same way as the wind, they could not hold to their anchors, or bail out the water which rushed in upon them. Horses, beasts of burden, baggage, were thrown overboard in order to lighten the hulls which leaked copiously through their sides, while the waves too dashed over them. As the ocean is stormier than all other seas, and as Germany is conspicuous for the terrors of its climate, so, in novelty and extent, did this disaster transcend every other, for all around were hostile coasts, or an expanse so vast and deep that it is thought to be the remotest shoreless sea. Some of the vessels were swallowed up, many were wrecked on distant islands, and the soldiers, finding there no form of human life, perished of hunger, except some who supported existence on carcasses of horses washed on the same shores. Germanicus's trireme alone reached the country of the Chauci. Day and night on those rocks and promontories he would incessantly exclaim that he was himself responsible for this awful ruin, and friends scarce restrained him from seeking death in the same sea. At last, as the tide ebbed and the wind blew favourably, the shattered vessels, with but few rowers, or clothing spread as sails, some towed by the more powerful, returned, and Germanicus, having speedily repaired them, sent them to search the islands. Many by that means were recovered. The Angriverii, who had lately been admitted to our alliance, restored to us several whom they had ransomed from the inland tribes. Some had been carried to Britain, and were sent back by the petty chiefs. Every one, as he returned from some far distant region, told of wonders, of violent hurricanes and unknown birds, of monsters of the sea, of forms half human, half beast-like, things they had really seen, or in their terror believed. Meanwhile the rumoured loss of the fleet stirred the Germans to hope for war, as it did Caesar to hold them down. He ordered Gaius Silius, with 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, to march against the Chatti. He himself, with a larger army, invaded the Marsi, whose leader Malevendus, whom we had lately admitted to surrender, pointed out a neighbouring wood, where, he said, an eagle of one of Varus's legions was buried and guarded only by a small force. Immediately troops were dispatched to draw the enemy from his position by appearing in his front, others to hem him in his rear and open the ground. Fortune favoured both. So Germanicus, with increased energy, advanced into the country, laying it waste, and utterly ruining a foe who dared not encounter him, or who was instantly defeated wherever he resisted, and, as we learnt from prisoners, was never more panic-stricken. The Romans, they declared, were invincible, rising superior to all calamities, for having thrown away a fleet, having lost their arms, after strewing the shores with the carcasses of horses and of men, they had rushed to the attack with the same courage, with equal spirit, and, seemingly, with augmented numbers. The soldiers were then led back into winter quarters, rejoicing in their hearts at having been compensated for their disasters at sea by a successful expedition. They were helped, too, by Caesar's bounty, which made good whatever loss anyone declared he had suffered. It was also regarded as a certainty that the enemy were wavering and consulting on negotiations for peace, and that, with an additional campaign next summer, the war might be ended. Tiberius, however, in repeated letters advised Germanicus to return for the triumph decreed him. He had now had enough of success, enough of disaster. He had fought victorious battles on a great scale. He should also remember those losses which the winds and waves had inflicted, and which, though due to no fault of the general, were still grievous and shocking. He, Tiberius, had himself been sent 9 times by Augustus into Germany, and had done more by policy than by arms. By this means the submission of the Sugambri had been secured, and the Suevi, with their king Maroboduus, had been forced into peace. The Cherusci, too, and the other insurgent tribes, since the vengeance of Rome had been satisfied, might be left to their internal feuds. When Germanicus requested a year for the completion of his enterprise, Tiberius put a severer pressure on his modesty by offering him a second consulship, the functions of which he was to discharge in person. He also added that if war must still be waged, he might as well leave some materials for renown to his brother Drusus, who, as there was then no other enemy, could win only in Germany the imperial title and the triumphal laurel. Germanicus hesitated no longer, though he saw that this was a pretence, and that he was hurried away through jealousy from the glory he had already acquired. About the same time Libo Drusus, of the family of Scribonii, was accused of revolutionary schemes. I will explain somewhat minutely the beginning, progress, and end of this affair, since then first were originated those practices which for so many years have eaten into the heart of the state. Firmius Catus, a senator, an intimate friend of Libo's, prompted the young man, who was thoughtless and an easy prey to delusions, to resort to astrologers' promises, magical rites, and interpreters of dreams, dwelling ostentatiously on his great-grandfather Pompeius, his aunt Scribonia, who had formerly been wife of Augustus, his imperial cousins, his house crowded with ancestral busts, and urging him to extravagance and debt, himself the companion of his profligacy and desperate embarrassments, thereby to entangle him in all the more proofs of guilt. As soon as he found enough witnesses, with some slaves who knew the facts, he begged an audience of the emperor, after first indicating the crime and the criminal through Flaccus Vescularius, a Roman knight who was more intimate with Tiberius than himself. Caesar, without disregarding the information, declined an interview, for the communication, he said, might be conveyed to him through the same messenger Flaccus. Meanwhile he conferred the praetorship on Libo, and often invited him to his table, showing no unfriendliness in his looks or anger in his words, so thoroughly had he concealed his resentment, and he wished to know all his sayings and doings, though it was in his power to stop them, till one Junius, who had been tampered with by Libo for the purpose of evoking by incantations spirits of the dead, gave information to Fulcinius Trio. Trio's ability was conspicuous among informers, as well as his eagerness for an evil notoriety. He at once pounced on the accused, went to the consuls, and demanded an inquiry before the Senate. The senators were summoned with a special notice that they must consult on a momentous and terrible matter. Libo, meanwhile, in mourning apparel and accompanied by ladies of the highest rank, went to house after house, entreating his relatives and imploring some eloquent voice to ward off his perils, which all refused on different pretexts, but from the same apprehension. On the day the Senate met, jaded with fear and mental anguish, or, as some have related, feigning illness, he was carried in a litter to the doors of the Senate house, and, leaning on his brother, he raised his hands and voice in supplication to Tiberius, who received him with unmoved countenance. The emperor then read out the charges and the accusers' names, with such calmness as not to seem to soften or aggravate the accusations. Besides Trio and Catus, Fonteius Agrippa and Caius Vibius were among his accusers, and claimed with eager rivalry the privilege of conducting the case for the prosecution, till Vibius, as they would not yield one to the other, and Libo had entered without counsel, offered to state the charges against him singly, and produced an extravagantly absurd accusation, according to which Libo had consulted persons whether he would have such wealth as to be able to cover the Appian road as far as Brundisium with money. There were other questions of the same sort, quite senseless and idle, if leniently regarded, pitiable. But there was one paper in Libo's handwriting, so the prosecutor alleged, with the names of Caesars and of senators, to which marks were affixed of dreadful or mysterious significance. When the accused denied this, it was decided that his slaves, who recognized the writing, should be examined by torture. As an ancient statute of the Senate forbade such inquiry in a case affecting a master's life, Tiberius, with his cleverness in devising new law, ordered Libo's slaves to be sold singly to the state agent, so that, forsooth, without an infringement of the Senate's decree, Libo might be tried on their evidence. As a consequence, the defendant asked an adjournment till next day, and having gone home, he charged his kinsman, Publius Quirinus, with his last prayer to the emperor. The answer was that he should address himself to the Senate. Meanwhile, his house was surrounded with soldiers. They crowded noisily even about the entrance, so that they could be heard and seen, when Libo, whose anguish drove him from the very banquet he had prepared as his last gratification, called for a minister of death, grasped the hands of his slaves, and thrust a sword into them. In their confusion, as they shrank back, they overturned the lamp on the table at his side, and in the darkness, now to him the gloom of death, he aimed 2 blows at a vital part. At the groans of the falling man, his freedmen hurried up, and the soldiers, seeing the bloody deed, stood aloof. Yet the prosecution was continued in the Senate with the same persistency, and Tiberius declared on oath that he would have interceded for his life, guilty though he was, but for his hasty suicide. His property was divided among his accusers, and praetorships out of the usual order were conferred on those who were of senators' rank. Cotta Messallinus then proposed that Libo's bust should not be carried in the funeral procession of any of his descendants, and Cneius Lentulus that no Scribonius should assume the surname of Drusus. Days of public thanksgiving were appointed on the suggestion of Pomponius Flaccus. Offerings were given to Jupiter, Mars, and Concord, and the 13th day of September, on which Libo had killed himself, was to be observed as a festival on the motion of Gallus Asinius, Papius Mutilus, and Lucius Apronius. I have mentioned the proposals and sycophancy of these men in order to bring to light this old-standing evil in the state. Decrees of the Senate were also passed to expel from Italy astrologers and magicians. One of their number, Lucius Pituanius, was hurled from the rock. Another, Publius Marcius, was executed, according to ancient custom, by the consuls outside the Esquiline gate, after the trumpets had been bidden to sound. On the next day of the Senate's meeting, much was said against the luxury of the country by Quintus Haterius, an ex-consul, and by Octavius Fronto, an ex-praetor. It was decided that vessels of solid gold should not be made for the serving of food, and that men should not disgrace themselves with silken clothing from the East. Fronto went further, and insisted on restrictions being put on plate, furniture, and household establishments. It was indeed still usual with the senators, when it was their turn to vote, to suggest anything they thought for the state's advantage. Gallus Asinius argued on the other side. With the growth of the empire, private wealth too, he said, had increased, and there was nothing new in this, but it accorded with the fashions of the earliest antiquity. Riches were one thing with the Fabricii, quite another with the Scipios. The state was the standard of everything. When it was poor, the homes of the citizens were humble. When it reached such magnificence, private grandeur increased. In household establishments and plate, and in whatever was provided for use, there was neither excess nor parsimony, except in relation to the fortune of the possessor. A distinction had been made in the assessments of senators and knights, not because they differed naturally, but that the superiority of the one class in places in the theatre, in rank, and in honour, might be also maintained in everything else which ensured mental repose and bodily recreation, unless indeed men in the highest position were to undergo more anxieties and more dangers, and to be at the same time deprived of all solace under those anxieties and dangers. Gallus gained a ready assent under these specious phrases by a confession of failings with which his audience sympathized, and Tiberius too had added that this was not a time for censorship, and that if there were any declension in manners, a promoter of reform would not be wanting. During this debate Lucius Piso, after exclaiming against the corruption of the courts, the bribery of judges, the cruel threats of accusations from hired orators, declared that he would depart and quit the capital, and that he meant to live in some obscure and distant rural retreat. At the same moment he rose to leave the Senate house. Tiberius was much excited, and though he pacified Piso with gentle words, he also strongly urged his relatives to stop his departure by their influence or their entreaties. Soon afterwards this same Piso gave an equal proof of a fearless sense of wrong by suing Ergulania, whom Augusta's friendship had raised above the law. Neither did Ergulania obey the summons, for in defiance of Piso she went in her litter to the emperor's house, nor did Piso give way, though Augusta complained that she was insulted and her majesty slighted. Tiberius, to win popularity by so humouring his mother as to say that he would go to the praetor's court and support Ergulania, went forth from the palace, having ordered soldiers to follow him at a distance. He was seen, as the people thronged about him, to wear a calm face, while he prolonged his time on the way with various conversations, till at last, when Piso's relatives tried in vain to restrain him, Augusta directed the money which was claimed to be handed to him. This ended the affair, and Piso in consequence was not dishonoured, and the emperor rose in reputation. Ergulania's influence, however, was so formidable to the state that in a certain cause which was tried by the Senate she would not condescend to appear as a witness. The praetor was sent to question her at her own house, although the Vestal Virgins, according to ancient custom, were heard in the courts before judges whenever they gave evidence. I should say nothing of the adjournment of public business in this year, if it were not worth while to notice the conflicting opinions of Cneius Piso and Asinius Gallus on the subject. Piso, although the emperor had said that he would be absent, held that all the more ought the business to be transacted, that the state might have honour of its senate and knights being able to perform their duties in the sovereign's absence. Gallus, as Piso had forestalled him in the display of freedom, maintained that nothing was sufficiently impressive or suitable to the majesty of the Roman people unless done before Caesar and under his very eyes, and that therefore the gathering from all Italy and the influx from the provinces ought to be reserved for his presence. Tiberius listened to this in silence, and the matter was debated on both sides in a sharp controversy. The business, however, was adjourned. A dispute then arose between Gallus and the emperor. Gallus proposed that the elections of magistrates should be held every 5 years, and that the commanders of the legions, who before receiving a praetorship discharged this military service, should at once become praetors elect, the emperor nominating 12 candidates every year. It was quite evident that this motion had a deeper meaning and was an attempt to explore the secrets of imperial policy. Tiberius, however, argued as if his power would be thus increased. It would, he said, be trying to his moderation to have to elect so many and to put off so many. He scarcely avoided giving offence from year to year, even though a candidate's rejection was solaced by the near prospect of office. What hatred would be incurred from those whose election was deferred for 5 years? How could he foresee through so long an interval what would be a man's temper, or domestic relations, or estate? Men became arrogant even with this annual appointment. What would happen if their thoughts were fixed on promotion for 5 years? It was in fact a multiplying of the magistrates 5-fold, and a subversion of the laws which had prescribed proper periods for the exercise of the candidate's activity and the seeking or securing office. With this seemingly conciliatory speech he retained the substance of power. He also increased the incomes of some of the senators. Hence it was the more surprising that he listened somewhat disdainfully to the request of Marcus Hortulus, a youth of noble rank in conspicuous poverty. He was the grandson of the orator Hortensius, and had been induced by Augustus, on the strength of a gift of 1,000,000 sesterces, to marry and rear children, that one of our most illustrious families might not become extinct. Accordingly, with his 4 sons standing at the doors of the Senate house, the Senate then sitting in the palace, when it was his turn to speak, he began to address them as follows, his eyes fixed now on the statue of Hortensius, which stood among those of the orators, now on that of Augustus. Senators, these whose numbers and boyish years you behold, I have reared, not by my own choice, but because the emperor advised me. At the same time my ancestors deserved to have descendants. For myself, not having been able in these altered times to receive or acquire wealth or popular favour, or that eloquence which has been the hereditary possession of our house, I was satisfied if my narrow means were neither a disgrace to myself nor burden to others. At the emperor's bidding I married. Behold the offspring and progeny of a succession of consuls and dictators. Not to excite odium do I recall such facts, but to win compassion. While you prosper, Caesar, they will attain such promotion as you shall bestow. Meanwhile save from penury the great-grandsons of Quintus Hortensius, the foster-children of Augustus. The Senate's favourable bias was an incitement to Tiberius to offer prompt opposition, which he did in nearly these words: "If all poor men begin to come here and to beg money for their children, individuals will never be satisfied, and the state will be bankrupt. Certainly our ancestors did not grant the privilege of occasionally proposing amendments or of suggesting, in our turn for speaking, something for the general advantage, in order that we might in this house increase our private business and property, thereby bringing odium on the Senate and on emperors, whether they concede or refuse their bounty. In fact, it is not a request, but an importunity, as utterly unreasonable as it is unforeseen, for a senator, when the House has met on other matters, to rise from his place, and, pleading the number and age of his children, put a pressure on the delicacy of the Senate, then transfer the same constraint to myself, and, as it were, break open the exchequer, which, if we exhaust it by improper favoritism, will have to be replenished by crimes. Money was given you, Hortulus, by Augustus, but without solicitation, and not on the condition of its being always given. Otherwise industry will languish, and idleness be encouraged, if a man has nothing to fear, nothing to hope from himself, and every one in utter recklessness will expect relief from others, thus becoming useless to himself and a burden to me. These and like remarks, though listened to with assent by those who make it a practice to eulogize everything coming from sovereigns, both good and bad, were received by the majority in silence or with suppressed murmurs. Tiberius perceived it, and, having paused a while, said that he had given Hortulus his answer, but that if the senators thought it right, he would bestow 200,000 sesterces on each of his children of the male sex. The others thanked him. Hortulus said nothing, either from alarm, or because even in his reduced fortunes he clung to his hereditary nobility. Nor did Tiberius afterwards show any pity, though the house of Hortensius sank into shameful poverty. That same year the daring of a single slave, had it not been promptly checked, would have ruined the state by discord and civil war. A servant of Posthumus Agrippa, Clemens by name, having ascertained that Augustus was dead, formed a design beyond a slave's conception of going to the island of Planasia and seizing Agrippa by craft or force and bringing him to the armies of Germany. The slowness of a merchant vessel thwarted his bold venture. Meanwhile the murder of Agrippa had been perpetrated, and then, turning his thoughts to a greater and more hazardous enterprise, he stole the ashes of the deceased, sailed to Cosa, a promontory of Etruria, and there hid himself in obscure places till his hair and beard were long. In age and figure he was not unlike his master. Then, through suitable emissaries who shared his secret, it was rumoured that Agrippa was alive, first in whispered gossip, soon, as is usual with forbidden topics, in vague talk which found its way to the credulous ears of the most ignorant people or of restless and revolutionary schemers. He himself went to the towns as the day grew dark, without letting himself be seen publicly, or remaining long in the same places; but, as he knew that truth gains strength by notoriety and time, falsehood by precipitancy and vagueness, he would either withdraw himself from publicity, or else forestall it. It was rumoured meanwhile throughout Italy, and was believed at Rome, that Agrippa had been saved by the blessing of heaven. Already at Ostia, where he had arrived, he was the centre of interest to a vast concourse, as well as to secret gatherings in the capital, while Tiberius was distracted by the doubt whether he should crush this slave of his by military force, or allow time to dissipate a silly credulity. Sometimes he thought that he must overlook nothing, sometimes that he need not be afraid of everything, his mind fluctuating between shame and terror. At last he entrusted the affair to Sallustius Crispus, who chose 2 of his dependents, some say they were soldiers, and urged them to go to him as pretended accomplices, offering money and promising faithful companionship in danger. They did as they were bidden. Then, waiting for an unguarded hour of night, they took with them a sufficient force, and, having bound and gagged him, dragged him to the palace. When Tiberius asked him how he had become Agrippa, he is said to have replied, "As you became Caesar." He could not be forced to divulge his accomplices. Tiberius did not venture on a public execution, but ordered him to be slain in a private part of the palace, and his body to be secretly removed. And although many of the emperor's household and knights and senators were said to have supported him with their wealth and helped him with their counsels, no inquiry was made. At the close of the year was consecrated an arch near the temple of Saturn, to commemorate the recovery of the standards lost with Varus under the leadership of Germanicus and the auspices of Tiberius, a temple of Fors Fortuna by the Tiber, in the gardens which Caesar the dictator bequeathed to the Roman people, a chapel to the Julian family, and statues at Bovilli to the divine Augustus. In the consulship of Gaius Caecilius and Lucius Pomponius, Germanicus Caesar, on the 26th day of May, celebrated his triumph over the Cherusci, Chatti, and Angriverii, and the other tribes which extend as far as the Elbe. There were borne in procession spoils, prisoners, representations of the mountains, the rivers, and battles, and the war, seeing that he had been forbidden to finish it, was taken as finished. The admiration of the beholders was heightened by the striking comeliness of the general and the chariot which bore his 5 children. Still there was a latent dread when they remembered how unfortunate in the case of Drusus his father had been the favour of the crowd, how his uncle Marcellus, regarded by the city populace with passionate enthusiasm, had been snatched from them while yet a youth, and how short-lived and ill-starred were the attachments of the Roman people. End of Book 2, Part 2. Recording by Graham Redman. Book 2, Part 3 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 2, AD 16 to 18, Part 3. Tiberius, meanwhile, in the name of Germanicus, gave every one of the city populace 300 sesterces, and nominated himself his colleague in the consulship. Still, failing to obtain credit for sincere affection, he resolved to get the young prince out of the way, under pretence of conferring distinction, and for this he invented reasons, or eagerly fastened on such as chance presented. King Archelaus had been in possession of Cappadocia for 50 years, and Tiberius hated him because he had not shown him any mark of respect while he was at Rhodes. This neglect of Archelaus was not due to pride, but was suggested by the intimate friends of Augustus, because when Gaius Caesar was in his prime and had charge of the affairs of the East, Tiberius's friendship was thought to be dangerous. When, after the extinction of the family of the Caesars, Tiberius acquired the empire, he enticed Archelaus by a letter from his mother, who, without concealing her son's displeasure, promised mercy if he would come to beg for it. Archelaus, either quite unsuspicious of treachery, or dreading compulsion should it be thought that he saw through it, hastened to Rome. There he was received by a pitiless emperor, and soon afterwards was arraigned before the Senate. In his anguish, and in the weariness of old age, and from being unused as a king to equality, much less to degradation, not certainly from fear of the charges fabricated against him, he ended his life by his own act or by a natural death. His kingdom was reduced into a province, and Caesar declared that, with its revenues, the 1% tax could be lightened, which for the future he fixed at 0.5%. During the same time, on the deaths of Antiochus and Philopater, kings respectively of the Commageni and Cilicians, these nations became excited, a majority desiring the Roman rule, some that of their kings. The provinces too of Syria and Judea, exhausted by their burdens, implored a reduction of tribute. Tiberius accordingly discussed these matters and the affairs of Armenia, which I have already related, before the Senate. The commotions in the East, he said, could be quieted only by the wisdom of Germanicus. His own life was on the decline, and Drusus had not yet reached his maturity. Thereupon, by a decree of the Senate, the provinces beyond sea were entrusted to Germanicus, with greater powers wherever he went than were given to those who obtained their provinces by lot or by the emperor's appointment. Tiberius had, however, removed from Syria Creticus Silanus, who was connected by a close tie with Germanicus, his daughter being betrothed to Nero, the eldest of Germanicus's children. He appointed to it Gnaeus Piso, a man of violent temper, without an idea of obedience, with indeed a natural arrogance inherited from his father Piso, who in the civil war supported with the most energetic aid against Caesar the reviving faction in Africa, then embraced the cause of Brutus and Cassius, and, when suffered to return, refrained from seeking promotion till he was actually solicited to accept a consulship offered by Augustus. But beside the father's haughty temper, there was also the noble rank and wealth of his wife Plancina to inflame his ambition. He would hardly be the inferior of Tiberius, and as for Tiberius's children, he looked down on them as far beneath him. He thought it a certainty that he had been chosen to govern Syria in order to thwart the aspirations of Germanicus. Some believed that he had even received secret instructions from Tiberius, and it was beyond a question that Augusta, with feminine jealousy, had suggested to Plancina calumnious insinuations against Agrippina. For there was division and discord in the court, with unexpressed partialities towards either Drusus or Germanicus. Tiberius favoured Drusus as his son and born of his own blood. As for Germanicus, his uncle's estrangement had increased the affection which all others felt for him, and there was the fact, too, that he had an advantage in the illustrious rank of his mother's family, among whom he could point to his grandfather Marcus Antonius and to his great-uncle Augustus. Drusus, on the other hand, had for his great-grandfather a Roman knight, Pomponius Atticus, who seemed to disgrace the ancestral images of the Claudii. Again, the consort of Germanicus, Agrippina, in number of children and in character, was superior to Livia, the wife of Drusus. Yet the brothers were singularly united, and were wholly unaffected by the rivalries of their kinsfolk. Soon afterwards Drusus was sent into Illyricum to be familiarized with military service, and to win the goodwill of the army. Tiberius also thought that it was better for the young prince, who was being demoralized by the luxury of the capital, to serve in a camp, while he felt himself the safer with both his sons in command of legions. However, he made a pretext of the Suevi, who were imploring help against the Cherusci. For when the Romans had departed, and they were free from the fear of an invader, these tribes, according to the custom of the race, and then specially as rivals in fame, had turned their arms against each other. The strength of the two nations, the valour of their chiefs, were equal, but the title of king rendered Maroboduus hated among his countrymen, while Arminius was regarded with favour as the champion of freedom. Thus it was not only the Cherusci and their allies, the old soldiers of Arminius, who took up arms, but even the Semnones and Langobardi from the kingdom of Maroboduus revolted to that chief. With this addition he must have had an overwhelming superiority, had not Ingiomerus deserted with a troop of his dependents to Maroboduus, simply for the reason that the aged uncle scorned to obey a brother's youthful son. The armies were drawn up with equal confidence on both sides, and there were not those desultory attacks or irregular bands formerly so common with the Germans. Prolonged warfare against us had accustomed them to keep close to their standards, to have the support of reserves, and to take the word of command from their generals. On this occasion Arminius, who reviewed the whole field on horseback as he rode up to each band, boasted of regained freedom, of slaughtered legions, of spoils and weapons wrested from the Romans, and still in the hands of many of his men. As for Maroboduus, he called him a fugitive, who had no experience of battles, who had sheltered himself in the recesses of the Hercynian forest, and then with presents and embassies sued for a treaty, a traitor to his country, a satellite of Caesar, who deserved to be driven out with rage as furious as that with which they had slain Quintilius Varus. They should simply remember their many battles, the result of which, with the final expulsion of the Romans, sufficiently showed who could claim the crowning success in war. Nor did Maroboduus abstain from vaunts about himself, or from revilings of the foe. Clasping the hand of Ingiomerus, he protested that in the person before them centred all the renown of the Cherusci, that to his counsels was due whatever had ended successfully. Arminius, in his infatuation and ignorance, was taking to himself the glory which belonged to another, for he had treacherously surprised 3 unofficered legions and a general who had not an idea of perfidy, to the great hurt of Germany and to his own disgrace, since his wife and his son were still enduring slavery. As for himself, he had been attacked by 12 legions led by Tiberius, and had preserved untarnished the glory of the Germans, and then on equal terms the armies had parted. He was by no means sorry that they had the matter in their own hands, whether they preferred to war with all their might against Rome, or to accept a bloodless peace. To these words, which roused the two armies, was added the stimulus of special motives of their own. The Cherusci and Langobardi were fighting for ancient renown or newly won freedom, the other side for the increase of their dominion. Never at any time was the shock of battle more tremendous or the issue more doubtful, as the right wings of both armies were routed. Further fighting was expected when Maroboduus withdrew his camp to the hills. This was a sign of discomfiture. He was gradually stripped of his strength by desertions, and, having fled to the Marcomanni, he sent envoys to Tiberius with entreaties for help. The answer was that he had no right to invoke the aid of Roman arms against the Cherusci, when he had rendered no assistance to the Romans in their conflict with the same enemy. Drusus, however, was sent, as I have related, to establish peace. That same year 12 famous cities of Asia fell by an earthquake in the night, so that the destruction was all the more unforeseen and fearful. Nor were there the means of escape usual in such a disaster by rushing out into the open country, for their people was swallowed up by the yawning earth. Vast mountains, it is said, collapsed. What had been level ground seemed to be raised aloft, and fires blazed out amid the ruin. The calamity fell most fatally on the inhabitants of Sardis, and it attracted to them the largest share of sympathy. The emperor promised 10 million sesterces, and remitted for 5 years all they paid to the exchequer or to the emperor's purse. Magnesia, under Mount Sipylus, was considered to come next in loss and in need of help. The people of Temnus, Philadelphia, Aegae, Apollonis, the Mostenians and Hyrcanian Macedonians, as they were called, with the towns of Hierocaesarea, Myrina, Cyme, and Tmolus, were, it was decided, to be exempted from tribute for the same time, and someone was to be sent from the Senate to examine their actual condition and to relieve them. Marcus Alytus, one of the ex-praetors, was chosen, from a fear that, as an ex-consul was governor of Asia, there might be rivalry between men of equal rank, and consequent embarrassment. To his splendid public liberality the emperor added bounties no less popular. The property of Aemilia Musa, a rich woman who died intestate, on which the imperial treasury had a claim, he handed over to Aemilius Lepidus, to whose family she appeared to belong, and the estate of Patulius, a wealthy Roman knight, though he was himself left in part his heir, he gave to Marcus Servilius, whose name he discovered in an earlier and unquestioned will. In both these cases he said that noble rank ought to have the support of wealth, nor did he accept a legacy from any one unless he had earned it by friendship. Those who were strangers to him, and who, because they were at enmity with others, made the emperor their heir, he kept at a distance. While, however, he relieved the honourable poverty of the virtuous, he expelled from the Senate, or suffered voluntarily to retire, spendthrifts whose vices had brought them to penury, like Vibidius Varro, Marius Nepos, Appius Appianus, Cornelius Sulla, and Quintus Vitellius. About the same time he dedicated some temples of the gods, which had perished from age or from fire, and which Augustus had begun to restore. These were temples to Liber, Libera, and Ceres, near the great circus, which last Aulus Postumius, when dictator, had vowed; a temple to Flora in the same place, which had been built by Lucius and Marcus Publicius, aediles, and a temple to Janus, which had been erected in the vegetable market by Caius Duilius, who was the first to make the Roman power successful at sea and to win a naval triumph over the Carthaginians. A temple to Hope was consecrated by Germanicus. This had been vowed by Attilius in that same war. Meantime the law of treason was gaining strength. Apulia Verilia, grandniece of Augustus, was accused of treason by an informer for having ridiculed the divine Augustus, Tiberius, and Tiberius's mother in some insulting remarks, and for having been convicted of adultery, allied though she was to Caesar's house. Adultery, it was thought, was sufficiently guarded against by the Julian law. As to the charge of treason, the emperor insisted that it should be taken separately, and that she should be condemned if she had spoken irreverently of Augustus. Her insinuations against himself he did not wish to be the subject of judicial inquiry. When asked by the consul what he thought of the unfavourable speeches she was accused of having uttered against his mother, he said nothing. Afterwards, on the next day of the Senate's meeting, he even begged in his mother's name that no words of any kind spoken against her might in any case be treated as criminal. He then acquitted Apulia of treason. For her adultery he deprecated the severer penalty, and advised that she should be removed by her kinsfolk, after the example of our forefathers, to more than 200 miles from Rome. Her paramour Manlius was forbidden to live in Italy or Africa. A contest then arose about the election of a praetor in the room of Vipstanus Gallus, whom death had removed. Germanicus and Drusus, for they were still at Rome, supported Haterius Agrippa, a relative of Germanicus. Many, on the other hand, endeavoured to make the number of children weigh most in favour of the candidates. Tiberius rejoiced to see a strife in the Senate between his sons and the law. Beyond question the law was beaten, but not at once, and only by a few votes, in the same way as laws were defeated even when they were in force. In this same year a war broke out in Africa, where the enemy was led by Tacferinus. A Numidian by birth, he had served as an auxiliary in the Roman camp. Then becoming a deserter, he at first gathered round him a roving band familiar with robbery, for plunder, and for rapine. After a while he marshalled them like regular soldiers, under standards, and in troops, till at last he was regarded as the leader not of an undisciplined rabble, but of the Musulamian people. This powerful tribe, bordering on the deserts of Africa, and even then with none of the civilization of cities, took up arms, and drew their Moorish neighbours into the war. These too had a leader, Mazippa. The army was so divided that Tacferinus kept the picked men who were armed in Roman fashion within a camp, and familiarized them with a commander's authority, while Mazippa, with light troops, spread around him fire, slaughter, and consternation. They had forced the Cynifiae, a far from contemptible tribe, into their cause, when Furius Camillus, proconsul of Africa, united in one force a legion and all the regularly enlisted allies, and with an army insignificant indeed compared with the multitude of the Numidians and Moors, marched against the enemy. There was nothing, however, which he strove so much to avoid as their eluding an engagement out of fear. It was by the hope of victory that they were lured on, only to be defeated. The legion was in the army's centre, the light cohorts and 2 cavalry squadrons on its wings. Nor did Tacferinus refuse battle. The Numidians were routed, and after a number of years the name of Furius won military renown. Since the days of the famous deliverer of our city and his son Camillus, fame as a general had fallen to the lot of other branches of the family, and the man of whom I am now speaking was regarded as an inexperienced soldier. All the more willingly did Tiberius commemorate his achievements in the Senate, and the senators voted him the ornaments of triumph, an honour which Camillus, because of his unambitious life, enjoyed without harm. In the following year Tiberius held his third, Germanicus his second consulship. Germanicus, however, entered on the office at Nicopolis, a city of Achaia, whither he had arrived by the coast of Illyricum, after having seen his brother Drusus, who was then in Dalmatia, and endured a stormy voyage through the Adriatic and afterwards the Ionian Sea. He accordingly devoted a few days to the repair of his fleet, and at the same time, in remembrance of his ancestors, he visited the bay which the victory of Actium had made famous, the spoils consecrated by Augustus, and the camp of Antonius. For, as I have said, Augustus was his great uncle, Antonius his grandfather, and vivid images of disaster and success rose before him on the spot. Thence he went to Athens, and there, as a concession to our treaty with an allied and ancient city, he was attended only by a single lictor. The Greeks welcomed him with the most elaborate honours, and brought forward all the old deeds and sayings of their countrymen to give additional dignity to their flattery. Thence he directed his course to Euboea, and crossed to Lesbos, where Agrippina for the last time was confined, and gave birth to Julia. He then penetrated to the remoter parts of the province of Asia, visited the Thracian cities Perinthus and Byzantium, next the narrow strait of the Propontis and the entrance of the Pontus, from an anxious wish to become acquainted with those ancient and celebrated localities. He gave relief as he went to provinces which had been exhausted by internal feuds or by the oppressions of governors. In his return he attempted to see the sacred mysteries of the Samothracians, but north winds which he encountered drove him aside from his course. And so, after visiting Ilium, and surveying a scene venerable from the vicissitudes of fortune and as the birthplace of our people, he coasted back along Asia, and touched at Colophon to consult the oracle of the Clarian Apollo. There it is not a woman, as at Delphi, but a priest chosen from certain families, generally from Miletus, who ascertains simply the number and the names of the applicants. Then, descending into a cave and drinking a draught from a secret spring, the man, who is commonly ignorant of letters and of poetry, utters a response in verse answering to the thoughts conceived in the mind of any inquirer. It was said that he prophesied to Germanicus in dark hints, as oracles usually do, an early doom. Cneius Piso, meanwhile, that he might the sooner enter on his design, terrified the citizens of Athens by his tumultuous approach, and then reviled them in a bitter speech, with indirect reflections on Germanicus, who, he said, had derogated from the honour of the Roman name in having treated with excessive courtesy not the people of Athens, who indeed had been exterminated by repeated disasters, but a miserable medley of tribes. As for the men before him, they had been Mithridates' allies against Sulla, allies of Antonius against the divine Augustus. He taunted them too with the past, with their ill success against the Macedonians, their violence to their own countrymen, for he had his own special grudge against this city, because they would not spare, at his intercession, one Theophilus, whom the Areopagus had condemned for forgery. Then, by sailing rapidly and by the shortest route through the Cyclades, he overtook Germanicus at the island of Rhodes. The prince was not ignorant of the slanders with which he had been assailed, but his good nature was such that when a storm arose and drove Piso on rocks, and his enemy's destruction could have been referred to chance, he sent some triremes, by the help of which he might be rescued from danger. But this did not soften Piso's heart. Scarcely allowing a day's interval, he left Germanicus and hastened on in advance. When he reached Syria and the legions, he began by bribery and favoritism to encourage the lowest of the common soldiers, removing the old centurions and the strict tribunes, and assigning their places to creatures of his own or to the vilest of the men, while he allowed idleness in the camp, licentiousness in the towns, and the soldiers to roam through the country and take their pleasure. He went such lengths in demoralizing them that he was spoken of in their vulgar talk as the father of the legions. Plancina, too, instead of keeping herself within the proper limits of a woman, would be present at the evolutions of the cavalry and the manoeuvres of the cohorts, and would fling insulting remarks at Agrippina and Germanicus. Some even of the good soldiers were inclined to a corrupt compliance, as a whispered rumour gained ground that the emperor was not averse to these proceedings. Of all this Germanicus was aware, but his most pressing anxiety was to be first in reaching Armenia. This had been of old an unsettled country from the character of its people and from its geographical position, bordering as it does to a great extent on our provinces and stretching far away to Media. It lies between two most mighty empires, and is very often at strife with them, hating Rome and jealous of Parthia. It had at this time no king, Vonones having been expelled, but the nation's likings inclined towards Zeno, son of Polemon, king of Pontus, who from his earliest infancy had imitated Armenian manners and customs, loving the chase, the banquet, and all the popular pastimes of barbarians, and who had thus bound to himself chiefs and people alike. Germanicus, accordingly, in the city of Artaxata, with the approval of the nobility, in the presence of a vast multitude, placed the royal diadem on his head. All paid him homage, and saluted him as King Artaxias, which name they gave him from the city. Cappadocia, meanwhile, which had been reduced to the form of a province, received as its governor Quintus Veranius. Some of the royal tributes were diminished to inspire hope of a gentler rule under Rome. Quintus Servius was appointed to Commagene, then first put under a praetor's jurisdiction. Successful as was this settlement of all the interests of our allies, it gave Germanicus little joy because of the arrogance of Piso. Though he had been ordered to march part of the legions into Armenia under his own or his son's command, he had neglected to do either. At length the two met at Cyrrhus, the winter quarters of the 10th Legion, each controlling his looks, Piso concealing his fears, Germanicus shunning the semblance of menace. He was, indeed, as I have said, a kind-hearted man. But friends who knew well how to inflame a quarrel exaggerated what was true and added lies, alleging various charges against Piso, Plancina, and their sons. At last, in the presence of a few intimate associates, Germanicus addressed him in language such as suppressed resentment suggests, to which Piso replied with haughty apologies. They parted in open enmity. After this Piso was seldom seen at Caesar's tribunal, and if he ever sat by him, it was with a sullen frown and a marked display of opposition. He was even heard to say at a banquet given by the king of the Nabateans, when some golden crowns of great weight were presented to Caesar and Agrippina, and light ones to Piso and the rest, that the entertainment was given to the son of a Roman emperor, not of a Parthian king. At the same time he threw his crown on the ground with a long speech against luxury, which, though it angered Germanicus, he still bore with patience. Meantime envoys arrived from Artabanus, king of the Parthians. he had sent them to recall the memory of friendship and alliance, with an assurance that he wished for a renewal of the emblems of concord, and that he would, in honour of Germanicus, yield the point of advancing to the bank of the Euphrates. He begged meanwhile that Vonones might not be kept in Syria, where, by emissaries from an easy distance, he might draw the chiefs of the tribes into civil strife. Germanicus' answer as to the alliance between Rome and Parthia was dignified. As to the king's visit and the respect shown to himself, it was graceful and modest. Vonones was removed to Pompeiopolis, a city on the coast of Cilicia. This was not merely a concession to the request of Artabanus, but was meant as an affront to Piso, who had a special liking for Vonones because of the many attentions and presents by which he had won Plancina's favour. In the consulship of Marcus Silanus and Lucius Norbanus, Germanicus set out for Egypt to study its antiquities. His ostensible motive, however, was solicitude for the province. He reduced the price of corn by opening the granaries, and adopted many practices pleasing to the multitude. He would go about without soldiers, with sandaled feet, and apparelled after the Greek fashion, in imitation of Publius Scipio, who, it is said, habitually did the same in Sicily, even when the war with Carthage was still raging. Tiberius, having gently expressed disapproval of his dress and manners, pronounced a very sharp censure on his visit to Alexandria without the emperor's leave, contrary to the regulations of Augustus. That prince, among other secrets of imperial policy, had forbidden senators and Roman knights of the higher rank to enter Egypt except by permission, and he had specially reserved the country from a fear that any one who held a province containing the key of the land and of the sea, with ever so small a force, against the mightiest army, might distress Italy by famine. Germanicus, however, who had not yet learnt how much he was blamed for his expedition, sailed up the Nile from the city of Canopus as his starting point. Spartans founded the place because Canopus, pilot of one of their ships, had been buried there, when Menelaus, on his return to Greece, was driven into a distant sea and to the shores of Libya. Thence he went to the river's nearest mouth, dedicated to a Hercules, who, the natives say, was born in the country and was the original hero, others, who afterwards showed like valour, having received his name. Next he visited the vast ruins of ancient Thebes. There yet remained on the towering piles Egyptian inscriptions, with a complete account of the city's past grandeur. One of the aged priests, who was desired to interpret the language of his country, related how once there had dwelt in Thebes 700,000 men of military age, and how, with such an army, King Ramses conquered Libya, Ethiopia, Media, Persia, Bactria, and Scythia, and held under his sway the countries inhabited by the Syrians, Armenians, and their neighbours the Cappadocians, from the Bithynian to the Lycian Sea. There was also to be read what tributes were imposed on these nations, the weight of silver and gold, the tale of arms and horses, the gifts of ivory and of perfumes to the temples, with the amount of grain and supplies furnished by each people, a revenue as magnificent as is now exacted by the might of Parthia or the power of Rome. But Germanicus also bestowed attention on other wonders. Chief of these were the stone image of Memnon, which, when struck by the sun's rays, gives out the sound of a human voice, the pyramids rising up like mountains amid almost impassable wastes of shifting sand, raised by the emulation and vast wealth of kings, the lake hollowed out of the earth to be a receptacle for the Nile's overflow, and elsewhere the river's narrow channel and profound depth, which no line of the explorer can penetrate. He then came to Elephantine and Syene, formerly the limits of the Roman Empire, which now extends to the Red Sea. End of Book 2, Part 3. Recording by Graham Redman. Book 2, Part 4 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 2, A.D. 16–19, Part 4. While Germanicus was spending the summer in visits to several provinces, Drusus gained no little glory by sowing discord among the Germans, and urging them to complete the destruction of the now broken power of Maroboduus. Among the Gotones was a youth of noble birth, Catualda by name, who had formerly been driven into exile by the might of Maroboduus, and who now, when the king's fortunes were declining, ventured on revenge. He entered the territory of the Marcomanni with a strong force, and having corruptly won over the nobles to join him, burst into the palace and into an adjacent fortress. There he found the long accumulated plunder of the Suevi, and camp followers and traders from our provinces who had been attracted to an enemy's land, each from their various homes, first by the freedom of commerce, next by the desire of amassing wealth, finally by forgetfulness of their fatherland. Maroboduus, now utterly deserted, had no resource but in the mercy of Caesar. Having crossed the Danube, where it flows by the province of Noricum, he wrote to Tiberius not like a fugitive or a suppliant, but as one who remembered his past greatness. When, as a most famous king in former days, he received invitations from many nations, he had still, he said, preferred the friendship of Rome. Caesar replied that he should have a safe and honourable home in Italy if he would remain there, or if his interests required something different, he might leave it under the same protection under which he had come. But in the Senate he maintained that Philip had not been so formidable to the Athenians, or Pyrrhus or Antiochus to the Roman people, as was Maroboduus. The speech is extant, and in it he magnifies the man's power, the ferocity of the tribes under his sway, his proximity to Italy as a foe, finally his own measures for his overthrow. The result was that Maroboduus was kept at Ravenna, where his possible return was a menace to the Suevi should they ever disdain obedience. But he never left Italy for 18 years, living to old age and losing much of his renown through an excessive clinging to life. Catualda had a like downfall, and no better refuge. Driven out soon afterwards by the overwhelming strength of the Hermandusi, led by Vibilius, he was received and sent to Forum Julii, a colony of Narbonensian Gaul. The barbarians who followed the two kings, lest they might disturb the peace of the provinces by mingling with the population, were settled beyond the Danube, between the rivers Marus and Cusus, under a king, Vannius, of the nation of the Quadi. Tidings having also arrived of Artaxias being made king of Armenia by Germanicus, the Senate decreed that both he and Drusus should enter the city with an ovation. Arches too were raised round the sides of the temple of Mars the Avenger, with statues of the two Caesars. Tiberius was the more delighted at having established peace by wise policy than if he had finished a war by battle. And so next he planned a crafty scheme against Rescuparis, king of Thrace. That entire country had been in the possession of Rhematalces, after whose death Augustus assigned half to the king's brother Rescuperus, half to his son Cotys. In this division the cultivated lands, the towns, and what bordered on Greek territories fell to Cotys, the wild and barbarous portion, with enemies on its frontier, to Rescuperus. The kings, too, themselves differed, Cotys having a gentle and kindly temper, the other a fierce and ambitious spirit, which could not brook a partner. Still, at first they lived in a hollow friendship, but soon Rescuperus overstepped his bounds, and appropriated to himself what had been given to Cotys, using force when he was resisted, though somewhat timidly under Augustus, who, having created both kingdoms, would, he feared, avenge any contempt of his arrangement. When, however, he heard of the change of emperor, he let loose bands of freebooters, and razed the fortresses as a provocation to war. Nothing made Tiberius so uneasy as an apprehension of the disturbance of any settlement. He commissioned a centurion to tell the kings not to decide their dispute by arms. Cotys at once dismissed the forces which he had prepared. Rescuperus, with assumed modesty, asked for a place of meeting where, he said, they might settle their differences by an interview. There was little hesitation in fixing on a time, a place, finally on terms, as every point was mutually conceded and accepted, by the one out of good nature, by the other with a treacherous intent. Rescuperus, to ratify the treaty, as he said, further proposed a banquet, and when their mirth had been prolonged far into the night, and Cotys amid the feasting and the wine was unsuspicious of danger, he loaded him with chains, though he appealed, on perceiving the perfidy, to the sacred character of a king, to the gods of their common house, and to the hospitable board. Having possessed himself of all Thrace, he wrote word to Tiberius that a plot had been formed against him, and that he had forestalled the plotter. Meanwhile, under pretext of a war against the Bastanian and Scythian tribes, he was strengthening himself with fresh forces of infantry and cavalry. He received a conciliatory answer. If there was no treachery in his conduct, he could rely on his innocence. But neither the emperor nor the senate would decide on the right or wrong of his cause without hearing it. He was therefore to surrender Cotys, come in person, and transfer from himself the odium of the charge. This letter Latinius Pandus, propraetor of Maesia, sent to Thrace, with soldiers to whose custody Cotys was to be delivered. Rescuperus, hesitating between fear and rage, preferred to be charged with an accomplished rather than with an attempted crime. He ordered Cotys to be murdered, and falsely represented his death as self-inflicted. Still the emperor did not change the policy which he had once for all adopted. On the death of Pandus, whom Rescuperus accused of being his personal enemy, he appointed to the government of Maesia Pomponius Flaccus, a veteran soldier, specially because of his close intimacy with the king and his consequent ability to entrap him. Flaccus, on arriving in Thrace, induced the king by great promises, though he hesitated and thought of his guilty deeds, to enter the Roman lines. He then surrounded him with a strong force under pretence of showing him honour, and the tribunes and centurions, by counsel, by persuasion, and by a more undisguised captivity the further he went, brought him, aware at last of his desperate plight, to Rome. He was accused before the Senate by the wife of Cotys, and was condemned to be kept a prisoner far away from his kingdom. Thrace was divided between his son Rhematalces, who, it was proved, had opposed his father's designs, and the sons of Cotys. As these were still minors, Trebellianus Rufus, an ex-praetor, was appointed to govern the kingdom in the meanwhile, after the precedent of our ancestors, who sent Marcus Lepidus into Egypt as guardian to Ptolemy's children. Rescuperus was removed to Alexandria, and there attempting, or falsely charged with attempting escape, was put to death. About the same time Vonones, who, as I have related, had been banished to Cilicia, endeavoured, by bribing his guards, to escape into Armenia, thence to Albania and Heniochia, and to his kinsman the king of Scythia. Quitting the sea coast on the pretence of a hunting expedition, he struck into trackless forests, and was soon borne by his swift steed to the river Pyramus, the bridges over which had been broken down by the natives as soon as they heard of the king's escape. Nor was there a ford by which it could be crossed. And so, on the river's bank, he was put in chains by Vibius Fronto, an officer of cavalry, and then Remmius, an enrolled pensioner, who had previously been entrusted with the king's custody, in pretended rage pierced him with his sword. Hence there was more ground for believing that the man, conscious of guilty complicity and fearing accusation, had slain Vonones. Germanicus, meanwhile, as he was returning from Egypt, found that all his directions to the legions and to the various cities had been repealed or reversed. This led to grievous insults on Piso, while he as savagely assailed the prince. Piso then resolved to quit Syria. Soon he was detained there by the failing health of Germanicus, but when he heard of his recovery, while people were paying the vows they had offered for his safety, he went, attended by his lictors, drove away the victims placed by the altars with all the preparations for sacrifice and the festal gathering of the populace of Antioch. Then he left for Seleucia, and awaited the result of the illness which had again attacked Germanicus. The terrible intensity of the malady was increased by the belief that he had been poisoned by Piso, and certainly there were found hidden in the floor and in the walls disinterred remains of human bodies, incantations, and spells, and the name of Germanicus inscribed on leaden tablets, half-burnt cinders smeared with blood, and other horrors by which, in popular belief, souls are devoted to the infernal deities. Piso, too, was accused of sending emissaries to note curiously every unfavourable symptom of the illness. Germanicus heard of all this with anger, no less than with fear. "If my doors," he said, "are to be besieged, if I must gasp out my last breath under my enemy's eyes, what will then be the lot of my most unhappy wife, of my infant children? Poisoning seems tedious, he is in eager haste to have the sole control of the province and the legions. But Germanicus is not yet fallen so low, nor will the murderer long retain the reward of the fatal deed." He then addressed a letter to Piso, renouncing his friendship, and, as many also state, ordered him to quit the province. Piso without further delay weighed anchor, slackening his course that he might not have a long way to return, should Germanicus' death leave Syria open to him. For a brief space the prince's hopes rose. Then his frame became exhausted, and, as his end drew near, he spoke as follows to the friends by his side: "Were I succumbing to nature, I should have just ground of complaint even against the gods for thus tearing me away in my youth by an untimely death from parents, children, country. Now, cut off by the wickedness of Piso and Plancina, I leave to your hearts my last entreaties. Describe to my father and brother, torn by what persecutions, entangled by what plots, I have ended by the worst of deaths, the most miserable of lives. If any were touched by my bright prospects, by ties of blood, or even by envy towards me while I lived, they will weep that the once prosperous survivor of so many wars has perished by a woman's treachery. You will have the opportunity of complaint before the Senate, of an appeal to the laws. It is not the chief duty of friends to follow the dead with unprofitable laments, but to remember his wishes, to fulfill his commands. Tears for Germanicus even strangers will shed. Vengeance must come from you, if you loved the man more than his fortune. Show the people of Rome her who is the granddaughter of the divine Augustus, as well as my consort. Set before them my 6 children. Sympathy will be on the side of the accusers, and to those who screen themselves under infamous orders, belief or pardon will be refused. His friends clasped the dying man's right hand, and swore that they would sooner lose life than revenge. He then turned to his wife, and implored her by the memory of her husband, and by their common offspring, to lay aside her high spirit, to submit herself to the cruel blows of fortune, and not, when she returned to Rome, to enrage by political rivalry those who were stronger than herself. This was said openly. Other words were whispered, pointing, it was supposed, to his fears from Tiberius. Soon afterwards he expired, to the intense sorrow of the province and of the neighbouring peoples. Foreign nations and kings grieved over him, so great was his courtesy to allies, his humanity to enemies. He inspired reverence alike by look and voice, and while he maintained the greatness and dignity of the highest rank, he had escaped the hatred that waits on arrogance. His funeral, though it lacked the family statues and procession, was honoured by panegyrics and a commemoration of his virtues. Some there were who, as they thought of his beauty, his age, and the manner of his death, the vicinity too of the country where he died, likened his end to that of Alexander the Great. Both had a graceful person and were of noble birth. Neither had much exceeded 30 years of age, and both fell by the treachery of their own people in strange lands. But Germanicus was gracious to his friends, temperate in his pleasures, the husband of 1 wife, with only legitimate children. He was, too, no less a warrior, though rashness he had none, and though, after having cowed Germany by his many victories, he was hindered from crushing it into subjection. Had he had the sole control of affairs, had he possessed the power and title of a king, he would have attained military glory as much more easily as he had excelled Alexander in clemency, in self-restraint, and in all other virtues. As to the body which, before it was burnt, lay bare in the Forum at Antioch, its destined place of burial, it is doubtful whether it exhibited the marks of poisoning. For men, according as they pitied Germanicus and were prepossessed with suspicion, or were biased by partiality towards Piso, gave conflicting accounts. Then followed a deliberation among the generals and other senators present about the appointment of a governor to Syria. The contest was slight among all but Vibius Marsus and Cneius Sentius, between whom there was a long dispute. Finally Marsus yielded to Sentius as an older and keener competitor. Sentius at once sent to Rome a woman infamous for poisonings in the province, and a special favourite of Plancina, Martina by name, on the demand of Vitellius and Veranius and others, who were preparing the charges and the indictment as if a prosecution had already been commenced. Agrippina, meantime, worn out though she was with sorrow and bodily weakness, yet still impatient of everything which might delay her vengeance, embarked with the ashes of Germanicus and with her children, pitied by all. Here, indeed, was a woman of the highest nobility, and but lately, because of her splendid union, wont to be seen amid an admiring and sympathizing throng, now bearing in her bosom the mournful relics of death, with an uncertain hope of revenge, with apprehensions for herself, repeatedly at fortune's mercy by reason of the ill-starred fruitfulness of her marriage. Piso was at the island of Coos when tidings reached him that Germanicus was dead. He received the news with extravagant joy, slew victims, visited the temples, with no moderation in his transports, while Plancina's insolence increased, and she then for the first time exchanged for the gayest attire the mourning she had worn for her lost sister. Centurions streamed in and hinted to Piso that he had the sympathy of the legions at his command. "Go back," they said, "to the province, which has not been rightfully taken from you, and is still vacant." While he deliberated what he was to do, his son Marcus Piso advised speedy return to Rome. "As yet," he said, "you have not contracted any inexpiable guilt, and you need not dread feeble suspicions or vague rumours. Your strife with Germanicus deserved hatred, perhaps, but not punishment, and by your having been deprived of the province, your enemies have been fully satisfied. But if you return, should Sentius resist you, civil war is begun, and you will not retain on your side the centurions and soldiers, who are powerfully swayed by the yet recent memory of their general, and by a deep-rooted affection for the Caesars." Against this view, Domitius Celer, one of Piso's intimate friends, argued that he ought to profit by the opportunity. It was Piso, not Sentius, who had been appointed to Syria. It was to Piso that the symbols of power and a praetor's jurisdiction and the legions had been given. In case of a hostile menace, who would more rightfully confront it by arms than the man who had received the authority and special commission of a governor? And as for rumours, it is best to leave time in which they may die away. Often the innocent cannot stand against the first burst of unpopularity, but if Piso possesses himself of the army and increases his resources, much which cannot be foreseen will haply turn out in his favour. Are we hastening to reach Italy along with the ashes of Germanicus, that, unheard and undefended, you may be hurried to ruin by the wailings of Agrippina and the first gossip of an ignorant mob? You have on your side the complicity of Augusta and the emperor's favour, though in secret, and none mourn more ostentatiously over the death of Germanicus than those who most rejoice at it. Without much difficulty, Piso, who was ever ready for violent action, was led into this view. He sent a letter to Tiberius accusing Germanicus of luxury and arrogance, and asserting that, having been driven away to make room for revolution, he had resumed the command of the army in the same loyal spirit in which he had before held it. At the same time he put Domitius on board a trireme with an order to avoid the coast and to push on to Syria through the open sea away from the islands. He formed into regular companies the deserters who flocked to him, armed the camp followers, crossed with his ships to the mainland, intercepted a detachment of new levies on their way to Syria, and wrote word to the petty kings of Cilicia that they were to help him with auxiliaries, the young Piso actively assisting in all the business of war, though he had advised against undertaking it. And so they coasted along Lycia and Pamphylia, and on meeting the fleet which conveyed Agrippina, both sides in hot anger, at first armed for battle, and then in mutual fear, confined themselves to revilings, Marsus Vibius telling Piso that he was to go to Rome to defend himself. Piso mockingly replied that he would be there as soon as the praetor who had to try poisoning cases had fixed a day for the accused and his prosecutors. Meanwhile Domitius, having landed at Laodicea, a city of Syria, as he was on his way to the winter quarters of the 6th legion, which was, he believed, particularly open to revolutionary schemes, was anticipated by its commander Pacuvius. Of this Sentius informed Piso in a letter, and warned him not to disturb the armies by agents of corruption, or the province by war. He gathered round him all whom he knew to cherish the memory of Germanicus, and to be opposed to his enemies, dwelling repeatedly on the greatness of the general, with hints that the state was being threatened with an armed attack, and he put himself at the head of a strong force, prepared for battle. Piso, too, though his first attempts were unsuccessful, did not omit the safest precautions under present circumstances, but occupied a very strongly fortified position in Cilicia, named Celenderis. He had raised to the strength of a legion the Cilician auxiliaries which the petty kings had sent, by mixing with them some deserters, and the lately intercepted recruits, with his own and Plancina's slaves. And he protested that he, though Caesar's legate, was kept out of the province which Caesar had given him, not by the legions, for he had come at their invitation, but by Sentius, who was veiling private animosity under lying charges. Only, he said, stand in battle array, and the soldiers will not fight when they see that Piso, whom they themselves once called father, is the stronger, if right is to decide, if arms is far from powerless. He then deployed his companies before the lines of the fortress on a high and precipitous hill, with the sea surrounding him on every other side. Against him were the veteran troops drawn up in ranks and with reserves, a formidable soldiery on one side, a formidable position on the other. But his men had neither heart nor hope, and only rustic weapons extemporized for sudden use. When they came to fighting, the result was doubtful only while the Roman cohorts were struggling up to level ground. Then the Cilicians turned their backs and shut themselves up within the fortress. Meanwhile Piso vainly attempted an attack on the fleet, which waited at a distance. He then went back, and as he stood before the walls, now smiting his breast, now calling on individual soldiers by name and luring them on by rewards, sought to excite a mutiny. He had so far roused them that a standard-bearer of the 6th legion went over to him with his standard. Thereupon Sentius ordered the horns and trumpets to be sounded, the rampart to be assaulted, the scaling ladders to be raised, all the bravest men to mount on them, while others were to discharge from the engines spears, stones, and brands. At last Piso's obstinacy was overcome, and he begged that he might remain in the fortress on surrendering his arms, while the emperor was being consulted about the appointment of a governor to Syria. The proposed terms were refused, and all that was granted him were some ships and a safe return to Rome. There, meantime, when the illness of Germanicus was universally known, and all news, coming as it did from a distance, exaggerated the danger, there was grief and indignation. There was, too, an outburst of complaint. Of course this was the meaning, they said, of banishing him to the ends of the earth, of giving Piso the province. This was the drift of Augusta's secret interviews with Plancina. What elderly men had said of Drusus was perfectly true, that rulers disliked a citizen-like temper in their sons, and the young princes had been put out of the way because they had the idea of comprehending in a restored era of freedom the Roman people under equal laws. This popular talk was so stimulated by the news of Germanicus's death, that even before the magistrate's proclamation or the Senate's resolution there was a voluntary suspension of business. The public courts were deserted, and private houses closed. Everywhere there was a silence broken only by groans. Nothing was arranged for mere effect, and though they refrained not from the emblems of the mourner, they sorrowed yet the more deeply in their hearts. It chanced that some merchants who left Syria while Germanicus was still alive brought more cheering tidings about his health. These were instantly believed, instantly published. Every one passed on to others whom he met the intelligence, ill authenticated as it was, and they again to many more, with joyous exaggeration. They ran to and fro through the city, and broke open the doors of the temples. Night assisted their credulity, and amid the darkness confident assertion was comparatively easy. Nor did Tiberius check the false reports, till by lapse of time they died away. And so the people grieved the more bitterly, as though Germanicus was again lost to them. New honours were devised and decreed, as men were inspired by affection for him or by genius. His name was to be celebrated in the song of the Salii, chairs of state with oaken garlands over them were to be set up in the places assigned to the priesthood of the Augustales, his image in ivory was to head the procession in the games of the circus, no flamen or augur, except from the Julian family, was to be chosen in the room of Germanicus. Triumphal arches were erected at Rome, on the banks of the Rhine, and on Mount Amanus in Syria, with an inscription recording his achievements, and how he had died in the public service. A cenotaph was raised at Antioch, where the body was burnt, a lofty mound at Epidaphne, where he had ended his life. The number of his statues, or of the places in which they were honoured, could not easily be computed. When a golden shield of remarkable size was voted him as a leader among orators, Tiberius declared that he would dedicate to him one of the usual kind, similar to the rest, for in eloquence, he said, there was no distinction of rank, and it was a sufficient glory for him to be classed among ancient writers. The knights called the seats in the theatre known as the Juniors Germanicus's benches, and arranged that their squadrons were to ride in procession behind his effigy on the 15th of July. Many of these honours still remain, some were at once dropped, or became obsolete with time. While men's sorrow was yet fresh, Germanicus's sister Livia, who was married to Drusus, gave birth to twin sons. This, as a rare event, causing joy even in humble homes, so delighted the emperor that he did not refrain from boasting before the senators that to no Roman of the same rank had twin offspring ever before been born. In fact, he would turn to his own glory every incident, however casual. But at such a time even this brought grief to the people, who thought that the increase of Drusus's family still further depressed the house of Germanicus. That same year the profligacy of women was checked by stringent enactments, and it was provided that no woman whose grandfather, father, or husband had been a Roman knight should get money by prostitution. Vistilia, born of a Praetorian family, had actually published her name with this object on the aediles list, according to a recognized custom of our ancestors, who considered it a sufficient punishment on unchaste women to have to profess their shame. Titidius Labeo, Vistilia's husband, was judicially called on to say why, with a wife whose guilt was manifest, he had neglected to inflict the legal penalty. When he pleaded that the 60 days given for deliberation had not yet expired, it was thought sufficient to decide Vistilia's case, and she was banished out of sight to the island of Seriphus. There was a debate, too, about expelling the Egyptian and Jewish worship, and a resolution of the Senate was passed that 4,000 of the freedman class, who were infected with those superstitions and were of military age, should be transported to the island of Sardinia to quell the brigandage of the place, a cheap sacrifice should they die from the pestilential climate. The rest were to quit Italy, unless before a certain day they repudiated their impious rites. Next the emperor brought forward a motion for the election of a Vestal Virgin in the room of Oxia, who for 57 years had presided with the most immaculate virtue over the Vestal worship. He formally thanked Fonteius Agrippa and Domitius Pollio for offering their daughters, and so vying with one another in zeal for the commonwealth. Pollio's daughter was preferred, only because her mother had lived with one and the same husband, while Agrippa had impaired the honour of his house by a divorce. The emperor consoled his daughter, passed over though she was, with a dowry of 1,000,000 sesterces. As the city populace complained of the cruel dearness of corn, he fixed a price for grain to be paid by the purchaser, promising himself to add 2 sesterces on every peck for the traders. But he would not therefore accept the title of Father of the Country, which once before too had been offered him, and he sharply rebuked those who called his work divine, and himself Lord. Consequently, speech was restricted and perilous under an emperor who feared freedom, while he hated sycophancy. I find it stated by some writers and senators of the period that a letter from Adgandestrius, chief of the Chatti, was read in the Senate, promising the death of Arminius if poison were sent for the perpetration of the murder, and that the reply was that it was not by secret treachery, but openly and by arms, that the people of Rome avenged themselves on their enemies. A noble answer, by which Tiberius sought to liken himself to those generals of old who had forbidden and even denounced the poisoning of King Pyrrhus. Arminius, meanwhile, when the Romans retired and Maroboduus was expelled, found himself opposed in aiming at the throne by his countrymen's independent spirit. He was assailed by armed force, and while fighting with various success, fell by the treachery of his kinsman. Assuredly he was the deliverer of Germany, one too who had defied Rome, not in her early rise, as other kings and generals, but in the height of her empire's glory, had fought indeed indecisive battles, yet in war remained unconquered. He completed 37 years of life, 12 years of power, and he is still a theme of song among barbarous nations, though to Greek historians, who admire only their own achievements, he is unknown, and to Romans not as famous as he should be, while we extol the past and are indifferent to our own times. End of Book 2. Recording by Graham Redman. Book 3, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 3, AD 20 to 22, Part 1. Without pausing in her winter voyage, Agrippina arrived at the island of Corcyra, facing the shores of Calabria. There she spent a few days to compose her mind, for she was wild with grief and knew not how to endure. Meanwhile, on hearing of her arrival, all her intimate friends and several officers, every one indeed who had served under Germanicus, many strangers too from the neighbouring towns, Some, thinking it respectful to the emperor, and still more following their example, thronged eagerly to Brundisium, the nearest and safest landing place for a voyager. As soon as the fleet was seen on the horizon, not only the harbour and the adjacent shores, but the city walls too, and the roofs, and every place which commanded the most distant prospect, were filled with crowds of mourners, who incessantly asked one another whether, when she landed, they were to receive her in silence, or with some utterance of emotion. They were not agreed on what befitted the occasion, when the fleet slowly approached, its crew not joyous as is usual, but wearing all a studied expression of grief. When Agrippina descended from the vessel with her 2 children, clasping the funeral urn, with eyes riveted to the earth, there was one universal groan. You could not distinguish kinsfolk from strangers, or the laments of men from those of women. Only the attendants of Agrippina, worn out as they were by long sorrow, were surpassed by the mourners who now met them, fresh in their grief. The emperor had dispatched 2 praetorian cohorts, with instructions that the magistrates of Calabria, Apulia, and Campania were to pay the last honours to his son's memory. Accordingly, tribunes and centurions bore Germanicus's ashes on their shoulders. They were preceded by the standards unadorned and the fasces reversed. As they passed colony after colony, the populace in black, the knights in their state robes, burnt vestments and perfumes with other funeral adjuncts in proportion to the wealth of the place. Even those whose towns were out of the route met the mourners, offered victims, and built altars to the dead, testifying their grief by tears and wailings. Drusus went as far as Tarracina with Claudius, brother of Germanicus, and the children who had been at Rome. Marcus Valerius and Gaius Aurelius, the consuls, who had already entered on office, and a great number of the people, thronged the road in scattered groups, every one weeping as he felt inclined. Flattery there was none, for all knew that Tiberius could scarcely dissemble his joy at the death of Germanicus. Tiberius and Augusta refrained from showing themselves, thinking it below their dignity to shed tears in public, or else fearing that, if all eyes scrutinized their faces, their hypocrisy would be revealed. I do not find in any historian or in the daily register that Antonia, Germanicus's mother, rendered any conspicuous honour to the deceased, though besides Agrippina, Drusus, and Claudius, all his other kinsfolk are mentioned by name. She may either have been hindered by illness, or with a spirit overpowered by grief, she may not have had the heart to endure the sight of so great an affliction. But I can more easily believe that Tiberius and Augusta, who did not leave the palace, kept her within, that their sorrow might seem equal to hers, and that the grandmother and uncle might be thought to follow the mother's example in staying at home. The day on which the remains were consigned to the tomb of Augustus was now desolate in its silence, now distracted by lamentations. The streets of the city were crowded, torches were blazing throughout the Campus Martius. There the soldiers under arms, the magistrates without their symbols of office, the people in the tribes, were all incessantly exclaiming that the commonwealth was ruined, that not a hope remained, too boldly and openly to let one think that they remembered their rulers. But nothing impressed Tiberius more deeply than the enthusiasm kindled in favour of Agrippina, whom men spoke of as the glory of the country, the sole surviving offspring of Augustus, the solitary example of the old times, while looking up to heaven and the gods they prayed for the safety of her children, and that they might outlive their oppressors. Some there were who missed the grandeur of a state funeral, and contrasted the splendid honours conferred by Augustus on Drusus, the father of Germanicus. Then the emperor himself, they said, went in the extreme rigour of winter as far as Ticinum, and never leaving the corpse, entered Rome with it. Round the funeral bier were ranged the images of the Claudii and the Julii. There was weeping in the forum, and a panegyric before the rostra. Every honour devised by our ancestors or invented by their descendants was heaped on him. But as for Germanicus, even the customary distinctions due to any noble had not fallen to his lot. Granting that his body, because of the distance of the journey, was burnt in any fashion in foreign lands, still all the more honours ought to have been afterwards paid him, because at first chance had denied them. His brother had gone but 1 day's journey to meet him, his uncle not even to the city gates. Where were all those usages of the past, the image at the head of the bier, the lays composed in commemoration of worth, the eulogies and laments, or at least the semblance of grief? All this was known to Tiberius, and, to silence popular talk, he reminded the people in a proclamation that many eminent Romans had died for their country, and that none had been honoured with such passionate regret. This regret was a glory both to himself and to all, provided only a due mean were observed. For what was becoming in humble homes and communities did not befit princely personages and an imperial people. Tears and the solace found in mourning were suitable enough for the first burst of grief, but now they must brace their hearts to endurance, as in former days the divine Julius after the loss of his only daughter, and the divine Augustus when he was bereft of his grandchildren, had thrust away their sorrow. There was no need of examples from the past, showing how often the Roman people had patiently endured the defeats of armies, the destruction of generals, the total extinction of noble families. Princes were mortal, the state was everlasting. Let them then return to their usual pursuits, and as the shows of the festival of the great goddess were at hand, even resume their amusements. The suspension of business then ceased, and men went back to their occupations. Drusus was sent to the armies of Illyricum, amidst an universal eagerness to exact vengeance on Piso, and ceaseless complaints that he was meantime roaming through the delightful regions of Asia and Achaia, and was weakening the proofs of his guilt by an insolent and artful procrastination. It was indeed widely rumoured that the notorious poisoner Martina, who, as I have related, had been dispatched to Rome by Cneius Sentius, had died suddenly at Brundisium, that poison was concealed in a knot of her hair, and that no symptoms of suicide were discovered on her person. Piso meanwhile sent his son on to Rome with a message intended to pacify the emperor, and then made his way to Drusus, who would, he hoped, be not so much infuriated at his brother's death, as kindly disposed towards himself in consequence of a rival's removal. Tiberius, to show his impartiality, received the youth courteously, and enriched him with the liberality he usually bestowed on the sons of noble families. Drusus replied to Piso that if certain insinuations were true, he must be foremost in his resentment, but he preferred to believe that they were false and groundless, and that Germanicus's death need be the ruin of no one. This he said openly, avoiding anything like secrecy. Men did not doubt that his answer was prescribed him by Tiberius, inasmuch as one who had generally all the simplicity and candour of youth now had recourse to the artifices of old age. Piso, after crossing the Dalmatian Sea and leaving his ships at Ancona, went through Picenum and along the Flaminian road, where he overtook a legion which was marching from Pannonia to Rome, and was then to garrison Africa. It was a matter of common talk how he had repeatedly displayed himself to the soldiers on the road during the march. From Narnia, to avoid suspicion, or because the plans of fear are uncertain, he sailed down the Nar, then down the Tiber, and increased the fury of the populace by bringing his vessel to shore at the tomb of the Caesars. In broad daylight, when the river bank was thronged, he himself, with a numerous following of dependents, and Plancina with a retinue of women, moved onward with joy in their countenances. Among other things which provoked men's anger was his house, towering above the Forum, gay with festal decorations, his banquets, and his feasts, about which there was no secrecy, because the place was so public. Next day, Fulcinius Trio asked the consul's leave to prosecute Piso. It was contended against him by Vitellius and Veranius, and the others who had been the companions of Germanicus, that this was not Trio's proper part, and that they themselves meant to report their instructions from Germanicus, not as accusers, but as deponents and witnesses to facts. Trio, abandoning the prosecution on this count, obtained leave to accuse Piso's previous career, and the emperor was requested to undertake the inquiry. This even the accused did not refuse, fearing as he did the bias of the people and of the Senate, while Tiberius, he knew, was resolute enough to despise report, and was also entangled in his mother's complicity. Truth, too, would be more easily distinguished from perverse misrepresentation by a single judge, where a number would be swayed by hatred and ill will. Tiberius was not unaware of the formidable difficulty of the inquiry, and of the rumours by which he was himself assailed. Having therefore summoned a few intimate friends, he listened to the threatening speeches of the prosecutors and to the pleadings of the accused, and finally referred the whole case to the Senate. Drusus, meanwhile, on his return from Illyricum, though the Senate had voted him an ovation for the submission of Maroboduus and the successes of the previous summer, postponed the honour and entered Rome. Then the defendant sought the advocacy of Lucius Arruntius, Marcus Vinicius, Asinius Gallus, Isaninus Marcellus, and Sextus Pompeius, and on their declining for different reasons, Marcus Lepidus, Lucius Piso, and Livinius Regulus became his counsel, amid the excitement of the whole country, which wondered how much fidelity would be shown by the friends of Germanicus, on what the accused rested his hopes, and how far Tiberius would repress and hide his feelings. Never were the people more keenly interested, never did they indulge themselves more freely in secret whispers against the emperor or in the silence of suspicion. On the day the Senate met, Tiberius delivered a speech of studied moderation. Piso, he said, was my father's representative and friend, and was appointed by myself, on the advice of the Senate, to assist Germanicus in the administration of the East. Whether he there had provoked the young prince by wilful opposition and rivalry, and had rejoiced at his death, or wickedly destroyed him, is for you to determine with minds unbiased. Certainly, if a subordinate oversteps the bounds of duty and of obedience to his commander, and has exulted in his death and in my affliction, I shall hate him and exclude him from my house, and I shall avenge a personal quarrel without resorting to my power as emperor. If, however, a crime is discovered which ought to be punished, whoever the murdered man may be, it is for you to give just reparation both to the children of Germanicus and to us, his parents. Consider this too, whether Piso dealt with the armies in a revolutionary and seditious spirit, whether he sought by intrigue popularity with the soldiers, whether he attempted to repossess himself of the province by arms, or whether these are falsehoods which his accusers have published with exaggeration. As for them, I am justly angry with their intemperate zeal. For to what purpose did they strip the corpse, and expose it to the pollution of the vulgar gaze, and circulate a story among foreigners that he was destroyed by poison, if all this is still doubtful and requires investigation? For my part, I sorrow for my son, and shall always sorrow for him. Still, I would not hinder the accused from producing all the evidence which can relieve his innocence, or convict Germanicus of any unfairness, if such there was. And I implore you not to take as proven charges alleged, merely because the case is intimately bound up with my affliction. Do you, whom ties of blood or your own true-heartedness have made his advocates, help him in his peril, every one of you, as far as each man's eloquence and diligence can do so. To like exertions and like persistency I would urge the prosecutors. In this, and in this only, will we place Germanicus above the laws, by conducting the inquiry into his death in this house instead of in the forum, and before the Senate instead of before a bench of judges. In all else let the case be tried as simply as others. Let no one heed the tears of Drusus, or my own sorrow, or any stories invented to our discredit. 2 days were then assigned for the bringing forward of the charges, and after 6 days' interval the prisoner's defence was to occupy 3 days. Thereupon Fulcinius Trio began with some old and irrelevant accusations about intrigues and extortion during Piso's government of Spain. This, if proved, would not have been fatal to the defendant if he cleared himself as to his late conduct, and, if refuted, would not have secured his acquittal if he were convicted of the greater crimes. Next, Servius, Veranius, and Vitellius, all with equal earnestness, Vitellius with striking eloquence, alleged against Piso that out of hatred of Germanicus and a desire of revolution, he had so corrupted the common soldiers by license and oppression of the allies, that he was called by the vilest of them Father of the Legions, while on the other hand to all the best men, especially to the companions and friends of Germanicus, he had been savagely cruel. Lastly, he had, they said, destroyed Germanicus himself by sorceries and poison, and hence came those ceremonies and horrible sacrifices made by himself and Plancina. Then he had threatened the state with war, and had been defeated in battle, before he could be tried as a prisoner. On all points but one the defence broke down. That he had tampered with the soldiers, that his province had been at the mercy of the vilest of them, that he had even insulted his chief, he could not deny. It was only the charge of poisoning from which he seemed to have cleared himself. This indeed the prosecutors did not adequately sustain by merely alleging that at a banquet given by Germanicus his food had been tainted with poison by the hands of Piso, who sat next above him. It seemed absurd to suppose that he would have dared such an attempt among strange servants, in the sight of so many bystanders, and under Germanicus's own eyes. And, besides, the defendant offered his slaves to the torture, and insisted on its application to the attendants on that occasion. But the judges, for different reasons, were merciless: the emperor, because war had been made on a province; the Senate, because they could not be sufficiently convinced that there had been no treachery about the death of Germanicus. At the same time shouts were heard from the people in front of the Senate house, threatening violence if he escaped the verdict of the senators. they had actually dragged Piso's statues to the Gemonian stairs, and were breaking them in pieces, when by the emperor's order they were rescued and replaced. Piso was then put in a litter and attended by a tribune of one of the praetorian cohorts, who followed him, so it was variously rumoured, to guard his person or to be his executioner. Plancina was equally detested, but had stronger interest. Consequently, it was considered a question how far the emperor would be allowed to go against her. While Piso's hopes were in suspense, she offered to share his lot, whatever it might be, and in the worst event to be his companion in death. But as soon as she had secured her pardon through the secret intercessions of Augusta, she gradually withdrew from her husband, and separated her defence from his. When the prisoner saw that this was fatal to him, he hesitated whether he should still persist, but at the urgent request of his sons, braced his courage, and once more entered the Senate. There he bore patiently the renewal of the accusation, the furious voices of the senators, savage opposition indeed from every quarter, but nothing daunted him so much as to see Tiberius, without pity and without anger, resolutely closing himself against any inroad of emotion. He was conveyed back to his house, where, seemingly by way of preparing his defence for the next day, he wrote a few words, sealed the paper, and handed it to a freedman. Then he bestowed the usual attention on his person. After a while, late at night, his wife having left his chamber, he ordered the doors to be closed, and at daybreak was found with his throat cut, and a sword lying on the ground. I remember to have heard old men say that a document was often seen in Piso's hands, the substance of which he never himself divulged, but which his friends repeatedly declared contained a letter from Tiberius with instructions referring to Germanicus, and that it was his intention to produce it before the Senate and upbraid the emperor, had he not been deluded by vain promises from Sejanus. Nor did he perish, they said, by his own hand, but by that of one sent to be his executioner. Neither of these statements would I positively affirm, still it would not have been right for me to conceal what was related by those who lived up to the time of my youth. The emperor, assuming an air of sadness, complained in the Senate that the purpose of such a death was to bring odium on himself, and he asked with repeated questionings how Piso had spent his last day and night. Receiving answers which were mostly judicious, though in part somewhat incautious, he read out a note written by Piso nearly to the following effect: "Crushed by a conspiracy of my foes and the odium excited by a lying charge, since my truth and innocence find no place here, I call the immortal gods to witness that towards you, Caesar, I have lived loyally, and with like dutiful respect towards your mother. And I implore you to think of my children, one of whom, Cneius, is in no way implicated in my career, whatever it may have been, seeing that all this time he has been at Rome, while the other, Marcus Piso, dissuaded me from returning to Syria. Would that I had yielded to my young son rather than he to his aged father, and therefore I pray the more earnestly that the innocent may not pay the penalty of my wickedness. By 45 years of obedience, by my association with you in the consulate, as one who formerly won the esteem of the divine Augustus your father, as one who is your friend, and will never hereafter ask a favour, I implore you to save my unhappy son." About Plancina he added not a word. Tiberius after this acquitted the young Piso of the charge of civil war, on the ground that a son could not have refused a father's orders, compassionating at the same time the high rank of the family and the terrible downfall even of Piso himself, however he might have deserved it. For Plancina he spoke with shame and conscious disgrace, alleging in excuse the intercession of his mother, secret complaints against whom from all good men were growing more and more vehement. So it was the duty of a grandmother, people said, to look a grandson's murderess in the face, to converse with her and rescue her from the Senate. What the laws secure on behalf of every citizen had to Germanicus alone been denied. The voices of Vitellius and Veranius had bewailed a Caesar, while the Emperor and Augusta had defended Plancina. She might as well now turn her poisonings and her devices, which had proved so successful, against Agrippina and her children, and thus sate this exemplary grandmother and uncle with the blood of a most unhappy house. 2 days were frittered away over this mockery of a trial, Tiberius urging Piso's children to defend their mother. While the accusers and their witnesses pressed the prosecution with rival zeal, and there was no reply, pity rather than anger was on the increase. Aurelius Cotta, the consul, who was first called on for his vote, for when the emperor put the question, even those in office went through the duty of voting, held that Piso's name ought to be erased from the public register, half of his property confiscated, half given up to his son Cneius Piso, who was to change his first name, that Marcus Piso, stripped of his rank, with an allowance of 5 million sesterces, should be banished for 10 years, Plancina's life being spared in consideration of Augusta's intercession. Much of the sentence was mitigated by the emperor. The name of Piso was not to be struck out of the public register, since that of Marcus Antonius, who had made war on his country, and that of Julius Antonius, who had dishonoured the house of Augustus, still remained. Marcus Piso too he saved from degradation, and gave him his father's property. For he was firm enough, as I have often related, against the temptation of money, and now for very shame at Plancina's acquittal he was more than usually merciful. Again, when Valerius Messallinus and Sicinus Severus proposed respectively the erection of a golden statue in the temple of Mars the Avenger, and of an altar to vengeance, he interposed, protesting that victories over the foreigner were commemorated with such monuments, but that domestic woes ought to be shrouded in silent grief. There was a further proposal of Messallinus, that Tiberius, Augusta, Antonia, Agrippina, and Drusus ought to be publicly thanked for having avenged Germanicus. He omitted all mention of Claudius. Thereupon he was pointedly asked by Lucius Asprinus before the Senate whether the omission had been intentional, and it was only then that the name of Claudius was added. For my part, the wider the scope of my reflection on the present and the past, the more am I impressed by their mockery of human plans in every transaction. Clearly, the very last man marked out for empire by public opinion, expectation, and general respect was he whom fortune was holding in reserve as the emperor of the future. End of Book 3, Part 1. Recording by Graham Redman.
Book 3, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 3, AD 20 to 22, Part 2. A few days afterwards, the emperor proposed to the Senate to confer the priesthood on Vitellius, Veranius, and Servius. To Volcinius he promised his support in seeking promotion, but warned him not to ruin his eloquence by rancour. This was the end of avenging the death of Germanicus, a subject of conflicting rumours, not only among the people then living, but also in after times. So obscure are the greatest events, as some take for granted any hearsay, whatever its source, others turn truth into falsehood, and both errors find encouragement with posterity. Drusus, meanwhile, quitted Rome to resume his command, and soon afterwards re-entered the city with an ovation. In the course of a few days his mother Vipsania died, the only one of all Agrippa's children whose death was without violence. As for the rest, they perished, some it is certain by the sword, others, it was believed, by poison or starvation. That same year Tacfarinas, who had been defeated, as I have related, by Camillus in the previous summer, renewed hostilities in Africa, first by mere desultory raids, so swift as to be unpunished, next by destroying villages and carrying off plunder wholesale. Finally, he hemmed in a Roman cohort near the river Pegida. The position was commanded by Decrius, a soldier energetic in action and experienced in war, who regarded the siege as a disgrace. Cheering on his men to offer battle in the open plain, he drew up his line in front of his entrenchments. At the first shock, the cohort was driven back, upon which he threw himself fearlessly amid the missiles in the path of the fugitives, and cried shame on the standard-bearers for letting Roman soldiers show their backs to a rabble of deserters. At the same moment he was covered with wounds, and though pierced through the eye, he resolutely faced the enemy, and ceased not to fight till he fell, deserted by his men. On receiving this information, Lucius Apronius, successor to Camillus, alarmed more by the dishonour of his own men than by the glory of the enemy, ventured on a deed quite exceptional at that time, and derived from old tradition. He flogged to death every 10th man drawn by lot from the disgraced cohort. So beneficial was this rigour that a detachment of veterans, numbering not more than 500, routed those same troops of Tacfarinas on their attacking a fortress named Thala. In this engagement, Rufus Helvius, a common soldier, won the honour of saving a citizen's life, and was rewarded by Apronius with a neck chain and a spear. To these the emperor added the civic crown, complaining, but without anger, that Apronius had not used his right as proconsul to bestow this further distinction. Tacfarinas, however, finding that the Numidians were cowed and had a horror of siege operations, pursued a desultory warfare, retreating when he was pressed, and then again hanging on his enemy's rear. While the barbarian continued these tactics, he could safely insult the baffled and exhausted Romans. But when he marched away towards the coast, and, hampered with booty, fixed himself in a regular camp, Caesianus was dispatched by his father Apronius with some cavalry and auxiliary infantry, reinforced by the most active of the legionaries, and, after a successful battle with the Numidians, drove them into the desert. At Rome, meanwhile, Lepida, who, beside the glory of being one of the Aemilii, was the great-granddaughter of Lucius Sulla and Gnaeus Pompeius, was accused of pretending to be a mother by Publius Quirinus, a rich and childless man. Then, too, there were charges of adulteries, of poisonings, and of inquiries made through astrologers concerning the imperial house. The accused was defended by her brother Manius Lepidus. Quirinus, by his relentless enmity even after his divorce, had procured for her some sympathy, infamous and guilty as she was. One could not easily perceive the emperor's feelings at her trial, so effectually did he interchange and blend the outward signs of resentment and compassion. He first begged the Senate not to deal with the charges of treason, and subsequently induced Marcus Servilius, an ex-consul, to divulge what he had seemingly wished to suppress. He also handed over to the consuls Lepidus's slaves who were in military custody, but would not allow them to be examined by torture on matters referring to his own family. Drusus too, the consul elect, he released from the necessity of having to speak first to the question. Some thought this a gracious act, done to save the rest of the senators from a compulsory assent, while others ascribed it to malignity, on the ground that he would have yielded only where there was a necessity of condemning. On the days of the games which interrupted the trial, Lepida went into the theatre with some ladies of rank, and as she appealed with piteous wailings to her ancestors and to that very Pompey, the public buildings and statues of whom stood there before their eyes, she roused such sympathy that people burst into tears and shouted without ceasing savage curses on Quirinus, to whose childless old age and miserably obscure family one once destined to be the wife of Lucius Caesar and the daughter-in-law of the divine Augustus was being sacrificed. Then, by the torture of the slaves, her infamies were brought to light, and a motion of rebellious blandness was carried which outlawed her. Drusus supported him, though others had proposed a milder sentence. Subsequently, Scaurus, who had had daughter by her, obtained as a concession that her property should not be confiscated. Then at last Tiberius declared that he had himself too ascertained from the slaves of Publius Quirinus that Lepida had attempted their master's life by poison. It was some compensation for the misfortunes of great houses, for within a short interval the Calpurnii had lost Piso, and the Aemilii Lepida, that Decimus Silanus was now restored to the Junian family. I will briefly relate his downfall. Though the divine Augustus in his public life enjoyed unshaken prosperity, he was unfortunate at home from the profligacy of his daughter and granddaughter, both of whom he banished from Rome, and punished their paramours with death or exile. Calling, as he did, a vice so habitual among men and women, by the awful name of sacrilege and treason, he went far beyond the indulgent spirit of our ancestors, beyond indeed his own legislation. But I will relate the deaths of others with the remaining events of that time, if after finishing the work I have now proposed to myself, I prolong my life for further labours. Decimus Silanus, the paramour of the granddaughter of Augustus, though the only severity he experienced was exclusion from the emperor's friendship, saw clearly that it meant exile, and it was not till Tiberius's reign that he ventured to appeal to the Senate and to the prince, in reliance on the influence of his brother Marcus Silanus, who was conspicuous both for his distinguished rank and eloquence. But Tiberius, when Silanus thanked him, replied in the Senate's presence that he too rejoiced at the brother's return from his long foreign tour, and that this was justly allowable, inasmuch as he had been banished, not by a decree of the Senate or under any law. Still, personally, he said, he felt towards him his father's resentment in all its force, and the return of Silanus had not cancelled the intentions of Augustus. Silanus after this lived at Rome without attaining office. It was next proposed to relax the Papia Poppaea law, which Augustus in his old age had passed subsequently to the Julian statutes, for yet further enforcing the penalties on celibacy, and for enriching the exchequer. And yet marriages and the rearing of children did not become more frequent, so powerful were the attractions of a childless state. Meanwhile there was an increase in the number of persons imperilled, for every household was undermined by the insinuations of informers, and now the country suffered from its laws, as it had hitherto suffered from its vices. This suggests to me a fuller discussion of the origin of law and of the methods by which we have arrived at the present endless multiplicity and variety of our statutes. Mankind in the earliest age lived for a time without a single vicious impulse, without shame or guilt, and consequently without punishment and restraints. Rewards were not needed when everything right was pursued on its own merits, and as men desired nothing against morality, they were debarred from nothing by fear. When, however, they began to throw off equality, and ambition and violence usurped the place of self-control and modesty, despotisms grew up, and became perpetual among many nations. Some from the beginning, or when tired of kings, preferred codes of laws. These were at first simple, while men's minds were unsophisticated. The most famous of them were those of the Cretans, framed by Minos; those of the Spartans, by Lycurgus; and subsequently those which Solon drew up for the Athenians on a more elaborate and extensive scale. Romulus governed us as he pleased. Then Numa united our people by religious ties and a constitution of divine origin, to which some additions were made by Tullus and Ancus. But Servius Tullius was our chief legislator, to whose laws even kings were to be subject. After Tarquin's expulsion, the people, to check cabals among the senators, devised many safeguards for freedom and for the establishment of unity. Decemvirs were appointed, everything specially admirable elsewhere was adopted, and the 12 tables drawn up, the last specimen of equitable legislation. For subsequent enactments, though occasionally directed against evildoers for some crime, were oftener carried by violence amid class dissensions, with a view to obtain honours not as yet conceded, or to banish distinguished citizens, or for other base ends. Hence the Gracchi and Saturni, those popular agitators, and Drusus too, as flagrant a corrupter in the Senate's name. Hence the bribing of our allies by alluring promises, and the cheating them by tribunes' vetoes. Even the Italian, and then the civil war, did not pass without the enactment of many conflicting laws, till Lucius Sulla, the dictator, by the repeal or alteration of past legislation, and by many additions, gave us a brief lull in this process, to be instantly followed by the seditious proposals of Lepidus, and soon afterwards by the tribunes recovering their license to excite the people just as they chose. And now bills were passed, not only for national objects, but for individual cases, and laws were most numerous when the commonwealth was most corrupt. Cneius Pompeius was then for the 3rd time elected consul to reform public morals, but in applying remedies more terrible than the evils, and repealing the legislation of which he had himself been the author, he lost by arms what by arms he had been maintaining. Then followed 20 years of continuous strife. Custom or law there was none. The vilest deeds went unpunished, while many noble acts brought ruin. At last, in his 6th consulship, Caesar Augustus, feeling his power secure, annulled the decrees of his triumvirate, and gave us a constitution which might serve us in peace under a monarchy. Henceforth our chains became more galling, and spies were set over us, stimulated by rewards under the Papia Poppaea law, so that if men shrank from the privileges of fatherhood, the state, as universal parent, might possess their ownerless properties. But this espionage became too searching, and Rome and Italy and Roman citizens everywhere fell into its clutches. Many men's fortunes were ruined, and over all there hung a terror, till Tiberius, to provide a remedy, selected by lot 5 ex-consuls, 5 ex-praetors, and 5 senators, by whom most of the legal knots were disentangled and some light temporary relief afforded. About this same time he commended to the Senate's favour Nero, Germanicus's son, who was just entering on manhood, and asked them, not without smiles of ridicule from his audience, to exempt him from serving as one of the 20 commissioners, and let him be a candidate for quaestorship 5 years earlier than the law allowed. His excuse was that a similar decree had been made for himself and his brother at the request of Augustus. But I cannot doubt that even then there were some who secretly laughed at such a petition, though the Caesars were but in the beginning of their grandeur, and ancient usage was more constantly before men's eyes, while also the tie between stepfather and stepson was weaker than that between grandfather and grandchild. The pontificate was likewise conferred on Nero, and on the day on which he first entered the Forum, a gratuity was given to the city populace, who greatly rejoiced at seeing a son of Germanicus now grown to manhood. Their joy was further increased by Nero's marriage to Julia, Drusus's daughter. This news was met with favourable comments, but it was heard with disgust that Sejanus was to be the father-in-law of the son of Claudius. The emperor was thought to have polluted the nobility of his house, and to have yet further elevated Sejanus, whom they already suspected of overweening ambition. 2 remarkable men died at the end of the year, Lucius Volusius and Sallustius Crispus. Volusius was of an old family, which had, however, never risen beyond the praetorship. He brought into it the consulship. He also held the office of censor for arranging the classes of the knights, and was the first to pile up the wealth which that house enjoyed to a boundless extent. Crispus was of equestrian descent, and grandson of a sister of Caius Sallustius, that most admirable Roman historian, by whom he was adopted, and whose name he took. Though his road to preferment was easy, he chose to emulate Maecenas, and without rising to a senator's rank, he surpassed in power many who had won triumphs and consulships. He was a contrast to the manners of antiquity, in his elegance and refinement, and in the sumptuousness of his wealth he was almost a voluptuary. But beneath all this was a vigorous mind, equal to the greatest labours, the more active in proportion as he made a show of sloth and apathy. And so while Maecenas lived, he stood next in favour to him, and was afterwards the chief depositary of imperial secrets, and accessory to the murder of Postumus Agrippa, till in advanced age he retained the shadow rather than the substance of the emperor's friendship. The same too had happened to Maecenas. So rarely is it the destiny of power to be lasting, or perhaps a sense of weariness steals over princes when they have bestowed everything, or over favourites when there is nothing left them to desire. Next followed Tiberius's 4th, Drusus's 2nd consulship, memorable from the fact that father and son were colleagues. 2 years previously, the association of Germanicus and Tiberius in the same honour had not been agreeable to the uncle, nor had it the link of so close a natural tie. At the beginning of this year, Tiberius, avowedly to recruit his health, retired to Campania, either as a gradual preparation for long and uninterrupted seclusion, or in order that Drusus alone, in his father's absence, might discharge the duties of the consulship. It happened that a mere trifle, which grew into a sharp contest, gave the young prince the means of acquiring popularity. Domitius Corbulo, an ex-praetor, complained to the Senate that Lucius Sulla, a young noble, had not given place to him at a gladiatorial show. Corbulo had age, national usage, and the feelings of the older senators in his favour. Against him, Mamercus Scaurus, Lucius Arruntius, and other kinsmen of Sulla, strenuously exerted themselves. There was a keen debate, and appeal was made to the precedents of our ancestors, as having censured in severe decrees disrespect on the part of the young, till Drusus argued in a strain calculated to calm their feelings. Corbulo too received an apology from Mamercus, who was Sulla's uncle and stepfather, and the most fluent speaker of that day. It was this same Corbulo who, after raising a cry that most of the roads in Italy were obstructed or impassable through the dishonesty of contractors and the negligence of officials, himself willingly undertook the complete management of the business. This proved not so beneficial to the state, as ruinous to many persons, whose property and credit he mercilessly attacked by convictions and confiscations. Soon afterwards, Tiberius informed the Senate by letter that Africa was again disturbed by an incursion of Tacfarinas, and that they must use their judgment in choosing as proconsul an experienced soldier of vigorous constitution, who would be equal to the war. Sextus Pompeius caught at this opportunity of venting his hatred against Lepidus, whom he condemned as a poor-spirited and needy man, who was a disgrace to his ancestors, and therefore deserved to lose even his chance of the province of Asia. But the Senate were against him, for they thought Lepidus gentle rather than cowardly, and that his inherited poverty, with the high rank in which he had lived without a blot, ought to be considered a credit to, instead of a reproach. And so he was sent to Asia, and with respect to Africa, it was decided that the emperor should choose to whom it was to be assigned. During this debate, Severus Caecina proposed that no magistrate who had obtained a province should be accompanied by his wife. He began by recounting at length how harmoniously he had lived with his wife, who had borne him 6 children, and how in his own home he had observed what he was proposing for the public, by having kept her in Italy, though he had himself served 40 campaigns in various provinces. With good reason, he said, had it been formally decided that women were not to be taken among our allies, or into foreign countries. A train of women involves delays through luxury in peace, and through panic in war, and converts a Roman army on the march into the likeness of a barbarian progress. Not only is the sex feeble and unequal to hardship, but, when it has liberty, it is spiteful, intriguing, and greedy of power. They show themselves off among the soldiers, and have the centurions at their beck. Lately a woman had presided at the drill of the cohorts and the evolutions of the legions. You should yourselves bear in mind that whenever men are accused of extortion, most of the charges are directed against the wives. It is to these that the vilest of the provincials instantly attach themselves. It is they who undertake and settle business. 2 persons receive homage when they appear. There are 2 centres of government, and the women's orders are the more despotic and intemperate. Formerly they were restrained by the Oppian and other laws. Now, loosed from every bond, they rule our houses, our tribunals, even our armies. A few heard this speech with approval, but the majority clamorously objected that there was no proper motion on the subject, and that Caecina was no fit censor on so grave an issue. Presently Valerius Messallinus, Messalla's son, in whom the father's eloquence was reproduced, replied that much of the sternness of antiquity had been changed into a better and more genial system. Rome, he said, is not now, as formerly, beset with wars, nor are the provinces hostile. A few concessions are made to the wants of women, but such as are not even a burden to their husbands' homes, much less to the allies. In all other respects, man and wife share alike, and this arrangement involves no trouble in peace. War, of course, requires that men should be unencumbered. But when they return, what worthier solace can they have after their hardships than a wife's society? But some wives have abandoned themselves to scheming and rapacity. Well, even among our magistrates are not many subject to various passions. Still, that is not a reason for sending no one into a province. Husbands have often been corrupted by the vices of their wives. Are then all unmarried men blameless? The Oppian laws were formerly adopted to meet the political necessities of the time, and subsequently there was some remission and mitigation of them on grounds of expediency. It is idle to shelter our own weakness under other names, for it is the husband's fault if the wife transgresses propriety. Besides, it is wrong that because of the imbecility of one or two men, all husbands should be cut off from their partners in prosperity and adversity. And further, a sex naturally weak will be thus left to itself, and be at the mercy of its own voluptuousness and the passions of others. Even with a husband's personal vigilance, the marriage tie is scarcely preserved inviolate. What would happen were it for a number of years to be forgotten? Just as in a divorce, you must not check vices abroad without remembering the scandals of the capital. Drusus added a few words on his own experience as a husband. Princes, he said, must often visit the extremities of their empire. How often had the divine Augustus travelled to west and to the east, accompanied by Livia. He had himself gone to Illyricum, and, should it be expedient, he would go to other countries, not always, however, with a contented mind, if he had to tear himself from a much-loved wife, the mother of his many children. Caecina's motion was thus defeated. At the Senate's next meeting came a letter from Tiberius, which indirectly censured them for throwing on the emperor every political care, and named Marcus Lepidus and Junius Blaesus, one of whom was to be chosen proconsul of Africa. Both spoke on the subject, and Lepidus begged earnestly to be excused. He alleged ill health, his children's tender age, his having a daughter to marry, and something more of which he said nothing, was well understood. The fact that Blaesus was uncle of Sejanus, and so had very powerful interest. Blaesus replied with an affectation of refusal, but not with the same persistency, nor was he backed up by the acquiescence of flatterers. End of Book 3, Part 2. Book 3, Part 3 of the Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 3, AD 20 to 22, Part 3. Next was exposed an abuse, hitherto the subject of many a whispered complaint. The vilest wretches used a growing freedom in exciting insult and obloquy against respectable citizens, and escaped punishment by clasping some statue of the emperor. The very freedman or slave was often an actual terror to his patron or master, whom he would menace by word and gesture. Accordingly, Caius Cestius, a senator, argued that, though princes were like deities, yet even the gods listened only to righteous prayers from their suppliants, and that no one fled to the Capitol or any other temple in Rome to use it as an auxiliary in crime. There was an end and utter subversion of all law, when, in the forum and on the threshold of the Senate House, Annia Rufilla, whom he had convicted of fraud before a judge, assailed him with insults and threats, while he did not himself dare to try legal proceedings, because he was confronted by her with the emperor's image. There rose other clamorous voices, with even more flagrant complaints, and all implored Drusus to inflict exemplary vengeance, till he ordered Rufilla to be summoned, and on her conviction to be confined in the common prison. Considius Aequus too, and Coelius Cursor, Roman knights, were punished on the emperor's proposal, by a decree of the Senate, for having attacked the praetor Magius Caecilianus with false charges of treason. Both these results were represented as an honour to Drusus. By moving in society at Rome, amid popular talk, his father's dark policy, it was thought, was mitigated. Even voluptuousness in one so young gave little offence. Better that he should incline that way, spend his days in architecture, his nights in banquets, than that he should live in solitude, cut off from every pleasure, and absorbed in a gloomy vigilance and mischievous schemes. Tiberius indeed, and the informers were never weary. Ancharius Priscus had prosecuted Caesius Cordus, proconsul of Crete, for extortion, adding a charge of treason, which then crowned all indictments. Antistius Vetus, one of the chief men of Macedonia, who had been acquitted of adultery, was recalled by the emperor himself, with a censure on the judges, to be tried for treason, as a seditious man, who had been implicated in the designs of Rescuporis, when that king, after the murder of his brother Cotys, had meditated war against us. The accused was accordingly outlawed, with a further sentence that he was to be confined in an island from which neither Macedonia nor Thrace were conveniently accessible. As for Thrace, since the division of the kingdom between Rhoemetalces and the children of Cotys, who because of their tender age were under the guardianship of Trebellianus Rufus, it was divided against itself, from not being used to our rule, and blamed Rhoemetalces no less than Trebellianus for allowing the wrongs of his countrymen to go unpunished. Coelalaetae, Odrysae, and Dii, powerful tribes, took up arms under different leaders, all on a level from their obscurity. This hindered them from combining in a formidable war. Some roused their immediate neighbourhood, others crossed Mount Haemus to stir up remote tribes. Most of them, and the best disciplined, besieged the king in the city of Philippopolis, founded by the Macedonian Philip. When this was known to Publius Velius, who commanded the nearest army, he sent some allied cavalry and light infantry to attack those who were roaming in quest of plunder or of reinforcements, while he marched in person with the main strength of the foot to raise the siege. every operation was at the same moment successful. The pillagers were cut to pieces, dissensions broke out among the besiegers, and the king made a well-timed sally just as the legion arrived. A battle, or even a skirmish, it did not deserve to be called, in which merely half-armed stragglers were slaughtered without bloodshed on our side. That same year, some states of Gaul, under the pressure of heavy debts, attempted a revolt. Its most active instigators were Julius Florus among the Treveri, and Julius Sacrovir among the Aedui. Both could show noble birth and signal services rendered by ancestors, for which Roman citizenship had formerly been granted them, when the gift was rare, and a recompense only of merit. In secret conferences, to which the fiercest spirits were admitted, or any to whom poverty or the fear of guilt was an irresistible stimulus to crime, they arranged that Florus was to rouse the Belgae, Sacrovir the Gauls nearer home. These men accordingly talked sedition before small gatherings and popular assemblies about the perpetual tributes, the oppressive usury, the cruelty and arrogance of their governors, hinting too that there was disaffection among our soldiers, since they had heard of the murder of Germanicus. It was, they said, a grand opportunity for the recovery of freedom, if only they would contrast their own vigour with the exhaustion of Italy, the unwarlike character of the city populace, and the utter weakness of Rome's armies in all but their foreign element. Scarcely a single community was untouched by the germs of this commotion. First, however, in actual revolt were the Andecavi and Toroni. Of these, the former were put down by an officer, Achillius Aviola, who had summoned a cohort which was on garrison duty at Lugdunum. The Toroni were quelled by some legionary troops sent by Vitellius Varro, who commanded in Lower Germany, and led by the same Aviola and some Gallic chieftains who brought aid, in order that they might disguise their disaffection and exhibit it at a better opportunity. Sacrovir, too, was conspicuous, with head uncovered, cheering on his men to fight for Rome, to display, as he said, his valour. But the prisoners asserted that he sought recognition that he might not be a mark for missiles. Tiberius, when consulted on the matter, disdained the information, and fostered the war by his irresolution. Florus, meanwhile, followed up his designs and tried to induce a squadron of cavalry levied among the Treveri, trained in our service and discipline, to begin hostilities by a massacre of the Roman traders. He corrupted a few of the men, but the majority was steadfast in their allegiance. A host, however, of debtors and dependents took up arms, and they were on their way to the forest passes known as the Arduena, when they were stopped by legions which Vitellius and Silius had sent from their respective armies by opposite routes to meet them. Julius Indus, from the same state, who was at feud with Florus, and therefore particularly eager to render us a service, was sent on in advance with a picked force, and dispersed the undisciplined rabble. Florus, after eluding the conquerors by hiding himself in one place after another, at last, when he saw some soldiers who had barred every possible escape, fell by his own hand. Such was the end of the rebellion of the Treveri. A more formidable movement broke out among the Aedui, proportioned to the greater wealth of the state, and the distance of the force which should repress it. Sacrovir with some armed cohorts had made himself master of Augustodunum, the capital of the tribe, with the noblest youth of Gaul, there devoting themselves to a liberal education, and with such hostages he proposed to unite in his cause their parents and kinsfolk. He also distributed among the youth arms which he had had secretly manufactured. There were 40,000, 1/5 armed like our legionaries, the rest had spears and knives and other weapons used in the chase. In addition were some slaves who were being trained for gladiators, clad after the national fashion in a complete covering of steel. They were called crupellarii, and though they were ill adapted for inflicting wounds, they were impenetrable to them. This army was continually increased, not yet by any open combination of the neighbouring states, but by zealous individual enthusiasm, as well as by strife between the Roman generals, each of whom claimed the war for himself. Varro, after a while, as he was infirm and aged, yielded to Silius, who was in his prime. At Rome, meanwhile, people said that it was not only the Treveri and Aedui who had revolted, but 64 states of Gaul, with the Germans in alliance, while Spain too was disaffected. Anything, in fact, was believed, with rumour's usual exaggeration. All good men were saddened by anxiety for the country, but many in their loathing of the present system and eagerness for change rejoiced at their very perils, and exclaimed against Tiberius for giving attention amid such political convulsions to the calumnies of informers. Was Sacrovir too, they asked, to be charged with treason before the Senate? We have at last found men to check those murderous missives by the sword. Even war is a good exchange for a miserable peace. Tiberius all the more studiously assumed an air of unconcern. He changed neither his residence nor his look, but kept up his usual demeanour during the whole time, either from the profoundness of his reserve, or was it that he had convinced himself that the events were unimportant and much more insignificant than the rumours represented. Silius, meantime, was advancing with 2 legions, and having sent forward some auxiliary troops, was ravaging those villages of the Sequani, which, situated on the border, adjoin the Aedui, and were associated with them in arms. He then pushed on by forced marches to Augustodunum, his standard-bearers vying in zeal, and even the privates loudly protesting against any halt for their usual rest, or during the hours of night. Only, they said, let us have the foe face to face, that will be enough for victory. 12 miles from Augustodunum, they saw before them Sacrovir and his army in an open plain. His men in armour he had posted in the van, his light infantry on the wings, and the half-armed in the rear. He himself rode amid the foremost ranks on a splendid charger, reminding them of the ancient glories of the Gauls, of the disasters they had inflicted on the Romans, how grand would be the freedom of the victorious, how more intolerable than ever the slavery of a second conquest. His words were brief and heard without exultation, for now the legions in battle array were advancing, and the rabble of townsfolk who knew nothing of war had their faculties of sight and hearing quite paralysed. Silius, on the one hand, though confident hope took away any need for encouragement, exclaimed again and again that it was a shame to the conquerors of Germany to have to be led against Gauls as against an enemy. Only the other day the rebel Toroni had been discomfited by a single cohort, the Treveri by one cavalry squadron, the Sequani by a few companies of this very army. Prove to these Aedui once for all that the more they abound in wealth and luxury, the more unwarlike are they, but spare them when they flee. Then there was a deafening cheer, the cavalry threw itself on the flanks, and the infantry charged the van. On the wings there was but a brief resistance. The men in mail were somewhat of an obstacle, as the iron plates did not yield to javelins or swords. But our men, snatching up hatchets and pickaxes, hacked at their bodies and their armour as if they were battering a wall. Some beat down the unwieldy mass with pikes and forked poles, and they were left lying on the ground, without an effort to rise, like dead men. Sacrovir with his most trustworthy followers hurried first to Augustodunum, and then, from fear of being surrendered, to an adjacent country house. There by his own hand he fell, and his comrades by mutually inflicted wounds. The house was fired over their heads, and with it they were all consumed. Then at last Tiberius informed the Senate by letter of the beginning and completion of the war, without either taking away from or adding to the truth, but ascribing the success to the loyalty and courage of his generals, and to his own policy. He also gave the reasons why neither he himself nor Drusus had gone to the war. He magnified the greatness of the empire, and said it would be undignified for emperors, whenever there was a commotion in one or two states, to quit the capital, the centre of all government. Now, as he was not influenced by fear, he would go to examine and settle matters. The Senate decreed vows for his safe return, with thanksgivings and other appropriate ceremonies. Cornelius Dolabella alone, in endeavouring to outdo the other senators, went the length of a preposterous flattery, by proposing that he should enter Rome from Campania with an ovation. Thereupon came a letter from the emperor, declaring that he was not so destitute of renown, as after having subdued the most savage nations, and received or refused so many triumphs in his youth, to covet now that he was old an unmeaning honour for a tour in the neighbourhood of Rome. About the same time he requested the Senate to let the death of Sulpicius Quirinus be celebrated with a public funeral. With the old patrician family of the Sulpicii, this Quirinus, who was born in the town of Lanuvium, was quite unconnected. An indefatigable soldier, he had by his zealous services won the consulship under the divine Augustus, and subsequently the honours of a triumph for having stormed some fortresses of the Homonodenses in Cilicia. He was also appointed adviser to Caius Caesar in the government of Armenia, and had likewise paid court to Tiberius, who was then at Rhodes. The emperor now made all this known to the Senate, and extolled the good offices of Quirinus to himself, while he censured Marcus Lollius, whom he charged with encouraging Caius Caesar in his perverse and quarrelsome behaviour. But people generally had no pleasure in the memory of Quirinus, because of the perils he had brought, as I have related, on Lepida, and the meanness and dangerous power of his last years. At the close of the year, Caius Lutorius Priscus, a Roman knight, who, after writing a popular poem bewailing the death of Germanicus, had received a reward in money from the emperor, was fastened on by an informer, and charged with having composed another during the illness of Drusus, which, in the event of the prince's death, might be published with even greater profit to himself. He had in his vanity read it in the house of Publius Petronius before Vitellia, Petronius's mother-in-law, and several ladies of rank. As soon as the accuser appeared, all but Vitellia were frightened into giving evidence. She alone swore that she had heard not a word. But those who criminated him fatally were rather believed, and on the motion of Haterius Agrippa, the consul elect, the last penalty was invoked on the accused. Marcus Lepidus spoke against the sentence as follows: "Senators, if we look to the single fact of the infamous utterance with which Lutorius has polluted his own mind and the ears of the public, neither dungeon, nor halter, nor tortures fit for a slave would be punishment enough for him. But though vice and wicked deeds have no limit, penalties and correctives are moderated by the clemency of the sovereign, and by the precedents of your ancestors and yourselves. Folly differs from wickedness, evil words from evil deeds, and thus there is room for a sentence by which this offence may not go unpunished, while we shall have no cause to regret either leniency or severity. Often have I heard our emperor complain when any one has anticipated his mercy by a self-inflicted death. Lutorius's life is still safe. If spared, he will be no danger to the state. If put to death, he will be no warning to others. His productions are as empty and ephemeral as they are replete with folly. Nothing serious or alarming is to be apprehended from the man who is the betrayer of his own shame, and works on the imaginations, not of men, but of silly women. However, let him leave Rome, lose his property, and be outlawed. That is my proposal, just as though he were convicted under the law of treason. Only one of the ex-consuls, rebellious Blandus, supported Lepidus. The rest voted with Agrippa. Priscus was dragged off to prison, and instantly put to death. Of this Tiberius complained to the Senate with his usual ambiguity, extolling their loyalty in so sharply avenging the very slightest insults to the sovereign, though he deprecated such hasty punishment of mere words, praising Lepidus and not censuring Agrippa. So the Senate passed a resolution that their decrees should not be registered in the treasury till 9 days had expired, and so much respite was to be given to condemned persons. Still the Senate had not liberty to alter their purpose, and lapse of time never softened Tiberius. Caius Sulpicius and Didius Haterius were the next consuls. It was a year free from commotions abroad, while at home stringent legislation was apprehended against the luxury which had reached boundless excess in everything on which wealth is lavished. Some expenses, though very serious, were generally kept secret by a concealment of the real prices; but the costly preparations for gluttony and dissipation were the theme of incessant talk, and had suggested a fear that a prince who clung to old-fashioned frugality would be too stern in his reforms. In fact, when the aedile Caius Bibulus broached the topic, all his colleagues had pointed out that the sumptuary laws were disregarded, that prohibited prices for household articles were every day on the increase, and that moderate measures could not stop the evil. The Senate, on being consulted, had, without handling the matter, referred it to the Emperor. Tiberius, after long considering whether such reckless tastes could be repressed, whether the repression of them would not be still more hurtful to the state, also how undignified it would be to meddle with what he could not succeed in, or what, if effected, would necessitate the disgrace and infamy of men of distinction, at last addressed a letter to the Senate to the following purport: "Perhaps in any other matter, senators, it would be more convenient that I should be consulted in your presence, and then state what I think to be for the public good. In this debate, it was better that my eyes should not be on you; for while you were noting the anxious faces of individual senators charged with shameful luxury, I too myself might observe them, and, as it were, detect them. Had those energetic men, our aediles, first taken counsel with me, I do not know whether I should not have advised them to let alone vices so strong and so matured, rather than merely attain the result of publishing what are the corruptions with which we cannot cope. They, however, have certainly done their duty, as I would wish all other officials likewise to fulfil their parts. For myself, it is neither seemly to keep silence, nor is it easy to speak my mind, as I do not hold the office of aedile, praetor, or consul. Something greater and loftier is expected of a prince, and while everybody takes to himself the credit of right policy, one alone has to bear the odium of every person's failures. For what am I first to begin with restraining and cutting down to the old standard? The vast dimensions of country houses? The number of slaves of every nationality? The masses of silver and gold? The marvels in bronze and painting? The apparel worn indiscriminately by both sexes? Or that peculiar luxury of women, which, for the sake of jewels, diverts our wealth to strange or hostile nations? I am not unaware that people at entertainments and social gatherings condemn all this and demand some restriction. But if a law were to be passed and a penalty imposed, those very same persons will cry out that the state is revolutionized, that ruin is plotted against all our most brilliant fashion, that not a citizen is safe from incrimination. Yet as even bodily disorders of long standing and growth can be checked only by sharp and painful treatment, so the fever of a diseased mind, itself polluted and a pollution to others, can be quenched only by remedies as strong as the passions which inflame it. Of the many laws devised by our ancestors, of the many passed by the divine Augustus, the first have been forgotten, while his, all the more to our disgrace, have become obsolete through contempt. And this has made luxury bolder than ever. The truth is that when one craves something not yet forbidden, there is a fear that it may be forbidden. But when people once transgress prohibitions with impunity, there is no longer any fear or any shame. Why then in old times was economy in the ascendant? Because everyone practised self-control, because we were all members of one city, nor even afterwards had we the same temptations while our dominion was confined to Italy. Victories over the foreigner taught us how to waste the substance of others, victories over ourselves how to squander our own. What a paltry matter is this of which the Aediles are reminding us! What a mere trifle, if you look at everything else! No one represents to the Senate that Italy requires supplies from abroad, and that the very existence of the people of Rome is daily at the mercy of uncertain waves and storms. And unless masters, slaves, and estates have the resources of the provinces as their mainstay, our shrubberies, forsooth, and our country houses will have to support us. Such senators are the anxieties which the prince has to sustain, and the neglect of them will be utter ruin to the state. The cure for other evils must be sought in our own hearts. Let us be led to amendment, the poor by constraint, the rich by satiety. Or if any of our officials give promise of such energy and strictness as can stem the corruption, I praise the man, and I confess that I am relieved of a portion of my burdens. But if they wish to denounce vice, and when they have gained credit for so doing, they arouse resentments, and leave them to me, be assured, senators, that I too am by no means eager to incur enmities, and though for the public good I encounter formidable and often unjust enmities, yet I have a right to decline such as are unmeaning and purposeless, and will be of use neither to myself nor to you. When they had heard the Emperor's letter, the Aediles were excused from so anxious a task; and that luxury of the table, which from the close of the war ended at Actium, to the armed revolution in which Servius Galba rose to empire, had been practised with profuse expenditure, gradually went out of fashion. It is as well that I should trace the causes of this change. Formerly rich or highly distinguished noble families often sank into ruin from a passion for splendour. Even then men were still at liberty to court and be courted by the city populace, by our allies, and by foreign princes, and every one who from his wealth, his mansion, and his establishment was conspicuously grand, gained too proportionate lustre by his name and his numerous clientele. After the savage massacres, in which greatness of renown was fatal, the survivors turned to wiser ways. The new men who were often admitted into the Senate from the towns, colonies, and even the provinces, introduced their household thrift, and though many of them by good luck or energy attained an old age of wealth, still their former tastes remained. But the chief encourager of strict manners was Vespasian, himself old-fashioned both in his dress and diet. Henceforth a respectful feeling towards the prince and a love of emulation proved more efficacious than legal penalties or terrors. Or possibly there is in all things a kind of cycle, and there may be moral revolutions, just as there are changes of seasons. Nor was everything better in the past, but our own age too has produced many specimens of excellence and culture for posterity to imitate. May we still keep up with our ancestors a rivalry in all that is honourable. End of Book 3, Part 3. Book 3, Part 4 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb. Book 3, AD 20 to 22, Part 4. Tiberius, having gained credit for forbearance by the check he had given to the growing terror of the informers, wrote a letter to the Senate requesting the tribunician power for Drusus. This was a phrase which Augustus devised as a designation of supremacy, so that without assuming the name of king or dictator, he might have some title to mark his elevation above all other authority. He then chose Marcus Agrippa to be his associate in this power, and on Agrippa's death, Tiberius Nero, that there might be no uncertainty as to the succession. In this manner he thought to check the perverse ambition of others, while he had confidence in Nero's moderation and in his own greatness. Following this precedent, Tiberius now placed Drusus next to the throne, though while Germanicus was alive, he had maintained an impartial attitude towards the two princes. However, in the beginning of his letter he implored heaven to prosper his plans on behalf of the state, and then added a few remarks, without falsehood or exaggeration, on the character of the young prince. He had, he reminded them, a wife and 3 children, and his age was the same as that at which he had himself been formally summoned by the divine Augustus to undertake this duty. Nor was it a precipitate step. It was only after an experience of 8 years, after having quelled mutinies and settled wars, after a triumph and 2 consulships, that he was adopted as a partner in trials already familiar to him. The senators had anticipated this message, and hence their flattery was the more elaborate. But they could devise nothing but voting statues of the two princes, shrines to certain deities, temples, arches, and the usual routine, except that Marcus Silanus sought to honour the princes by a slur on the consulate, and proposed that on all monuments, public or private, should be inscribed, to mark the date, the names not of the consuls, but of those who were holding the tribunician power. Quintus Haterius, when he brought forward a motion that the decrees passed that day should be set up in the Senate House in letters of gold, was laughed at as an old dotard who would get nothing but infamy out of such utterly loathsome sycophancy. Meantime, Junius Blisus received an extension of his government of Africa, and Servius Maloginensis, the priest of Jupiter, demanded to have Asia allotted to him. It was, he asserted, a popular error that it was not lawful for the priests of Jupiter to leave Italy. In fact, his own legal position differed not from that of the priests of Mars and of Quirinus. If these latter had provinces allotted to them, why was it forbidden to the priests of Jupiter? There were no resolutions of the people, or anything to be found in the books of ceremonies on the subject. Pontiffs had often performed the rites to Jupiter when his priest was hindered by illness or by public duty. For 75 years after the suicide of Cornelius Merula, no successor to his office had been appointed, yet religious rites had not ceased. If during so many years it was possible for there to be no appointment without any prejudice to religion, with what comparative ease might he be absent for 1 year's proconsulate? That these priests in former days were prohibited by the pontiff from going into the provinces was the result of private feuds. Now, thank heaven, the supreme pontiff was also the supreme man, and was influenced by no rivalry, hatred, or personal feeling. As the augur Lentulus and others argued on various grounds against this view, the result was that they awaited the decision of the supreme pontiff. Tiberius deferred any investigation into the priest's legal position, but he modified the ceremonies which had been decreed in honour of Drusus's tribunician power, with special censure on the extravagance of the proposed inscription in gold, so contrary to national usage. Letters also from Drusus were read, which, though studiously modest in expression, were taken to be extremely supercilious. "We have fallen so low," people said, "that even a mere youth, who has received so high an honour, does not go as a worshipper to the city's gods, does not enter the Senate, does not so much as take the auspices on his country's soil. There is a war, forsooth, or he is kept from us in some remote part of the world. Why, at this very moment he is on a tour amid the shores and lakes of Campania. Such is the training of the future ruler of mankind, such the lesson he first learns from his father's counsels. An aged emperor may indeed shrink from the citizen's gaze, and plead the weariness of declining years and the toils of the past. But as for Drusus, what can be his hindrance but pride?" Tiberius, meantime, while securing to himself the substance of imperial power, allowed the Senate some shadow of its old constitution, by referring to its investigation certain demands of the provinces. In the Greek cities, license and impunity in establishing sanctuaries were on the increase. Temples were thronged with the vilest of the slaves. The same refuge screened the debtor against his creditor, as well as men suspected of capital offences. No authority was strong enough to check the turbulence of a people which protected the crimes of men as much as the worship of the gods. It was accordingly decided that the different states were to send their charters and envoys to Rome. Some voluntarily relinquished privileges which they had groundlessly usurped. Many trusted to old superstitions, or to their services to the Roman people. It was a grand spectacle on that day, when the Senate examined grants made by our ancestors, treaties with allies, even decrees of kings who had flourished before Rome's ascendancy, and the forms of worship of the very deities, with full liberty, as in former days, to ratify or to alter. First of all came the people of Ephesus. They declared that Diana and Apollo were not born at Delos, as was the vulgar belief. They had in their own country a river Centrius, a grove Ortygia, where Latona, as she leaned in the pangs of labour on an olive still standing, gave birth to those two deities, whereupon the grove at the divine intimation was consecrated. There Apollo himself, after the slaughter of the Cyclops, shunned the wrath of Jupiter. There too Father Bacchus, when victorious in war, pardoned the suppliant Amazons who had gathered round the shrine. Subsequently, by the permission of Hercules, when he was subduing Lydia, the grandeur of the temple's ceremonial was augmented, and during the Persian rule its privileges were not curtailed. They had afterwards been maintained by the Macedonians, then by ourselves. Next, the people of Magnesia relied on arrangements made by Lucius Scipio and Lucius Sulla. These generals, after respectively defeating Antiochus and Mithridates, honoured the fidelity and courage of the Magnesians by allowing the temple of Diana of the White Brow to be an inviolable sanctuary. Then the people of Aphrodisia produced a decree of the dictator Caesar for their old services to his party, and those of Stratonicia, one lately passed by the divine Augustus, in which they were commended for having endured the Parthian invasion without wavering in their loyalty to the Roman people. Aphrodisia maintained the worship of Venus, Stratonicia that of Jupiter and of Diana of the Crossways. Haro Caesarea went back to a higher antiquity, and spoke of having a Persian Diana, whose fane was consecrated in the reign of Cyrus. They quoted too the names of Perpenna, Isauricus, and many other generals who had conceded the same sacred character not only to the temple, but to its precincts for 2 miles. Then came the Cyprians on behalf of 3 shrines, the oldest of which had been set up by their founder Arius to the Paphian Venus, the second by his son Amathus to Venus of Amathus, and the last to Jupiter of Salamis by Teucer when he fled from the wrath of his father Telamon. Audience was also given to embassies from other states. The senators, wearied by their multiplicity, and seeing the party spirit that was being roused, entrusted the inquiry to the consuls, who were to sift each title and see if it involved any abuse, and then refer back the entire matter to the Senate. Besides the states already mentioned, the consuls reported that they had ascertained that at Pergamus there was a sanctuary of Aesculapius, but that the rest relied on an origin lost in the obscurity of antiquity. For example, the people of Smyrna quoted an oracle of Apollo, which had commanded them to dedicate a temple to Venus Stratonicus, and the islanders of Tenos an utterance from the same deity, bidding them consecrate a statue and a fane to Neptune. Sardis preferred a more modern claim, a grant from the victorious Alexander. So again Miletus relied on King Darius. But in each case their religious worship was that of Diana or Apollo. The Cretans too demanded a like privilege for a statue of the divine Augustus. Decrees of the Senate were passed, which, though very respectful, still prescribed certain limits, and the petitioners were directed to set up bronze tablets in each temple, to be a sacred memorial, and to restrain them from sinking into selfish aims under the mask of religion. About this time, Julia Augusta had an alarming illness, which compelled the emperor to hasten his return to Rome, for hitherto there had been a genuine harmony between the mother and son, or a hatred well concealed. Not long before, for instance, Julia, in dedicating a statue to the divine Augustus near the theatre of Marcellus, had inscribed the name of Tiberius below her own, and it was surmised that the emperor, regarding this as a slight on a sovereign's dignity, had brooded over it with deep and disguised resentment. However, the Senate now decreed supplications to the gods and the celebration of the great games, which were to be exhibited by the pontiffs, augurs, the colleges of the 15 and of the 7, with the Augustal brotherhood. Lucius Apronius moved that the heralds too should preside over these games. This the emperor opposed, distinguishing the peculiar privileges of the sacred guilds, and quoting precedents. Never, he argued, had the heralds this dignity. The Augustal priests were included expressly because their sacred office was specially attached to the family for which vows were being performed. My purpose is not to relate at length every motion, but only such as were conspicuous for excellence, or notorious for infamy. This I regard as history's highest function, to let no worthy action be uncommemorated, and to hold out the reprobation of posterity as a terror to evil words and deeds. So corrupted indeed and debased was that age by sycophancy, that not only the foremost citizens, who were forced to save their grandeur by servility, but every ex-consul, most of the ex-praetors, and a host of inferior senators would rise in eager rivalry to propose shameful and preposterous motions. Tradition says that Tiberius, as often as he left the Senate house, used to exclaim in Greek, "How ready these men are to be slaves!" Clearly even he, with his dislike of public freedom, was disgusted at the abject abasement of his creatures. From unseemly flatteries, they passed by degrees to savage acts. Caius Silanus, proconsul of Asia, was accused by our allies of extortion, whereupon Mamercus Scaurus, an ex-consul, Junius Otho, a praetor, Brutidius Niger, an aedile, simultaneously fastened on him and charged him with sacrilege to the divinity of Augustus and contempt of the majesty of Tiberius, while Mamercus Scaurus quoted old precedents, the prosecutions of Lucius Cotta by Scipio Africanus, of Servius Galba by Cato the Censor, and of Publius Rutilius by Scaurus, as if indeed Scipio's and Cato's vengeance fell on such offences, or that of the famous Scaurus, whom his great-grandson, a blot on his ancestry, this Mamercus was now disgracing by his infamous occupation. Junius Otho's old employment had been the keeping of a preparatory school. Subsequently, becoming a senator by the influence of Sejanus, he shamed his origin, low as it was, by his unblushing effronteries. Brutidius, who was rich in excellent accomplishments, and was sure, had he pursued a path of virtue, to reach the most brilliant distinction, was goaded on by an eager impatience, while he strove to outstrip his equals, then his superiors, and at last even his own aspirations. Many have thus perished, even good men, despising slow and safe success, and hurrying on, even at the cost of ruin, to premature greatness. Gellius Publicola and Marcus Peconius, respectively quaestor and lieutenant of Silanus, swelled the number of the accusers. No doubt was felt as to the defendant's conviction for oppression and extortion, but there was a combination against him that must have been perilous even to an innocent man. Besides a host of adverse senators, there were the most accomplished orators of all Asia, who, as such, had been retained for the prosecution, and to these he had to reply alone, without any experience in pleading, and under that personal apprehension which is enough to paralyze even the most practised eloquence. For Tiberius did not refrain from pressing him with angry voice and look, himself putting incessant questions, without allowing him to rebut or evade them, and he had often even to make admissions that the questions might not have been asked in vain. His slaves too were sold by auction to the state agent, to be examined by torture; and that not a friend might help him in his danger, charges of treason were added, a binding guarantee for sealed lips. Accordingly he begged a few days' respite, and at last abandoned his defence, after venturing on a memorial to the emperor, in which he mingled reproach and entreaty. Tiberius, that his proceedings against Silanus might find some justification in precedent, ordered the divine Augustus's indictment of Valesius Messala, also a proconsul of Asia, and the Senate's sentence on him to be read. He then asked Lucius Piso his opinion. After a long preliminary eulogy on the prince's clemency, Piso pronounced that Silanus ought to be outlawed and banished to the island of Gyarus. The rest concurred, with the exception of Cneius Lentulus, who, with the assent of Tiberius, proposed that the property of Silanus's mother, as she was very different from him, should be exempted from confiscation and given to the son. Cornelius Dolabella, however, by way of carrying flattery yet further, sharply censured the morals of Silanus, and then moved that no one of disgraceful life and notorious infamy should be eligible for a province, and that of this the emperor should be judge. Laws indeed, he said, punish crimes committed, but how much more merciful would it be to individuals, how much better for our allies, to provide against their commission. The emperor opposed the motion. Although, he said, I am not ignorant of the reports about Silanus, still we must decide nothing by hearsay. Many a man has behaved in a province quite otherwise than was hoped or feared of him. Some are roused to higher things by great responsibility, others are paralysed by it. It is not possible for a prince's knowledge to embrace everything, and it is not expedient that he should be exposed to the ambitious schemings of others. Laws are ordained to meet facts, inasmuch as the future is uncertain. It was the rule of our ancestors that, whenever there was first an offence, some penalty should follow. Let us not revolutionize a wisely devised and ever approved system. Princes have enough burdens, and also enough power. Rights are invariably abridged as despotism increases, nor ought we to fall back on imperial authority when we can have recourse to the laws. Such constitutional sentiments were so rare with Tiberius that they were welcomed with all the heartier joy. Knowing, as he did, how to be forbearing, when he was not under the stimulus of personal resentment, he further said that Gyarus was a dreary and uninhabited island, and that, as a concession to the Junian family, and to a man of the same order as themselves, they might let him retire by preference to Cythnas. This, he added, was also the request of Torquata, Silanus's sister, a vestal of primitive purity. The motion was carried after a division. Audience was next given to the people of Cyrene, and on the prosecution of Ancharius Priscus, Caesius Cordus was convicted of extortion. Lucius Ennius, a Roman knight, was accused of treason, for having converted a statue of the emperor to the common use of silver plate, but the emperor forbade his being put upon his trial, though Attius Capito openly remonstrated with a show of independence. The Senate, he said, ought not to have wrested from it the power of deciding a question, and such a crime must not go unpunished. Granted that the Emperor might be indifferent to a personal grievance, still he should not be generous in the case of wrongs to the commonwealth. Tiberius interpreted the remark according to its drift, rather than its mere expression, and persisted in his veto. Capito's disgrace was the more conspicuous, for, versed as he was in the science of law, human and divine, he had now dishonoured a brilliant public career, as well as a virtuous private life. Next came a religious question, as to the temple in which ought to be deposited the offering which the Roman knights had vowed to Fortune of the Knights for the recovery of Augusta. Although that goddess had several shrines in Rome, there was none with this special designation. It was ascertained that there was a temple so called at Antium, and that all sacred rites in the towns of Italy, as well as temples and images of deities, were under the jurisdiction and authority of Rome. Accordingly, the offering was placed at Antium. As religious questions were under discussion, the Emperor now produced his answer to Servius Malogenensis, Jupiter's priest, which he had recently deferred, and read the pontifical decree, prescribing that whenever illness attacked a priest of Jupiter, he might, with the supreme pontiff's permission, be absent more than 2 nights, provided it was not during the days of public sacrifice, or more than twice in the same year. This regulation of the Emperor Augustus sufficiently proved that a year's absence and a provincial government were not permitted to the priests of Jupiter. There was also cited the precedent of Lucius Metellus, supreme pontiff, who had detained at Rome the priest Aulus Postumius. And so Asia was allotted to the ex-consul next in seniority to Malogenensis. About the same time, Lepidus asked the Senate's leave to restore and embellish, at his own expense, the Basilica of Paulus, that monument of the Aemilian family. Public-spirited munificence was still in fashion, and Augustus had not hindered Taurus, Philippus, or Balbus from applying the spoils of war, or their superfluous wealth, to adorn the Capitol, and to win the admiration of posterity. Following these examples, Lepidus, though possessed of a moderate fortune, now revived the glory of his ancestors. Pompeius's theatre, which had been destroyed by an accidental fire, the emperor promised to rebuild, simply because no member of the family was equal to restoring it, but Pompeius's name was to be retained. At the same time, he highly extolled Sejanus, on the ground that it was through his exertions and vigilance that such fury of the flames had been confined to the destruction of a single building. The Senate voted Sejanus a statue, which was to be placed in Pompeius's theatre; and soon afterwards the emperor, in honouring Junius Blisus, proconsul of Africa, with triumphal distinctions, said that he granted them as a compliment to Sejanus, whose uncle Blisus was. Still the career of Blisus merited such a reward. For Tacfarinas, though often driven back, had recruited his resources in the interior of Africa, and had become so insolent as to send envoys to Tiberius, actually demanding a settlement for himself and his army, or else threatening us with an interminable war. Never, it is said, was the emperor so exasperated by an insult to himself and the Roman people as by a deserter and brigand assuming the character of a belligerent. Even Spartacus, when he had destroyed so many consular armies and was burning Italy with impunity, though the state was staggering under the tremendous wars of Sertorius and Mithridates, had not the offer of an honourable surrender on stipulated conditions. Far less, in Rome's most glorious height of power, should a robber like Tacfarinas be bought off by peace and concessions of territory. He entrusted the affair to Blisus, who was to hold out to the other rebels the prospect of laying down their arms without hurt to themselves, while he was by any means to secure the person of the chief. Many surrendered themselves on the strength of this amnesty. Before long the tactics of Tacfarinas were encountered in a similar fashion. Unequal to us in solid military strength, but better in a war of surprises, he would attack, would elude pursuit, and still arrange ambuscades with a multitude of detachments. And so we prepared 3 expeditions and as many columns. One of the 3, under the command of Cornelius Scipio, Blaesus's lieutenant, was to stop the enemy's forays on the Leptitani and his retreat to the Garamantes. In another quarter, Blaesus's son led a separate force of his own to save the villages of Cirta from being ravaged with impunity. Between the 2 was the general himself with some picked troops. By establishing redoubts and fortified lines in commanding positions, he had rendered the whole country embarrassing and perilous to the foe, for, whichever way he turned, a body of Roman soldiers was in his face, or on his flank, or frequently in the rear. Many were thus slain or surprised. Blaesus then further divided his triple army into several detachments under the command of centurions of tried valour. At the end of the summer he did not, as was usual, withdraw his troops and let them rest in winter quarters in the old province, but, forming a chain of forts, as though he were on the threshold of a campaign, he drove Tacfarinas, by flying columns well acquainted with the desert, from one set of huts to another, till he captured the chief's brother, and then returned, too soon however for the welfare of our allies, as there yet remained those who might renew hostilities. Tiberius, however, considered the war as finished, and awarded Blaesus the further distinction of being held Imperator by the legions, an ancient honour conferred on generals who for good service to the state were saluted with cheers of joyful enthusiasm by a victorious army. Several men bore the title at the same time, without preeminence above their fellows. Augustus too granted the name to certain persons, and now, for the last time, Tiberius gave it to Blaesus. 2 illustrious men died that year. One was Asinius Saturninus, distinguished as the grandson of Marcus Agrippa and Asinius Pollio, as the brother of Drusus, and the intended husband of the emperor's granddaughter. The other was Capito Ateius, already mentioned, who had won a foremost position in the state by his legal attainments, though his grandfather was but a centurion in Sulla's army, his father having been a praetor. He was prematurely advanced to the consulship by Augustus, so that he might be raised by the honour of this promotion above Labeo Antistius, a conspicuous member of the same profession. That age indeed produced at one time 2 brilliant ornaments of peace. But while Labeo was a man of sturdy independence and consequently of wider fame, Capito's obsequiousness was more acceptable to those in power. Labeo, because his promotion was confined to the praetorship, gained in public favour through the wrong. Capito, in obtaining the consulship, incurred the hatred which grows out of envy. Junia too, the niece of Cato, wife of Caius Cassius, and sister of Marcus Brutus, died this year, the 64th after the battle of Philippi. Her will was the theme of much popular criticism, for, with her vast wealth, after having honourably mentioned almost every nobleman by name, she passed over the emperor. Tiberius took the omission graciously, and did not forbid a panegyric before the rostra with the other customary funeral honours. The busts of 20 most illustrious families were borne in the procession, with the names of Manlius, Quinctius, and others of equal rank. But Cassius and Brutus outshone them all, from the very fact that their likenesses were not to be seen. End of Book 3. End of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Volume 1, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb.